the agenda. We need to protect investment especially in this dual transition, green and digital. We see that there are new rules, of course, that exist now with regard to armaments, and the whole course of our country and strategy had as a focal point ownership of the changes, of the reforms. And we have been helped by our partners to have a resilience and recovery plan of our own, supported by us, and all this led to good results for the country. We have recovered with regard to competitiveness, and we have introduced reforms that had to do with our long-term problems. We had recommendations from the international organizations. We followed. Now we do respect ESGs more. We do respect the suggestions of the institutions. That is how we move forward now. We have paid, as a country, a very heavy social and financial cost. So now we try to find a solution for the new European environment, which is based on objective data, understanding the situation, and focusing less on distorted perceptions. I will come back with ESG and sustainable finance. On the one hand, we have the government policy. On the other hand, we will have Mr. Papas talking about the opposition's point of view. But we have also the person as an ambassador in the OECD, knows a lot about best practices, how we can achieve our goals despite impediments. Professor, Mr. Pagolatos, thank you, Mr. Papageorgiou, for the invitation. I would like to start from something that Thanasis has mentioned since 2008, as Europe and the world amid multiple crises. Brussels has talked about polycrisis at some point, talking about all these crises, debt crisis, financial crisis. Then we had Trump, Brexit, invasion of Russia, refugee crisis. Okay, all these, too many for one generation. And then we have climate crisis, which is a constant situation. So, crisis is the new normal. And the forms and structures of governance should adjust to this new reality of permanent crisis. And more specifically, our fiscal policies and the way we organize green transition, which is a priority of Europe and the developed and developing world, should adjust to these facts. It was mentioned earlier about the revision of fiscal framework in a Eurozone. It was activated. We have activated some clauses or we have postponed some of these clauses because of the COVID. But now we want to go back but revise the Stability Pact because it had some weaknesses. When economy works proper, it's not so strict. It does not require discipline. But when economy is at recession, is not flexible enough to give opportunity to the economies to respond to this difficulties, and we saw these weaknesses of the pact during the Greek crisis as well. So this framework was not planned, designed for such crisis, but it was made to deal with the crisis of the past normality. So it should be flexible. The new pact should be flexible. It should be reliable. That means that vis-à-vis investors, we should make clear that economies are in a constant course of fiscal discipline and sustainability. Well, the word sustainability here is totally different from environmental sustainability and should protect investments. It should protect investment, not in the sense of anti-circular response to respond to asymmetric shocks where we have to target investments in the country that suffers, but should protect investments in the long term, because as Europe or as a globe, we are facing climate change, and we pass from climate mitigation to adaptation. We need to adjust our infrastructure to the new reality and the new extreme weather phenomena. That requires investment. All this occurs in an environment, global environment, with crisis, and it is characterized with regard to Europe external crisis coming from the global environment. And the crisis of 2008 did not start from Europe, but it came to Europe as a debt crisis or financial crisis, etc. And other crises did not come from Europe, but affected Europe. So Europe does not initiate crisis, but suffers from them. And the conflict we see today in the Middle East is one of them. The burden for Europe will be there. So we need to tackle all these issues, and that means that Europe should move forward in a very negative environment, ever-changing environment, characterized internationally by segmentation in value chains. What we have known as globalization, now there is a change in that, and there is a polarization in the institutions. In this environment, it's more difficult to serve the ESG targeting, which is the object of our discussion. These three pillars, these three criteria of ESG, that are the rules based on which the financial sector should work and invest. The criteria of investment should include sustainability, environmental sustainability, and there is a six-fold taxonomy. What do we mean? Environmental sustainability. It has to do with decrease, with mitigation, circular economy, protection of the waters, fighting pollution, protection of the ecosystems. These are the criteria. It is also social because it takes into consideration the way a business behaves towards employees. Accountability is part of it, especially for big businesses, governance that is, and it takes seriously the role of stakeholders. A business should respect social environment, the rights of employees and the environment. There are many challenges there with regard to the increased difficulty that SMEs may have to comply with these criteria and have access to finance. And I may come back with that. Mr. Papas, the study of Bruegel, which says that in order to achieve ESG by 2050, every year we should have net investments of 600 billion euros. That contrasts with the fact that countries that suffer a lot from polycrisis are the countries of the south, and over that countries cannot finance investments of the public sector. As an opposition, practically, what can we do differently or better? And how can we change our course? Very interesting questions. There are things that you can do at European level and demand from Europe, and things that you can do within the country. Greece has any reason to fight for Europe, escaping this rationale that if we clean our yard, we will be okay, all of us. That started during the financial crisis of the crisis of 2008, following the German trend, but this was not sufficient. I want to underline that that was not sufficient because multiple crises described accurately by Mr. Pagulatos have consequences that are not reversible, and there we might not have the time to think what we will do next, and we need to do them now. I am a federalist. I believe that Europe can play its role only when it becomes a federation. So that is how this crisis can be dealt with. Greece having the biggest debt to GDP ratio has problems, because if we have rules that won't allow flexibilities helping us adjust, we will be in a difficult situation. With Mr. Hadzidakis, we had a disagreement in the parliament for this. I gave examples of other countries that, like France, I'm not talking about debts, but they had a different fiscal course. Mainly, what should have been done, Greece should have participated more actively for the in the new Stability Pact. There is the suggestion of ESM, or the Fiscal Council of 2015, and puts a ceiling in surpluses. For Greece to being absent from this discussion is a huge mistake, and it is a huge mistake, and linked with the core of this discussion. Yanis, you mentioned a figure, 600 billion for climate resilience for Greece. The respective figure is 8 to 9 billion, and is far away from the needs of the country. And of course, it is not even close to the available European funds. Well, we are not that lucky to have this discussion during a curve where we have some parts of the country suffering consequences, Evros, Thessalia, and roads. So we can understand how important it is, these policies and public interventions, to be of such scale in order to meet these challenges. Where do we stand? We are ranked 19th out of 27 in the CO2 emissions reductions in population. We cannot have central heating in our homes. Third from last in vehicles of zero emissions, and ranked first in collecting environmental taxation. Business entrepreneurship, Greek entrepreneurship, 57% have published their reports including ESG. Less have taken into consideration or measuring their pollutants, and that concerns mostly big businesses and not SMEs that have a lot of difficulties towards this transition. I want to say that this adjustment either should be done by all or by none. A business that it is in an area of our country which is consistent, follows ESG, invests and has the internal structure to follow everything, can be in an environment in which the rest of businesses cannot adjust, so it can pay the consequences of environmental collapse. So if we have a couple of units meeting ESGs and the rest of the environment is polluted, this unit will suffer the consequences of this pollution. So what shall we do about that? We should overcome the problem of the economy that has been depicted by the governor of the Bank of Greece, who said that only 4% of the businesses have access to finance for this kind of improvements. I believe that development bank and local institutions can play a role so as all businesses in Greece can reliably adjust to ESGs. They can play a critical role because I believe that the chambers can be the agencies of certification. They should certify that the scores. So, we started a bit late. I will have a follow-up question for each of you. Mr. Kotogyorgis, Mr. Papas talked about how the country participates in the new fiscal rules in order to have sustainable economy. I want your comment in that and what is happening today, because it's discussed today and tomorrow in Brussels, and because Greece has experienced the consequences of climate crisis in Evros, central Greece, the reaction of the government, how does it include the sustainability principles for the next day? I am glad that we found a point contact with Mr. Papas about federalism. It shows the maturation that maturation that some parties can have, and how do we try to acquire something as a country in EU? Well, we need to be reliable if we want to acquire something and demand something. There was a deficit of trust vis-à-vis our country in the past. Now we are reliable. When we promise something, we bring results, and we have a national program, and we have ownership of the policies we implement. That gives us the opportunity to the Greek government, irrespective of Prime Minister. Our Prime Minister has shown a mobility in the past year, stepping on this reliability when making suggestions about resilience policies. So in order to avoid problems within Europe, the Prime Minister made certain suggestions. So we are now reliable, and we are equal with the rest of Europeans. And what to say? First, present the results of Greek economy, and then say how you understand the role of EU in the years to come, and say that there should be a fiscal adjustment and that we should have a mild adjustment which should not undermine, as happened in the past, the recovery and resilience terms. We have submitted a framework, and we have differentiated rules that have to do with our expenditure on defense. It does not concern only our country, but other countries as well. Crisis.
I believe that the current conjuncture has proven that the climate crisis is one step closer to us. It came earlier than expected, and it doesn't affect only the developed countries, the South, or no, it's here. It is in our neighborhood, let's say, it is in our country, and given all the unpleasant things we saw during the summertime. So we have to give both a social, political, and financial reply. One thing has to do with the European context, and put it aside because it was the Greek Prime Minister who was the first to raise the issue of funding. We give money for the Ukrainian war. We're right to do that. We have, at the same time, be more generous when it comes to the adaptation measures for the climate change. There is a financial gap. We have a difficulty in identifying mitigation and adaptation measures and policies. So at the European level, there has to be a response. At a local, at the national level, we have a plan. Firstly, we have to give some statutory, let's say, there has to be some statutory approach or legal approach when it comes to the body taking care of that. So we have to provide them both with tools, the financial, political tools for this body in order to advise and design, so that then we can ask for the money by the state in order to say that these are the policies on which we will focus. So apart from the 2 billion euros under the Aegis program, apart from the 600 million euros coming from the RRF for the 886 actually million euros for the afflicted areas of Evros and Thessaly, the main financing gap, funding gap, has to do with is about to be covered with this additional 600 million euros, but this won't be enough because quite recently there was an NBG report saying that the impact on the GDP might be higher than expected unless we move to this direction. So our strategy is to have a national strategy against the climate crisis, and this won't have to do only with civil protection. It has to do with cultural heritage, civilization, public administration, energy, and at the same time, funds and resources that have to come from Europe, while at the same time being steady with financial and social reforms. Mr. Pagoulatos, I don't want to steal time from the next panel, so please be brief with your comments. And second, we have European elections ahead. We have the American elections, and we also have the so-called European Green Deal, which is not that clear whether the other stakeholders are engaged in that. Do you think that the issue of sustainability and meeting our targets is in jeopardy? Do you think that the plan might not be met? Put it like that. That was a very well placed question. So firstly, we have the risk has to do with the lack of funds. Of course, the national funds are not enough in the case of any country. We need common initiatives, collective initiatives. We need the private sector and the governments to become active, which in its turn means we have to set the context so that these synergies may develop and be used as a leverage for the funds available to mitigate the climate change. We also have an issue that has to do with the costs. The costs for differentiating the global value chains. The so-called de-risking comes with a cost, financial, fiscal cost. And this is something that economies have to integrate, have to accommodate, because they need raw materials, which, and let's be honest, and these raw materials come from countries where you don't get the most liberal regimes in. The second point, at the political level, as you mentioned, we're about to witness reactions driven by this counter-environmental agenda. We have a backlash to these environmental protection measures that we had the Verzon in France, the yellow vests in France as a result of that. We saw that also in the Netherlands, and perhaps in the European elections we will see this movement coming hand in hand with other movements that apparently link the issue of the cost of this environmental transition with other global scale crises and friction. And of course, this normally is accompanied with some ideologies, extreme ideologies. So the political prerequisite in order to materialize this green transition should not be taken for granted in developed countries. And I didn't make a single reference to what will happen in November 2025 across the Atlantic. What will happen with the elections overseas? Who will win the majority? At least, as far as we can tell by the Congress, the messages are not the most optimistic ones. And let me close with that. It is really important to take into account that green transition and driving climate mitigation is driven by the developed country, and I think our country is a pioneer in that. That's why we should be. Europe's policy is a pioneering, so we should be proud of that. But this won't be successful unless we have the contribution by the developing world. That's why the developed world has to be burdened with, has to be shouldered with an important part of the burden for adapting the emerging and developing countries and economies of the world. That's something discussed quite recently in Paris during in the context of President Macron's Global Financing Pact. And the whole thing is whether the West, to put it in more conventional terms, will play a leading role in supporting green transition of the developing world. This is far more than environmentally important. It is also geopolitically important. We have 2 more minutes. Dear Mr. Papas, any comments from your side? That's the first thing. And second, the majority is built at a pan-European level with respect to those who want to meet the SDGs or the these kind of targets. We see that there might be a majority against these targets. So what about the stance of your own party? Will it be closer to the social democracy standpoint? Let me be direct with that. If we are strengthened in the European Parliament, then we will be even more apt to become the bridge between different political groups in the European Parliament, like the socialists or the left, etc. Quite recently, there was a voting in the Environmental Act that sent a message, and using Thanas's comment on federalism, I say that I'm quite happy to hear that he believes in a federal Europe, but the party of Nea Dimokratia doesn't seem to stand by that. In the climate convention under the presidency of France, it was the left, the Greens, the socialists, powers from the center, and some parts of the European Popular Party that supported that. Nea Dimokratia, together with the far right and part of the right under Mr. Weber, voted no. So this is a question for the Greek Conservative Party. How will they opt to move in the future? And let me close with the following. Also, the reflexes of the Greek political personnel will be tested, because we have had the first draft budget approved a few days ago, and EOV announced the other day that there is a drop in the consumer index and the business environment index. So we have to see whether the new draft budget will take into account the potentiality of having no good news or less pleasant news with respect to the Greek economy in the coming period. Last but not least, I totally agree with what Mr. Pagoulatos George said, that developed countries will have to pay this extra bit, or a bit more than this extra bit, in order for this transition to become a collective struggle towards environmental resilience. And we always have to take into account, we have to keep in mind that this transition will mean nothing if it takes place under terms of competition. We have to do this transition all together, whether we like it or not. Should we fail, then we will all pay the cost altogether. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank all three of you, both Mr. Kotogioris, the Deputy Minister, and Mr. Pargoulatos, our Ambassador to the ECD, and the Member of the Greek Parliament, Mr. Nikos Papas. Apologies, dear John.
Okay, thank you very much, John, and thank you to our discussions today about the Greek economy and prospects for the next few years. And we're going to stick with that topic now, looking at financial and broader macro prospects for the country and the region. So the Deputy Minister is staying with us, and I'd like to invite Paolo Fioretti, Mission Chief for Greece for the European Stability Mechanism. Thanks for joining us again. And Martin Weisterbosch, the Mission Chief for Greece from the European Central Bank. And we're going to start with me asking a few questions to you, sir. Two questions I have. One is about the RRF and achievements and what happens next. But first of all, I wanted to ask you a question. I guess it's a bit more of a political question about how the second Mitsotakis government sees the political mandate that it's been given in June in the election, which was re-election and a majority government. Because we can, I guess, tell two stories about Greece, and both of them are valid and true. And the first story is about the comeback of Greece from the crisis years, leaving the crisis behind it. Macro indicators are moving in the right direction. We've seen very good GDP growth, real GDP growth in 2022, a slowdown, but still quite respectable growth compared with others in 2023. Inflation is coming down, moving in the right direction. We've had quite strong fixed investment growth. We've had strong FDI inflows. Public consumption, household consumption has been resilient. Tourism is doing exceptionally well. The government has delivered ahead of schedule a small primary budget surplus. Public debt as a percentage of GDP is coming down. Business environment is improving, and so on. And markets are recognizing this. So that's one story, and it's a true story. Another story that we could tell is that GDP is not growing fast enough, given the low base after the crisis years. Obviously difficult in the circumstances of pandemic and then fallout from the war. The economy is too dependent on tourism and shipping. Industrial sector is still rather small. Fiscal targets will become more demanding in the next few years. And public debt is actually still growing in absolute terms. So my question is, what story does the government tell itself? And is it focused on results so far or more on the challenges ahead? Because obviously you've been re-elected with a strong mandate, temptation maybe to rest on your laurels and emphasize the kind of first story. So that's my question.
Ευχαριστώ, Joanne.
Thank you, John. Thank you, John. I will be quick because I think the previous panel took more time than expected. So I think the story, the narrative that you shared with me is the story of self-confidence, of national self-confidence, responsibility, and actually to know thyself at a national level. Because sometimes we have felt that we are the worst of all, and sometimes we felt as if we are the best of all. without this being true, of course. So what I truly believe that we experience right now over the past years is a story that went from absolute disillusionment and anger because the debt crisis generated many problems for Greece, down to the comeback, as you said, to the story of the comeback of Greece, which of course may not be totally perceived in a tangible manner by the citizens because we have the inflation, etc. But I think this is something acknowledged, and that's something reflected by the recent Standard & Poor's upgrade. Because of the fact that the country stayed on the road of reforms and growth, that has led to to the restoration of our trustworthiness. And I think this is the mandate that our government, the Prime Minister, has received. The mandate, the order is that we have a country of high expectations and high demands. And criticism should be harsh, of course. It has to be fair, because now we're entering back in the circle of normality, despite difficulties. So now it's the time to continue on the path that we have, let's say, built and designed the past years. And what do I mean by that? Healthy finance, you mentioned that, and allow me to say big thanks to Paolo and Martin because they represent two European institutions, and we have been working closely with them in the context of the surveillance and work enhancement program, if I heard correctly. Apologies if I used the title erroneously. So it's not accidental that our country in the past years has been top with respect to the reduction of its debt in terms of percentage points. And also there has been another collaboration in another program of our own ownership, and that's why currently the level of NPEs from 45% to in the Greek banks, it used to be 45%, and now it's single-digit one. We also have the Iraklis program underway, and we have the disinvestment from the Greek banks. So, and I think the most important thing is we have a very important transaction, and this is the fact that we have Greek banks whose P&L is very, very good. That's why they about to receive important investments. So we see the results, and these results also reflect on our growth rate. Let me remind you that we have a growth rate which is double to the EU average over the past years, plus the drop of our unemployment and the new jobs created. We must never forget that, because amidst the pandemic, and as I mentioned before the risk of having the entire society sinking down, our economy was able to generate 400,000 new jobs, and unemployment currently ranks at its lowest point. 300,000 jobs. So our policy for the coming period is structural reforms in justice, public administration, healthcare, and of course our financial transformation, which integrates additional reforms in our taxation, fiscal justice, and others. We will insist on these things. That's why we own this program.
Now, just to ask a very quick response about the RRF, and maybe we can come back to it a bit later after we hear from the other two gentlemen. I just wanted to ask you very quickly if you expect a positive response from the European Commission at the end of this month, I believe, about Greece's modified RRF plan, which incorporates this new chapter and a request for an additional 5 billion euros in loans. So a decision, I think, is expected at the end of this month, maybe, and then there's a further process before.
Actually,
Let me say something. The whole discussion of the RRF is linked with the discussion we had before about owning the program. In our case, we needed these sources even more. I'm talking about the RRF sources. That's why we have had a forward-loaded program, because we were interested in moving on fast. We were the second country to submit our plan, and compared to our GDP, we are the country that has received the largest amount of money. We're talking about some billions of euros in grants and loans. So accelerating, speeding up, the use of RRF funds will be to the benefit of our country. It's a main investment pillar to cover our investment gap, but also a catalyst for reforms. We are currently having a discussion with the European Commission. We're really close indeed. In the coming days, the reviewed plan will be finalized, and this review will reflect the hard job that we have done and the current state of affairs. There will be new reforms included, mainly in the financial and social domain. And yes, quite soon we will submit a new application for additional 5 billion euros of loans. Currently, we have proposals for 20 billion euros of loans, and we have 2 billion euros contracted already in various sectoral policies. So what is at stake for us right now is materialization of the projects, nothing else. We have 2.5 years ahead of us, and on the basis of this reviewed plan, we have to absorb the funds quickly, cover the investment gap, strengthen the productive mechanism of the country, and I think we are on the right path in full collaboration with the European Commission.
Much for that. So now it'll be good to hear from the two representatives of important institutions about your assessment of how things are going in Greece, and particularly let's look to the future. That's got to be the focus. So, Martin.
Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me again. There's a special occasion also because the Governing Council today is, as we speak, discussing their next monetary policy decision. Anything I say, of course, is completely unrelated to that, to my personal views when I talk about Greece today. I think, indeed, there has been a lot of praise of Greece's economic performance during this conference, and I fully agree with that. I think there's been a lot of good news. My key message today is that Greece has made great progress, but there's also more to do to bring Greece back on a sustainable path of real convergence vis-à-vis the rest of the euro area. And with real convergence, I mean convergence in GDP per capita. So I think that additional economic, structural policy measures are needed to kind of further strengthen the fundamentals of the Greek economy and to address remaining vulnerabilities. And by the way, that's not so different for other euro area countries as well, right? So let me very briefly touch on economic performance, and I'll say a few words on the banking system, and then I'll conclude. So Greek economy has performed very well. This has been said already several times. In per capita terms, real GDP is now something like 10% above the average, above the level it had just before the pandemic, and that's a lot more than in the rest of the euro area. So exports have recovered, labor markets have been strong, fiscal performance has improved, and when you look at the bond spreads, the relatively moderate bond spreads of Greek bonds, you can see that the credibility of economic policy has improved. So those are really great achievements. But important challenges remain. So one vulnerability is the level of public debt. I know there are mitigating factors, but it is a vulnerability. Current account deficit is another vulnerability. And I think that Greece's economic growth potential can be enhanced by reducing structural rigidities in product markets, by reducing obstacles to labor participation, and by further improving the attractiveness of Greece as a place to invest. Now, the banking system plays a crucial role in unleashing that potential. Banking systems are essential for saving, for channeling savings to investment, and that can support the increase in sustainable increase in economic growth, jobs, increase in living standards. Now, the Greek banking system is clearly on a much stronger footing than it used to be. We have seen a remarkable decline in NPLs. Capital buffers have been strengthened. The sector is profitable again after many difficult years. So banks have now entered a new phase with higher interest rates, higher inflation. And it's natural that higher interest rates are slowing down credit growth. That's natural in this phase of the cycle. At the same time, you can see that Greek banks are benefiting from the co-financing of loans at relatively low interest rates that are made available by the EU's Recovery and Resilience Fund. And that's very good. That's very helpful. But I think, in addition to that, it's also important that there are credit flows to profitable investment over and above the RRF that drive that sustainable increase in growth. And I think three priorities there, three things are needed in the banking system. First, NPLs. have come down a lot, but there's still more work to do. They're still substantially above the NPL ratios of other euro area countries. That's the first thing. Second is need to further strengthen capital buffers. Capital buffers are really important for, to absorb losses and to creating the capacity to lend. Third, we have to ensure that bank profitability is based on sustainable sources by expanding the loan portfolio of banks over the business cycle and to further streamline bank business models, digitalization, etc. So to conclude, I think the key word is sustainability. As in the rest of the euro area, Greece needs to overcome structural hurdles to economic growth. And to achieve that, economic policy has to focus also on the medium term. It should remain committed to implementing reforms and that support the growth potential. An efficient implementation of the RRF is clearly a key component in that. We're strong supporters of the RRF, and we always say our policy line is always implement it strongly, efficiently in the way it's been designed. But I think the RRF is not the only game in town. The RRF is not the solution for every economic problem. So more structural reforms above the RRF are needed. And more steps are also needed to increase those macro-financial vulnerabilities that I mentioned, including the ones in the banking system. So I hope that next year at this conference we'll be able to discuss even more achievements and to conclude that Greece is firmly back on that path of real convergence vis-à-vis the rest of the euro area. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. So looking forward to hearing, Paolo, if you concur with all of that or you have a different perspective. What's your assessment?
Aligned with Martin as usual and the Deputy Minister. No, I want to thank you for the invitation. Really thank you, because I'm really happy to be here today for Greece and for a personal reason. For Greece, because as you said at the beginning, last Friday, one of the three largest rating agencies assigned again the investment grade status. That is an important achievement, and it's also a symbolic signal that put an end of a long journey that has been long but also painful for the country and for the civil society. For a personal reason, I'm also happy because it's a signal of an end of a personal, professional journey as well. At the same time, more than a decade ago, I was really launched in the middle of the crisis when EFSF, my institution, called me to help to contribute to create the DSM. And they started a very long and fantastic journey, very, very difficult and engaging. And today, or like at least Friday, for me, it's a sort of a completion of this trajectory. And I have a feeling of achievement that me, but as many of you, has contributed to help to solve the crisis. But, and this is my message for today, this is we shouldn't be complacent, and we should consider, in particular, the Greek government and Greece in general, this achievement as a first step of a new journey, because they need, the government and Greece now need to focus on strengthening further this status, because this status brings a lot of benefits and advantages. And now it's the moment to let these advantages trickle down in the civil society in a way that everybody can benefit from them. There are many advantages. And I just co-authored a blog post that I published in ESM website on this. So if you are more interested in more analytical details, I invite you to go there and read it. There is free access. The benefits are obviously an impact on the cost of funding for the country. In part, the markets have already factored in a reduction in spreads for Greece, but this will contribute to further reduce. In addition, and this will be a benefit not only for the sovereign, for the government bonds, but also for the economy and the society, because the private sector will be able to issue debt at a lower price, and households and SMEs to have access at lending at a lower cost. Another advantage is that investment grade can contribute to reduce the volatility in the cost of funding. And this is crucial in the current period where the geopolitical risk is so high. And this is an element that will help to stabilize further the country and make it more resilient. Second, third, in reality, the new status will help Greece to have access to a broader pool of investors. As you know, the large institutional international investors have written very clearly in their investment strategy that they can invest only in investment-grade papers. Now they can invest in Greece, and this means that will be much more demand, and this will further contribute to reduce the cost of funding. And then also investors, they will help to attract foreign investors, because these investors, when they plan their investment, they look at countries that are stable, low risk, investment grade. An example is the news in the recent news of UniCredit that announced the intention to buy a stake in one of the 4 largest banks and sign a commercial agreement. This is extremely important because it gives an injection of competition in the banking sector. And more competition means better prices for the financial products, better services. And this will be something that the citizens and the entire society will benefit, and not only the banking sector. So there are many benefits. I could continue, but I think that, and this is my final message, the government should really focus on continuing its policy to strengthen the stability of the country, the resilience, and to maintain its fiscal prudent policy, focusing on completing the reforms that were already launched. The package was launched during the ESM program. This is important because these reforms, the judicial reform, public administration reform, help to create a safe economic, legal environment that improve making business in Greece, attract new investors, and make stronger the entire economy and the society. I want to stop here. These are because I know that I hope there will be a lot of questions.
We do have some time for questions. We started late, and I'll be aiming to finish at 10:30 at the latest, so I think we've got time for a few questions. So I want to come back to you, Deputy Minister, because what we've heard is, we've talked a lot already at this event about the positive story, and it's been reiterated now on the platform, but what we're hearing is calls for more. There's always calls for more work to do, more challenges, and Greece has already enacted a lot of painful reforms, been through a difficult period and come out the other side to a large degree. But what is being asked now is actually more, some quite difficult reforms, structural reforms of the labour market, product markets, and so on. So I guess the question is this administration prepared to persist in this endeavour, in this course, in the face of what is going to be resistance from some, whether you want to call it vested interests or interest groups, because it will be some of this will be painful. So particularly those structural reforms which we've talked about for a long time and they haven't really happened. Is the government going to see this through over the next few years?
I think this is the mandate we received. we could say a lot, but the Minister of National Economy and Finance will say probably more. The same minister brought the reforms in the past years in labor relations, so we decreased unemployment and we freed labor market, and at the same time the protection of the rights of employees. So we brought better balance between family and professional life. With regard to two reforms, I will mention something which can understand both Paolo and Martin. Beyond the work we did with NPLs, we brought better solutions to support vulnerable and understand the strategic backed payers. And we try hard in the we have also worked hard with justice to be awarded as fast. So when back in 2019, we didn't have all those pending cases. So we created an office of collecting all these cases. In RRF, we bring the new judicial map of the country, so to take advantage of what we have to see. Where do we need more courts, judges, how to settle all these cases in order to converge with European societies. For us, there is no other option, there is no other way. This is our mandate, and we will move forward because political time is very brief. We will move forward fast towards these changes because that is what citizens expect from us, and that is what we're going to do.
To draw the session to a close, the panel to a close, because the minister has arrived for the next session. But I just want to give you ask you one question very briefly. I know there's some concern in Greece about the large loan component, I guess, of the RRF. So although overall this is seen as an extremely positive initiative and package that has the potential to boost GDP growth in Greece quite substantially over the medium term, and I know the government sees it in that way as well, but at the same time, you know, there is pressure to bring down the public debt, which is still growing. You both mentioned that. I mentioned it in absolute terms. It's coming down as a percentage of GDP. So do you see any contradiction here, or do you think there's the two things offset, you know, boosting growth and bringing down the public debt? Just very briefly. It's something that, both of you, can have a quick word.
Okay. No, I don't see a contradiction between the two. I think that if if the government managed to implement the reforms that are needed to increase that growth potential, I think that is really crucial. That can help. And I think what is really needed is a great transition, to use the title of this conference, towards a growth model that is more based on, say, sustainability, with an important role of the banking system, channeling resources, savings to profitable investment. And I think that will be a key element.
I start from what Martin said. There is no contradiction, because you have also to understand that Greece also benefits from the fact that half of its debt is with us, with ESM, at the very low rates. And this helps to the sustainability of the entire structure of the debt. If they continue to maintain a prudent fiscal policy, invest in growth, in policies that can improve productivity, this all these programs will help to decrease and maintain the level of the debt sustainable.
I think that's a good note to end and a good segue into the next session. So thank you very much. Please join me in thanking the panel, and we'll move on. I'll invite Daniel now. I think you're doing the next session. Alistair.
Yeah.
Sorry. Oh,
I'm the one. It's my turn
wrong
now.
order. Alistair, okay, over to you.
Thanks very much, Joan. Good morning, everybody. We're going to stick with the economy for the next session, and we're going to be looking at the Greek path to sustainable growth and asking what's next. Who better to tell us than Kostis Hatzidakis, who's the Minister of National Economy and Finance of Greece. Minister Hatzidakis, please come up and join us. We're also joined by Pierre Gramegna, who is the Managing Director at the European Stability Mechanism, and by Pavlos Milonas, who is the Chief Executive Officer at the National Bank of Greece. Good to see you again. Good morning. Please take I'll have this one. If you take that one, yeah. Good morning, Mr. Gramegna. How are you?
Pierre, it's fine.
Hi, good to see you. Take a seat, please. Welcome, all of you. It's good to see you this morning. You'll have been listening to, I saw you were here for some time, so you will have been listening to the previous session, which has a lot of relevance for our session. But since we're starting a little late, I'm going to pass straight over to you, Minister, and give the floor to you to give us your initial thoughts on this theme. What comes next
So
here?
I have to go to the podium?
Of course, if you'd like.
5-6 minutes?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Κυρίες και κύριοι, καλημέρα.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Some brief introductory thoughts, and then we will have our discussion. If we consider not only the facts of the few past weeks or the developments of the past 3-4 years internationally, globally, and I refer to the virus, the invasion of Russia to Ukraine, international energy crisis, one would think that we have a confirmation of what is considered by some history. History is something unpredictable. This is confirmed once again with the latest international development and financial and social consequences of these developments in the past years. Of course, most globalized economies were facing a lot of challenges, amongst which mega trends like green and digital transition, and amongst others, demographic threats, especially for Europe. Whereas governments tried to adjust their economies to these transitions, global turbulence, as I mentioned earlier, with their impact on economy and society, were added in the mixture. These turbulences activated new transitions, geopolitical type, or created new data to ever-existing ones. For example, the energy crisis in green transition and how it accelerated it. All these shocks and transitions are a test for every country, including Greece, and especially when we are invited to tackle them a few years after our own unheard of crisis. So if we think it properly, we have to manage a situation beyond any imagination, especially for Greece, because beyond what I mentioned earlier, we had to move away from our own 10-year crisis, financial crisis. Of course, we are not isolated as a country. No country is. We are influenced by international development. But on the other hand, we have become better in crisis management, more agile and more resilient, having the ability to take advantage of opportunities via crisis and transitions. This is not something that we say, but it is proved by a series of facts, exports, FDIs, decrease of unemployment, the decrease of public debt as a percentage of GDP, but I will refer to certain developments, latest ones, that prove that the Greek economy, despite the crisis and the crisis we have to handle, we have an economy which proves to be more resilient than expected, because the mix of policy we use is adjusted to the developments and allows Greece to move forward amid crisis or taking advantage, to put it in inverted commas, this kind of crisis. First, the development. Economist, a few days earlier, it published its financial pentathlon, as mentioned, how European economies deal with the challenges of our lives. Greece is ranked amongst the pioneer countries in two sectors. The first sector is mitigating inflation. We are the third in best performance with regard to inflation in EU, and at the same time we are ranked quite high with the designs of the plans of the government for decarbonization and green transition. In a total ranking of 27, Greece, which was ranked last in the past decade, now is 10th, is ranked 10th among 27. This is the first development. Two more and that's it. The second concerns something that took place on Friday. We were upgraded by Standard & Poor's, a rating agency, second recognized by the European Bank, that gave the investment grade to Greece. The S&P report is so eloquent, so me, as a Minister of National Economy, has nothing to add to support that we are moving towards the right direction. The fact that it was awarded amid crisis, and against all those who thought that we would fail, we tackled this crisis in a successful way, even though we remain vigilant. The third development, on Monday, UniCredit announced its decision to invest in Alpha Bank. It is the first European bank to invest in the Greek banking system after 17 years. And the disinvestment of the banking system has finished. So now we are moving forward with new investments in our banks. These developments in the consolidation of our banks means that the banking sector becomes a part of a positive dynamic for Greek economy. And all those developments show on their part that economy has entered in a course of positive perspectives. Wall Street Journal talked about the big comeback of Greece. So, ladies and gentlemen, what is our job? Having all this progress I mentioned, high growth rates, were ranked second in EU, impressive FDIs, record exports, decrease of public debt, decrease of unemployment by 7 points. My job in the ministry is to make our best to continue this positive journey. We are not asked to reinvent the wheel, but we are here to introduce best practices from other practices. We use common sense in managing things. We will accelerate reforms where necessary, exploitation of public assets, or tackling tax evasion. We will have a mix of policies that will combine fiscal discipline with growth, having as a requirement to be friendly towards investors and businesses. And we hope, all of us, to have a policy that will help the country grow and allow us to introduce social cohesion policies for the vulnerable. This is our main policy, and this is how we will move forward, avoiding to hear the sirens of populism to reach our Ithaca at last.
Thank you, Minister. Let me move along. Pierre, I think it's fair to say, and fairly enough, the minister has focused very much on the striking achievements of the government so far, perhaps a little less on what's coming next. I have little doubt that you probably agree with most of what the minister said about what Greece has achieved up to now. But let's hear your thoughts about that, but also about what you would like to see over the coming years, the remainder of the term.
Thank you, Alistair. I suppose it's better if I stay here, so
it's up to you.
We win a little bit of time.
Wherever you're comfortable.
So thank you for having me here. I'm the new managing director of the European Stability Mechanism, and I'm very glad to be with you here today. I have been the finance minister of Luxembourg from 2013 to 2021. And so I have witnessed in the Eurogroup what happened in Greece and how difficult the situation was. My predecessor, Klaus Regling, was coming to this event every year, and I would like to continue that tradition because it shows that the ESM is a partner of Greece and stays a partner with Greece. Minister Diakostis, you have rightly underlined that we live in the times of multiple crises. I think in Greek you could say polycrisis, if my little Greek is fine. And you could not be more correct. And if I look at the title of today's panel, you have geopolitics, which is obviously a big risk. You have technology, which is a risk and an opportunity, and you have environment. Now, Greece has been particularly hit by climate risks recently, and I would like to extend My condolences to all those who lost livelihoods and for the huge damage that this caused to the country. But it is also underlining that a risk like climate risk is there to stay. And I can tell you the geopolitical risk is there to stay. And I can also assure you that the challenges and options and opportunities that technology raises are there to stay. So I'm very joyful, like the minister and like all of us today, because Greece has received investment grade last week from one of the major rating agencies. It goes without saying, but it's even better to underline it. What a turnaround when you think where we were in 2015. Very few were thinking that this was even possible. So let's rejoice about that. I would like to congratulate the government for achieving this, for making the necessary reforms. Are there enough reforms or not? We're going to discuss that. I would like to congratulate the people of Greece who suffered but did well because productivity is now higher than it was. That means the Greek people, they have contributed to this success story. And I would like to underline the role that the ESM and its predecessor EFSF have played in ensuring this. In a nutshell, what the ESM has done is making sure that Greece could extend the maturity of its debt in the very, very long run until 2060 and pays a very low interest rate. So it is also important to underline that Greece is immune to a large extent to the higher interest rates that everyone is paying now. So that's an advantage which you continue to have over the next decades. Now, one thing that we must not forget why Greece regained investment grade was because there was prudent fiscal policies, that's for sure, reforms for sure, but also because there was growth. And the growth was because structural reforms were made. And I think it teaches us all a lesson that if you do structural reforms that go into the society, that change the judicial system, make it more efficient, or that make state-owned enterprises more productive, or that bring banks back to such a level that they can extend loans, that they are profitable, when you do that, you have better growth. Now, the growth of Greece has been close to 6% as an average in the last 3 years. Very few countries have achieved that. And you have achieved that, as I said, also because you have better productivity. Let me dwell maybe just 1 minute on two major achievements that we have followed very closely as ESM, is the transformation that has happened in the banks. I mean, the banks were really shaky. They had lots of problems. They were not well capitalized. All this is not true anymore. They are now also benefiting from the higher interest rates, which improves their profitability. And as was rightly mentioned by Minister Diakostis, we have now foreign players who are interested in investing into banks. This announcement came in parallel with the announcement of the investment grade. And that's not by chance, because if you have investment grade, well, foreign investors believe in your country. I had the pleasure to visit the agency of Greece that's overseeing the state-owned enterprises, HCAP, and I would like also to underline what progress has been achieved there. Some state-owned enterprises did not even remember what the word profit meant and have come back to profitability just recently. So this is also quite an important achievement, and this effort must continue. Let me maybe just conclude this introductory remark to also stick to the time that's allocated by insisting on one thing that is key, and it also resonates with the question that was asked before. And I'll speak afterwards about the Resilience Fund and Recovery Fund. Is it good to take up debt today with the high debt to GDP that Greece still has? The answer is yes, if the debt is done for productive investment. For productive investment and not to finance running costs. Because what we have seen in the Stability and Growth Pact, which member countries are revisiting just now, and I hope that by the end of the year there's going to be a new Stability and Growth Pact, is that the former program was not fit for purpose in many ways, but one weakness was that there was too much insistence on growth and not enough, too much insistence on stability and not enough on growth and investment. Europe has suffered from underinvestment for more than a decade. Greece has suffered from underinvestment for more than a decade. We must not do that mistake again. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. You're getting applause from the Minister. That's got to be a good sign. Mr.
I have to express my thanks to Pierre for the excellent cooperation we have with the Assembly.
Indeed, indeed. Pavlos, we're going to talk a little later. I'm going to ask you some questions about the condition of the Greek banking sector and its contribution. But for now, I'd love to hear your response to what you've heard and your thoughts on the banking sector's role in Greece's continuing prosperity.
To begin with, let me thank once again the great organization, Daniel, Joan, yourself, Nectaria, of course, for having organized a landmark event once again. So, great job. I'm speaking after two ministers and the managing director of the ESM, so they made great remarks, and I'll try to just follow along on them and not repeat them. I will focus on the preconditions for financing sustainable growth and the role of banks. The managing director said that there was underinvestment in Europe and certainly in Greece. I will try to estimate the size, the quantum of the investment that we in Greece will need for sustainable growth. And here I'd like to make a distinction between what we used to say sustainable growth 2 years ago, which was Greece should have 3% growth for the short term and 2% growth in the medium term given the aging of the population. And what is the new definition of sustainable growth? Something much more difficult. It has to be growth which is environmentally friendly, socially just. It cannot compromise competitiveness, fiscal sustainability, or social cohesion. So clearly, it is something far more challenging, but it also gives great opportunities for Greece, and certainly, I think, for all the enterprises, including the banks of Greece. And now let me be a bit more specific. We estimate that investment as a percentage of GDP needs to rise from 14% to 18 or 20%, 20% being for the new definition of social sustainable growth. In numbers, that's 27 billion needs to rise to 35 to 40 billion per year. That's a very large number. We estimate about 1/2 will be own funds of enterprises. About more than 1/4 will come from banks. So you can do the math, that's about over 10 billion per year from banks. And I included that number, the RRF co-financing. And the other 1/4 will be from foreign direct investment and from public investment. Now, it's not a given that this investment will occur. We need certain necessary conditions to be met, and I think Greece meets these conditions. And let me enumerate them. Number one, the economy needs to be competitive, to remain competitive. The minister said already, we have highest level of exports in our history. And what is not known is that goods exports exceed service exports. Everyone thinks of Greece as shipping and tourism. No, good exports are higher. Corporate profits are at record levels. Foreign direct investment, also mentioned by the minister, record highs, 7.5 billion just in 2022. And something else, total factor productivity, the way the economy takes labor and capital and produces output is increasing. That means we're more efficient. It's increased by 6% over the past 2 years, when in the past it's always been going down. The economy has a skilled workforce, including tech focus. And we have a large diaspora also with high skills, which seems ready to come back. We have political stability, and the comparison to most other advanced economies is, must I say, remarkable. And I don't talk about a party, I'm talking about political consensus towards the middle. Common sense is what the minister said, and I agree. Structural reform, a government with a structural reform agenda. They're not resting on their laurels. There are a series of important reforms on the table: judicial reform, tax evasion, etc. There's fiscal space, also mentioned. Primary surplus of 2% is in the budget. I think is going to be exceeded as it was this year. Debt service requirements for the public debt are low, many thanks to European partners in the ESM, until 2032. Just as important as the debt level is the low debt service. The RRF funds, already mentioned, 36 billion. Favorable climate conditions for renewable, wind and sun. Already 41% of electricity is produced by renewables, and 20% of total energy comes from renewables. We have a geographical location which permits us to be a hub, either for transition energy like LNG, or for pipelines from the Middle East. We have a well-developed energy transition plan, which places a large emphasis on key constraints: the electricity grid, energy efficiency in housing, and the electrification of transportation. And finally, another important condition, no surprise, is you need a well-functioning banking system. And the banking system has undertaken a remarkable transformation. NPEs are no longer an issue, 5% and soon below. And there was no increase in NPEs despite the higher interest rates and despite the higher cost of living which occurred in the past year, which is a very good sign of the health of the economy. Very high levels of liquidity, loan to deposits 60%. Strong, sustainable capital creating profitability, which is necessary for banks. An under-levered economy, disintermediated during the long crisis, with loans to GDP at 60%. But we are still a bank-centered economy where most firms do not have access to markets. We have experienced bankers who know how to underwrite complex projects and guide capital to the highest and the best investments. With a nudge from the ECB, we have climate and environment criteria in our underwriting processes and are announcing financial emissions reductions targets for all our clients. So there are a lot of opportunities for banks to make money in this transition. It is not just a need, it is also an opportunity, as I said earlier. So the stars are aligned after many hard years for Greece to move rapidly on sustainable growth. That's the great news. If I want to end with a bit of caution, I think is that the rest of the world doesn't have these conditions in place, and you cannot achieve sustainable growth worldwide by yourself.
So to summarize, if only the rest of the world were doing as well as Greece, then we'd be okay. Good, I think we can probably all agree with that. I just want to follow up with you with one very brief question. You've given a fairly confident picture of the Greek banking system. Certainly, there's been a very strong recovery. You seem to set out a picture where the Greek banking system is in a good place. On the previous panel, it was stated pretty clearly that non-performing loans are still too high and capital buffers are too low. Who's right, you or the previous panel?
I'm right. No, that's the number is 5%, and the European level is 3%. So there are 2 percentage points which I think will be met very quickly. And let's not forget that part of the difference between the 5 and the 3 is the denominator rather than the numerator. We, as I said, we're disintermediated. So if our loans were at European levels 100% of GDP, we would be quite below. So for NBG, we have net of provisions something like 600 million, 700 million of NPEs. That cannot be a problem.
Okay.
And the capital, I think if you look in 23, with the profitability we are making, the capital is increasing quite well, I would say. I mean, for NBG, we're going to have close to between 300 and 400 basis points of CET1 capital creation just in 23. So I think if you look at 22, before the interest rate hikes, it's one thing. If you look at 23, it's different. The investment grade is helping. We're raising MREL capital. So we are, the capital position is improving quite well.
Okay, so you're still confident. That's good. Minister, I wanted to come back to you. What I'd really like to hear is more detail on what comes next. So, you know, I already mentioned you focused a lot on where Greece has come from, the undeniable challenges that you faced, internal and external, in your period, the first period in government, and how well the country's come through that, generally speaking. But it is, everybody so far this morning has agreed there's still a tremendous amount to be done in terms of structural reforms. The labour market, product markets, taxes, pensions, the judiciary, public administration, endless. It's a long, long list. Now, your feet are firmly under the desk in your second term, and you know, the end of this term will be, no doubt, heavily occupied with what comes next, and elections and electioneering and so on and so forth. So could you spell out, to the extent that you can, your priorities in terms of that long list of structural reforms, and possibly your timing, when you aim to get things done?
Before referring to the reforms you mentioned, allow me to repeat here something I underlined during my intervention in the last ECOFIN meeting, when discussing the new fiscal rules of the European Union. I said that in principle, Greece was and continues to be in favor of a flexibility approach, a flexible approach concerning the fiscal rules of the European Union, in order not to have a straitjacket and not to undermine growth prospects. This is, you know, let's say, a philosophical position of Greece, something we continue to support. However, I said that regardless of the final outcome of the negotiations, as far as the new fiscal rules are concerned, we continue to stick to our fiscal prudence approach, because except the European rules and except the ESM and except the surveillance of Brussels as regards all 27 members of the European Union, we know that there is a continuous surveillance of the markets and of the investors. That's why, regardless of the rules of the European Union, we will continue to have the same fiscal prudence approach, because this is a passport for new investments, for new jobs to be created in Greece, and so on. So this is a first remark. Now, going to your question, to the core of your question concerning the reforms, I refer to two key reforms concerning our ministry, the Ministry of Economy and Finance. The first have to do with public property, concession agreements, you know, decisions which may combine new revenues for the state and the acceleration of growth. And also, I refer to the tax evasion I mean, the reform dealing with tax evasion, how we can further reduce tax evasion. It has been reduced over the last 4 years. This week, a study of the European Commission was published concerning this issue, the VAT gap. There has been a visible progress as regards Greece, but we have to continue. And I think that next week we will have a draft law to be discussed in the Council of Ministers dealing exactly with this problem. And our focus, among other things, will be to take advantage of the new technologies, digital technologies, in order for us to have all the necessary cross-checks and reduce through new technology instruments, big data, and so on, tax evasion. But of course, there are some other key reforms, judiciary, the acceleration of decisions, public health, and also the modernization of the public administration. We are committed to a very progressive program of reforms. This is a personal commitment of the Prime Minister, and we are determined to deliver. Declarations do not matter. We have to prove in practice that we are really progressive, pro-European, a pro-business government.
Okay, thank you. I have to say this translation is excellent. I understood every single word that you said. It's wonderful.
That means that what I said before
I didn't understand a word of that.
Right. But I mean, you had your...
I did, yeah, don't worry. It was very good. You mentioned tax evasion. So just very briefly, you seem to be going after the tax evaders, which we'd all agree is a good thing. What about the tax system itself? So do you have any intention to simplify the tax system so that evasion is less attractive or less easy?
There have been many interventions concerning this issue, many simplifications. We will further proceed revising the taxation codes and so on. But except that, I have to mention that this government reduced taxation in many ways. And I think that this was one of the reasons why we have all these positive developments we refer to. Our aim is, after, let's say, reducing the problem of tax evasion, to further reduce taxation, because we will get, through addressing the problem of tax evasion, more revenues.
Yeah, understood. Okay, excellent. Thank you. Pierre, I want to come to you. I want to take advantage of your external view. Productivity is still an issue. I mean, we've heard a bit of a glass half full account of productivity in Greece so far this morning, that everything's getting better. But I want to take, of course, the glass half empty view. There's still some way to go. So I'm just interested to hear your reflections from outside the country on where you think the blockages are, what you think the government should be focusing on to improve productivity in Greece, which is key to everything else that we've talked about.
Thank you, Alistair. I think Kostis has drawn a very clear picture of where the priorities of reform lie, and I can, as ESM, only underline and support the view that additional reforms are not only a good thing and a nice thing to have, it's really necessary. And you know, your track record, the track record of the government is good on reform, and I see no reason to slow down, and I encourage you not to slow down, because it's for your own benefit. Now, I'm exterior. I don't want to be seen that I know better or the ESM knows better than the country itself. But what you have achieved in the last couple of years speaks for itself. the most important thing is that with the reforms that you have done, your growth is double the average of the euro area. So it shows that reforms are not slowing down the country, are not reducing the purchasing power. They're doing exactly the opposite. Once one has understood that, well, then obviously the mood for reform is more positive. Now, what is key is that if you bake a bigger pie, it's good for taxation, for revenues, it's good for banks, it's good for enterprises. And it's because enterprises are doing well that you have a bigger pie. And it also helps you amortize social burdens. You can distribute more if you produce more. So I think you are, for the time being, and I hope for many more years, in this virtuous circle, which I encourage you to continue. My second point I would like to make is where I see, because this is also your question, is where you see the pockets where there's most gains. And that is making public administration more efficient, making state-owned enterprises more efficient. Some has happened. Third, the judicial system. So it's a lot around state, indirectly and directly, which is good news in a way, because that's the realm, this is the remit of a government. A government can act more swiftly on what is in his own power. And let's not forget that you get a lot of outside support to achieve that, one being the Resilience and Recovery Fund, because these reforms that the European Union is advancing and pushing, I would like to say two things on this. One, the RRF and the 800 billion that have been put into this is the largest act of solidarity in Europe that we have seen since the creation of it and since the creation of the common currency. If you had asked me if this was possible before the pandemic, I would have said you are a dreamer. So let's not take it for granted. It is extraordinary and exceptional. And you are doing quite well. You are among the countries in the 27 who is implementing fastest. So in every country, there's a criticism that the government is not using these funds well enough and fast enough. Even in the countries which are doing relatively well, which is the case for you, that doesn't mean that it is perfect, but you are amongst the best performers. Continue that way. This is quite important. And my last point is private investment. And Pavlos quite rightly underlined that. The need to have a lot of investment. Obviously, public investment, and then private investment. How can we crowd in, how can you crowd in private investments? There's many ways. It would be a long discussion on its own. But I want to underline how the Resilience and Recovery Fund is helping, but that one is temporary. You need to have yourself, in your economy and in your country, enough attractiveness to continue on that road in the future. And I see positive signs on that, and you have become a more open economy than you ever were. You're exporting more than you ever did, which was rightly mentioned. Your competitiveness is getting better, and that will help you improve your investment grade, because we're all very happy that Greece now has investment grade. Right. But it's at the lowest level of investment grade. So there's still a lot of potential, and I encourage you to use that.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that. We're very close to the end of our time. Everybody's ready for their coffee, but I want to give you the last word, so I will ask you to be very brief. It's a very straightforward question. Everybody in Europe, lots of people in the Western world, are absolutely sick and tired of austerity and stagnant living standards. You're persisting with a very strict fiscal discipline. Can you take your population with you?
We had a very successful result twice, in May and June. We won the elections. And I think that this result is one more advantage for our economy, because now we can combine the right policy mix, the right economic policy mix, with political stability. Mr. Mylonas referred to. This is a unique opportunity for us. But anyway, I think that we combined successfully fiscal prudence with social policy, social cohesion policy. We increased minimum wage significantly without undermining the competitiveness of our economy and of our enterprises. We increased, after 14 years, the salaries of public employees without undermining the target set in agreement with the European Commission concerning the primary surplus and all the relevant sizes. So we'll continue this way. We'll continue supporting those in need in our society, but without forgetting that the real, let's say, foundations have to do with fiscal prudence and with a responsible fiscal and economic policy.
Excellent. That's a good answer. Please join me in thanking our wonderful panel and enjoy your coffee. We'll see you after the break.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I ask you please to take your seats as soon as possible. We're going to get started with the next session. Our speakers are here, so please take a seat. So we continue now after the coffee break with a session entitled On the Right Track for a New Growth Model in the Region. We're delighted to have the Minister of Development of Greece, Kostas Grekas, who I invite to join me now on the stage. We will also be joined by Andrea Moraru, Regional Head of Greece and Cyprus at the EBRD, European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. And we have Athanasios Papanikolaou, Board Member of the Federation of Hellenic Food Industries and the CEO of Vivatia. Welcome all of you. Welcome, Minister. Please join me on the stage and we'll get started. Nice to meet you. Yeah, take a seat. Welcome, Minister. Take a seat. And welcome. Thank you very much. We're going to get started, and I'm going to hand straight over to the Minister, who I believe will make some opening remarks for 4 or 5 minutes.
Yes. Well, good morning, everybody. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for the kind invitation. And I think this is a great forum, a very important forum, which takes place during a period when Greek economy, has realized some very important achievements and accomplishments. So now they have told me to change to Greek, to turn it to Greek, so I don't know which language should I use. But let me say, since we have a few people from abroad, let me say that indeed, over the last 4 or 5 years, the Greek economy is growing constantly. Last year, this year, the current year, the growth is 2.4%. It will reach 3% in 2024. So the Greek economy currently is growing with a pace which is 3 times, 4 times higher than the average European growth. Also, exports in 2022 have been considerably increased versus 2019. We have an increase in exports of more than 60%. Foreign direct investments have increased by 57% in 2022 versus 2021, when Europe as a whole entity grew, foreign direct investments in Europe grew only by 1%. 57% increase in 1 year, just 1% increase in FDI in Europe. We have created 400,000 new jobs over the last 4 years. We suffer from an inflation, of course, which in Greece is 2.4%. It is half of the European average inflation. That means that the measures that we have taken in order to to tackle inflation pressures are effective, of course, are not enough, and therefore we continue taking measures in order to support and to help households against those extreme inflationary pressures. And of course, last but not least, very recently we have obtained investment grade. And this is the proof that the economic growth of Greece is sustainable. Of course, now the big question and the big challenge is how to maintain, how to keep such a sustainable growth in the following years. Over a period that we face a very volatile geopolitical scene. We have a war, a devastating war, because of the Russian invasion to Ukraine. We have a volatile situation in Israel. We had to confront pandemic. We had to confront inflation pressures because of the COVID, and then we had to manage a huge energy crisis caused by the COVID and because of the Russian invasion to Ukraine. And it is it is very remarkable the fact that we have achieved all the previous accomplishments, having at the same time to confront and to tackle all these 4 global crises. So, what are the priorities that we have set as a government in order to be able to sustain a robust economic growth? We have 5 priorities. The first has to do with the huge transformation of our energy sector. Currently, we have planned and we are implementing a green transition, a very ambitious green transition. In the first 8 months, more than 50% of the electricity consumption came from renewables. Last year, we have deployed almost 2,000 megawatts of renewables, when between 2015 and 2019, we were constructing and connecting to the grid only 200 and 300 megawatts, 2,000 megawatts in 2022. The same pace of deployment continues. We have estimated that by the year 2030, 80% of the electricity consumption should come from renewables. For this reason, we're going to deploy more or less another 11 to 12 gigawatts of renewables. We have to deploy around 8 gigawatts of storage capacity, both batteries and storage systems. And of course, we have to increase the electrical connections, the interconnections with the neighboring countries. So we have recently doubled the electricity connection with Bulgaria. We are tripling the electricity connection with Albania. We are doubling electricity interconnection with Italy and North Macedonia. And of course, we have 2 visionary projects that yesterday obtained the PCI status, which is the electricity interconnection between Egypt and Greece, and of course, electricity interconnection, submarine electricity interconnection between Greece, Crete, and Cyprus. We also implementing a huge renovation wave because energy efficiency is in the core of our strategy for the green transition. We also committed to a bold reform agenda. EY announced that Greece is #1 in the world when it comes to the development pace of reducing the red tape, cutting the red tape. Digitalization of the public sector is one of our main priorities. Also, we are promoting research and innovation. Greece has been announced to be the first in the increase of public investments, public spending in the energy and innovation sector within Europe, and the 6th European member state in absolute terms. That shows how much committed we are in promoting research and innovation, and moreover to connect, to link research with industry. So no research for research, but research in order to arrive to final products and services. We want to transform Greece into the main logistics hub in the southeast Europe, and of course the port of Piraeus, but also the other 4 ports that are currently under development are going to play a very important role. And final, last but not least, industry and manufacturing. Tourist sector is very important. Shipping sector is very important. The Greek fleet represents 60% of the European fleet. We have more than 5,520 ships. So all these sectors are very important, but without a very sound industrial base, manufacturing base, I don't think that we can sustain long-term development for the Greek economy. Therefore, new incentives for promoting industrial activities are going to be announced, and of course, all those incentives are going to be linked with the extroversion of those industries. So now is the time for someone to invest in Greece because we have a stable political environment with our government. Very recently, it took office. We have a new term of 4 years. We have a robust economy. We are very much committed on cutting the red tape and continuing the structural reforms. We have a remarkable human capital with a strong academic background. And of course, Greece is constantly a pillar of stability in the broader area of Southeast Mediterranean and Southeast Europe.
Well, thank you very much for that, Minister, for outlining the priorities. And I think we had several panels this morning, and some of the points that you've made, particularly about investment, about raising the level of investment in Greece, came up on all the panels, actually, and it seems to be that there's a kind of a convergence around this view that that's the key, really, to long-term growth, to sustaining growth in Greece over the medium and long term. And of course, this comes after a period in which investment as a share of GDP in Greece during the crisis years really sank to new lows. So we're talking about increasing, Mr. Malonas this morning talked about increasing the level of fixed investment as a percentage of GDP to around 19-20% from where it is now, 14%, and that being the key. So I guess the question is, how to do that. And even before the crisis, Greece didn't have a good track record of attracting FDI, and that started to change. So I guess this probably should be a focus of our discussions today, and how can Greece and Europe begin to, in a way, catch up with what we see in the US, which is far ahead of Europe in this regard, whether it's because of deeper capital markets, role of venture capital, role of R&D, investment in innovation, and so on. We need to look to some of these examples. So I'd like to hear from the other panelists, and you again, Minister, afterwards, about how you see this. And maybe first of all, from the EBRD's perspective, that's obviously a big priority of yours, attracting foreign investors. That's your particular remit, I believe, Andrea.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. And I would like to thank the organizer, The Economist, for inviting me to be part of this distinguished conference I attended over the last 2 days, and I can say it was one of the best conferences I've attended in a very long time. So thank you very much once again. It's an honor for me to be here. So I'm sure that you're all familiar with who we are, but just in a nutshell, we are an impact investor, development bank operating in 38 countries. We started to operate in a different Greece in 2015 on a temporary mandate in the middle of the financial crisis. Initially, we supported the bailing of the 4 systemic banks, but since then changed a lot. And we are very proud to say that during this period, we invested 7 billion in the Greek economy in over 100 projects. We can say probably that we are the biggest investor through the crisis in the private sector. And I'd like to outline this because it's important to John's point. For us in Greece, the mandate has been really focusing on supporting private sector. So 100% of our portfolio is private. And another pillar of our strategy here is to try to mobilize investors, even during the crisis, to try to bring them to the country, and also to provide comfort to their investments in the country. So we heard a lot of praise for Greece during the previous panels, during the last 3 days, and we fully agree with this. It's an amazing transformational story. We wouldn't believe in 2015 when we opened our office in Athens on a temporary basis that in 8 years we are going to invest 7 billion. And things accelerated actually since 2019 when we've seen an increase in reform, and also he's been accompanied about the increase in our investment in the country, and also about the change in the structure of the investor in the country. Initially, we focused a lot on short-term trade, banking sector. Since 2019, we started to see privatizations like PPC that we supported, other investments that we've done on the capital markets, in the infrastructure. So the structure of the investor changed significantly. Now, going forward, there is a positive momentum, but we have to maintain this momentum, and what we need to do, what Greece needs to do, and to continue this growth trajectory, and also, more important, build resilience, make the economy of extroversion. We talk a lot about the dependence on tourism. And also attract foreign investors, that it's key for this. I mean, gross capital formation has been very low. It's the investment gap, it's still about 100 billion compared to other countries. So there is lots of things to be done. So from our point of view, few things that we see crucial for this. RRF is key. We see it as an amazing tool to attract investors. It's a tool that mobilize investors because it combines the European funds with private money through the commercial banks and IFIs. We are also part of a small implementer. We have 4% of the facility. But more important, these are investments and loans that are done on commercial basis. So all the projects that are done are sustainable, are long-term, and for new projects. We've seen Greece has been the front runner for this, 11 billion by August. What we'd like to see now, an acceleration of this, and more important, disbursement of these funds, because I've seen there have been lots of approvals, but the disbursements have not been quite slow. Second, capital markets. This is very important to mobilize investors and also to diversify the funding sources available to Greek companies. We've seen that it can be quite challenging to be dependent on the banking sector. The banking sector now is doing very well, high liquidity, but it's important also to have this capital market as a tool to attract financing, and not only debt financing, but also equity financing, because this is another thing that is needed in Greece. Companies, they need capital in order to grow. After 10 years of crisis, the capital and the leverage of some of the companies is very low. And we've been very supportive of this. We are, again, one of the largest investors on the capital markets in Greece. We invested in bonds and also in equity. And then it's important to continue with the structural reforms, and they've been mentioned this morning. For us, very important is digitalization. Greece has been the front runner, and we can say that probably it's one of the countries that they took the most advantage of the COVID crisis in the acceleration of the digital agenda, with all the digital platform that have been created. This is a good base, but there is still lots of work to be done. There is lots of education required, I think, for the overall population to be able to understand, to have these tools at their disposal and use them, that will have an impact on the reduction of tax evasion, also the improvement of the healthcare sector through the digitalization of the records, education, and so on. Reform of the education is very important. As Greece is trying to change the structure of the economy, we have to create jobs and people. We have to prepare people for the future Greece that will require different skills that are now. So this is also, and I understand that it's quite high on the government agenda. And the judicial system, which is also very important. Some progress has been done, but still a lot of work. Greece came down from a very high level of NPL, so 15%. But all these NPLs are still in the economy, and also to attract investors in this type of structure, you need to have a system that is able to clear these non-performing loans.
Thank you very much, Andrea. So it's very good to have a representative from the business sector, from one of a key industry in Greece. So thank you very much, Mr. Papanikolaou, for joining us. As I say, agri-food, big, important business for Greece, suffered some damage, unfortunately, in the recent floods, and we'll have to see what the impact will be, going forward. But a sector with a lot of potential, and I'm sure you're going to tell us about that and, what's needed really to drive the growth of that sector and what you'd like to see from the government's second term.
Thank you very much for the invitation. Allow me to speak in Greek. I was prepared to speak in Greek. They told me yesterday to speak in Greek. So, είμαι εδώ εκπροσωπώντας τη
So I'm here representing Vivartia. I'm the CEO of Vivartia, one of the largest CVC investments in the country, and I also represent the Hellenic Federation of Food Industries, which is the official body representing the Greek food industry as a whole. Let me say a few things about that. Our federation is one of the largest players in Greece. We have a turnover of 15.5 billion euros and huge export capabilities and a turnover of more than 6 billion euros of exports. Currently, the supply chain is one of the top priorities for the government and the country. It's one of the concepts that rank really high in our agenda. How are we going to deal with this, given the circumstances, the challenges ahead? Over the past years, given the energy crisis and the pandemics and the geopolitical crisis, what I would like to say, and thank God we have the minister next to us, is that we have been able to ensure our supply of food. There has been no shortages in our country during this period. The market operated smoothly and it turned out to be resilient. What we all understand is that through these challenges, geopolitical, financial, etc., there are certain measures we have to take in order to be even stronger in the years ahead. In this context, the ESG context, I think, will be extremely helpful also in order to forward our green transition, the development of technologies, and the integration of AI mainly in our processes. I believe that this will help us in order to tackle many of the risks ahead. Given the report by the World Economic Forum, 9 out of 10 top industrial risks for the agri-food sector relate to the ESG context. What I would like to comment upon is the following. We took some steps and we have already adopted the SDGs by 2030. Sadly, following the report by the UN, 82% of all KPIs are not have been derailed, are off the track. We have 17 KPIs set by the UN. These 17 KPIs most likely won't be attained until 2030. We have a huge shortage of a lack of training in our businesses on ESG, and there are also shortages because of the lack of resources and funds and money because of the recent developments. Globally, we are 11 to 15 trillion dollars short in order to reach the point we should. So we also, as business, we have to quadruple our investments in order to modernize and attain the UN set goals. This means that the private businesses have to align themselves and coordinate with the state in order to get better support and perhaps better financing for the investments in the pipeline. In any case, we, the Federation of Hellenic Food and Industries, we have identified some of the opportunities ahead, and allow me to identify the ones that are related to the agri-food sector. Turn to organic farming. It's very, very important. There is a huge global demand for organic products. Consumers ask for better food. They want to have better food on their table, less sugar, less chemicals, and Greece can do that, and we can play a leading role in that. Second, sustainable supply chains. So businesses may focus on increasing their sustainability by introducing practices for proper management of water resources, better waste management, and fair compensation to farmers. It is very important also to support local communities. We believe that there is space for businesses to support the local stakeholders, because if we do that, we will keep the second generation farmers on their land people who are skilled, qualified, well-trained. They won't leave their villages, they won't leave the country, and they will stay there in order to contribute. Last but not least, I think we should support our businesses by means of transparency and healthy and proper governance. When the businesses are well organized and structured, this will be to the benefit of our country. So in this context, the Federation of Hellenic Food Industries has set as a priority to attain the ESG KPIs, which lead to a better market, to a better industry, to a better economy, which allow our country to have socially responsible products and healthy products on our table. This is what we stand for. Respecting the time allocated to me, I'm ready for your questions.
The goals, the ESG goals, and tying that into the potential for this particular sector in Greece, which I agree with you, has great scope for growth. And I want to come back and ask you a few questions in a minute. But first, turning back to you, Minister, of course, feel free to comment on anything that you've heard from your co-panelists. I just wanted to ask you about something we haven't discussed that much in the proceedings so far, just about government's privatization plans. Because if we're talking about unleashing more entrepreneurship and attracting investment, Greece still has a relatively large state sector. It's good to hear what's coming down the pipeline in terms of privatization as well.
Although this is a responsibility of the Minister of Economy, but anyway, I can tell you that for sure we are very much committed in privatize the companies that must be privatized. On all the previous period, as a Minister of Energy and Environment, I would like to remind you that we privatized the state-owned gas company 100%, and getting also a very important price, a very good price for that asset. And we also increased the private participation to PPC, to the public power company. In all those, in these two cases, I think that finally that strategy has helped the companies to evolve. We see now that PPC has become a national champion. PPC is expanding its business activities in Romania. Very recently, it was announced that PPC acquired Enel Romania. They also participate to the scheme that they are going to develop the largest dam and a hydroelectric power plant in North Macedonia. So we see a former state, completely state-owned company, because still state owns 34% of the share, but a former 100% state-owned company has become a company with large extroversion, a company which is growing, passing through an energy crisis with minimum, let's say, minimum damages, if any. And currently they announced that they are going to have 10 million users, 10 million customers of electricity. So privatization will play a very important role. And I know from the Ministry of Economy that also we have other assets that enter a status to be privatized or to be sold, to be utilized through the participation of the private sector. But I would like to say that Greece has done many steps all the previous years over this period that we faced a huge financial crisis, and which lasted more than 10 years. And it is indeed a unique turnaround success story, because a few years ago Greece was the black sheep of Europe, And during COVID period and onwards, Greece was the example that was shown globally for other more developed countries to follow. That means that finally here in Greece we can do things, we can be pioneers, we can be front runners, even in green transition, in the economy, but we need to have one main thing, which is a very strong government with a strong political will to do what is necessary to maintain and to stimulate a sustainable growth for the benefit of the people, because everything we do it for the people.
Thank you, and of course we concur with that. I was just talking with Daniel Franklin, my co-chair in the break, that we sat here on this stage, through those crisis years when it was a lot of doom and gloom. So it's very, very nice to be much more positive on this platform today. But we will look forward, and maybe you could address one of the questions and challenges raised by Mr. Papanikolaou, and it's a challenge that's facing other sectors in Greece, which is compliance with these ESG goals, which is actually going to be quite expensive and difficult, for this sector, the food sector, to meet these goals. It's going to cost a lot of money, and there's going to be a lot of training required. So I guess I wanted to ask you, what can the state do to support the private sector in realizing these ESG goals, because it's going to be a major challenge for many sectors in Greece over the coming period.
And for this, certainly we're going to need quite a lot of money that must be invested. But let me say that the national strategy in cutting CO2 emissions is helping the private sector to fulfill also partly the commitments regarding ESG. So if, for example, we manage to use 80% of the electricity demand from renewables, that means that the electricity that food industry and all industry, Greek industry, that is going to use is going to be produced from renewables, and it's going to have 80% lower CO2 emissions versus the past. Also, but at the same time, of course, we have other financial instruments and incentives in order to help them manage their waste, and the waste they produce to be used as raw material for another industry. So we're promoting circular economy. And in fact, let me say that in the following months, we're going to announce a new investment law, which exactly is going to help and support the industry to manage, reduce the footprint, the environmental footprint, and also establish maybe new sectors of the industry that will take the waste after the collection in order to transform them into products. And this is going to be announced in the following period. So CO2 emissions cutting, managing and treating the waste, all these issues that will help our industry to be sustainable in the future, because people are more and more friendly and are more and more aware of what the product that they buy is doing to the environment.
Thank you. Andrea, maybe you would like to come in on this question as well, because obviously it's a big focus of yours at the EBRD. usefully be done here, both by government and by the private sector itself too?
Look, from our side, as an investor, we are pushing a lot to raise the ESG standards for our investments in Greece. As a bank, we committed that by 2025, 50% of our investments are in green projects. In Greece, we already exceeded this last year. 55% of our investments have been green. What we do, we are supporting our clients to embark into this journey. For example, for the financial institutions, we have a program where we support them incorporating climate risk in their underwriting criteria. For the corporates that we work with, we push them to issue more green bonds, sustainability-linked bonds. So everything we do, actually all our investment these days are screened against ESG, because this is the only way to create this environment where people become very aware and they're very keen to embark on this transformation. So we are from the investor side, we are pushing a lot, and I'm very pleased to say that we've seen quite a change in mindset in the last couple of years in Greece about the ESG, green sustainability. Actually, we've seen the first issuance for a sustainability-linked bond coming from Greece in our countries of operation, which was PPC, which was a big step forward, because the sustainability-linked bonds is not only linked only to the use of proceeds of a bond, it changed the full business of the company in reducing emissions. And we are also working with SMEs. We also have to mention SMEs because it's an important component of the Greek economy. We have a very successful advisory program that actually is supported by the Greek government, the Minister of Development and the Minister of Finance, for which we are very grateful, where we work with really small companies, with advisors, to make them aware of the ESG issues, how they can improve the standards. We put consultants that help them to raise this as well. And last but not least, we have a program to advise the government on PPPs, also very successful. This is also very important in the context of the recent climate events. So we are working on structuring PPPs for irrigation. We have now a project that actually is the last one, was announced last week, goes to tuition on the student accommodation in Thessaly. So everything we try to do in our activities to have also a green component alongside our private sector mandate.
Thank you. This probably got to be the last question because we have to move on to the next session, which is again a focus on financial sector in Greece. I'm sure some of these points will be picked up. But a question for you, a couple of things. Are you concerned about a knock-on impact of the floods, obviously on agriculture, on food prices? You said Greece hasn't experienced shortages, but I'm thinking about next year and what the consequences of this are going to be and what support is needed from the government for the sector. And I know support has been given by the government. And just very quickly, because it was a theme yesterday about the role of AI and its use cases, particularly in this field of agriculture in terms of monitoring crops and all this. Is AI already being used in the sector in a small way or a big way? And how do you see the future of that?
Thank you for the question.
What I would like to say is that we, as a company, for many years, we have been in Greece for more than 70 years. We are active in the primary sector. All these years we had a lot of developments. The products have changed, the factories have changed, the procedures have changed. Many of the latest investments we have done, especially in dairy group, we have cooperated with the government and research and European programs, and we got funds to develop our factories. After the investment of CVC, which is the sole investor of the company, ESG and the philosophy of ESG is now part of our company. Every different company has a special department and the responsibility of management is how to focus on these priorities. We know today that the value of a company does not come from shares to the shareholders, but the price value created via investment programs and modernization of the products and upgrading. We constantly cooperate with the government in this field. We try to find plots. What we miss in our country is not the plot, the ground, but manpower. We cannot find people who have the knowledge and the productivity we need in this field. It is an issue, manpower in primary sector, agriculture, and husbandry. We have discussed with the ministry how to bring people to work, but people that need to have the productivity they need in this part. It's a difficult period for primary sector. That's why we keep saying we need to invest, to have educated people, to have training and cooperation of the private sector with the government.
Well, thank you very much. We have been running late all morning, partly to do with the transport problems this morning, which everybody's aware of in Athens. But I don't want to run too much into the next session. So please join me in thanking our panel this morning. Thank you very much indeed. Maybe in the middle, Andrea. Handing over to Daniel now. Thank you.
So good morning, everybody. We're going to press straight on. The Minister is already here for the next session, so we are aware that we need to be prompt. I would just like to say that for all those in the room who happen to be called Dimitrios and Dimitra, I'm aware that today is your name day, so if I've got that right. Also acknowledging that this is an important day for Thessaloniki, celebrating liberation of the city. So we've never had this conference so late in the year, so it's the first time we have an opportunity to acknowledge this. So we move on in a very similar theme to continuing the conversation in a sense from what we've just been hearing. I'm joined by Gikas Ardouvelis, Chairman of the Board of Directors of the National Bank of Greece, Professor of Finance at the University of Piraeus, and of course you were Finance Minister in those days that we've been hearing about another Greece, we just heard Andrea saying, and since then, of course, a great transition, which I think you were instrumental in getting underway. And Colin Ellis, Global Credit Strategist with Moody's Investment Services. Welcome to you both. We're really going to focus on the macro situation first. It seems extraordinary now to look back at those terrible times of the global financial crisis, and we've been hearing about the extraordinary turnaround case study that Greece represents. But is all this really in the rearview mirror, is the first question, or could something similar happen again if you survey the global and in particular the European landscape? Start with you, Gikas.
Well, Dan, I think you put your finger on the right spot. I think it is in the rear view mirror. I don't think the probability of having another huge crisis like the one we saw back in 2007, 2009 can happen again with the same ferocity. And there are many reasons for that. At that time, the primary reason for the crisis was the fact that banks were over-levered, the private sector was over-levered, corporates, you had a real estate bubble that burst, and more important, what had happened, the banks had taken advantage of an innovation of how to spread risk away from their balance sheet. So they forgot about of how to lend and how to examine their customers. Essentially, they would lend and then they would distribute. They would sell their loans, or but the tranching that took place, the market learned of how to separate different types of risk and package it and sell it, but they overdid it. Banks didn't worry so much about credit risk, and that's how we reached the crisis, I think. That's gone. Right now, I mean, rating agencies, for example, became very, very smart, trying to watch out for these things. But primarily, the regulators got involved. We had Basel III after 2009. In Europe, in the effort to form the banking union, we have institutions like the SSM and the FRB that are on top of the banks. So banks are well capitalized now, which means they have low leverage, and they also are quite liquid. There are rules on liquidity. So the banks are doing well all over Europe. In fact, the Greek banks are doing extremely well. In the stress tests that were recently announced in July, and the SSM does them every 2 years, the Greek banks were like, all three of them were like among the top 20. My bank was the 5th among all the banks. So there's definitely, at least the financial sector is more stable. If a crisis is to occur, it may occur from another place, and most likely the non-bank financial institutions. That sector has grown in Europe from like handling about 15 trillion euros back in 2007. Now they handle, they have doubled in size, about 30 trillion, and they're not regulated. We don't know if they're levered, so if something happens to them, it might interfere with the banks if the banks are involved with them. And they are, some of them. So you should never say we're not going to see another crisis, but I think we can handle it now. The other item that's different now, we have restrictive fiscal and monetary policy. The economies, the global economy is in a sort of recession, kind of. That can affect the banking sector, but it's not going to create a crisis situation. That's what I think.
So that's reassuring, but I think it's helpful that you put your finger at just a sort of little glimmer of where the next crisis might come from if we're not careful. And just to follow up on this non-banking financial center, do you have any sense of what should or could happen to guard against that? Because it's quite easy to see how you regulate. There's been a lot of thinking and control through the Basel process and on the banking sector, but how do you begin with the non-bank financial sector?
That's a problem. I guess in Europe, we should begin in agreeing between the countries of the definition of a bank, because we don't have the same definition of a bank. So when you talk about the non-bank financial sector, you're talking about not only traditional investment funds or pension funds that you kind of know them, you know what they do, but anything that's new. The new fintech companies are trying to enter the banking sector, and they're trying to lend. Some of them do lend overnight, and they're trying to take the low-hanging fruit without being called a bank, and therefore without being under the auspices of the regulator. That's a problem that the regulators have and the politicians have to worry about. How do you actually create a perimeter around institutions that actually take deposits and also lend at the same time? If they do one of the two, they're not called a bank, and then you cannot control them. So somehow you have to do other things. But this is not my problem. My problem, I represent a bank.
Well, it could affect you. That's the thing.
It could affect. Me, I worry. I definitely worry about counterparty risk. We're checking all our counterparties. Definitely, we do that.
So, Colin, I think that's a good segue to you and the rating agencies, and you know, whether you can monitor this. And is this on your radar screen? And feel free to also mention other things that are on your radar screen with respect to potential crises of the future.
Thank you very much, Daniel, Professor. It's wonderful to be back here in Athens. I think it's right that we broaden our focus beyond the banking sector and think about what we call NBFIs, or non-bank financial institutions. I agree the definition is a bit blurry from place to place. But I think I'd make a couple of points just to remind us all why banks are so important. Firstly, with everything we've seen over the past 13 or 14 months, it's still been the banking sector where we've seen pockets of risk crystallize. So we cannot forget about Silicon Valley Bank. We cannot forget about Signature Bank. Credit Suisse was another very timely reminder that banks can fail long before they get anywhere near insolvency. Banking remains a confidence game. You have to persuade your customers and your investors that you will manage your risk effectively. And if you lose that confidence, then very quickly you can fail. And banks still play roles that are incredibly different from the non-bank parts of the financial sector. So, you know, when I think about direct lending, for example, which NBFIs have done a lot of, private credit, you know, investment firms and companies lending money directly to businesses in a intermediated way, but not in a transparent way like banks do. Yes, of course, we see the risks there, and we worry about the ability of some of those players to manage their portfolios, particularly given the explosion in direct lending over the past 2 or 3 years. We worry a bit about how transparent they are about defaults, to be entirely honest, because we're pretty clear about what we call a default. Sometimes I think things that we would call a default, they won't, so we worry about the comparability of data. But even if you saw an issue there, the fact remains that NBFIs do not create money. Banks do. That's the nature of the way that banking works in advanced economies nowadays. And they are also not as embedded in the infrastructure of the financial system, and particularly payment systems, as banks typically are. So, of course, we worry about risks everywhere, but I think there will always be good reasons why we focus on the banking sector with regulation. In terms of what needs to happen going forwards, my focus at Moody's is really about how these inherent problems in particular parts of the non-bank sector could become systemic. So, you know, let's just be absolutely clear. If you believe in some aspect of a market economy, you believe in the freedom to lose your money for a risk to crystallize and you suffer a loss. That inherent risk in and of itself is exactly what economies should cope with. Whether that becomes systemic either through counterparty risk or through triggering asset price declines elsewhere, or through a general shift in contagion around risk appetite from investors, those are the kinds of channels I think we need to worry about.
And is there any one of those channels in particular that you have your beady eye on right now?
The one that worries me the most is the contagion channel, because you can have an issue, you can have a problem in one part of the sector which may be totally unconnected in a direct way to another risky asset in another part of the financial sector, but it still has the potential to trigger correlated asset price declines, which then can fill into fire sales and other issues. And that kind of psychological linkage is incredibly hard to deal with. You know, we had a mini government in the UK last year, and one of the reactions to their budget measures I would characterize in that kind of form. And that's where, to pick up on one other big change since 2007, 2009, I think the shift from policymakers has been incredibly important. And with Credit Suisse, with the US banks, we saw policymakers step in very quickly. With the gilt market meltdown in September, October last year, we saw the Bank of England step in very quickly. And in all three of those instances, they weren't following a prescribed rule book. You know, the US extended deposit insurance, the Swiss rewrote the rules on Sunday night in terms of changing the law. There was no playbook for the Bank of England. So I think the emphasis on responsive policymakers as guardians of financial stability is also a positive.
Speed. Things happen very fast.
Yes.
Gikas, one of the big worries currently has been and continues to be inflation. How long do you think this is going to hang over us as one of the major concerns? And where are we in this battle against inflation?
I'd say we're not going to, I think inflation already started declining, core inflation less fast, but already started declining. But I don't see going down to the very low inflation rates we saw the last 10 years. The world has changed. If I try to forecast 5 or 10 years ahead, I can see investment demand rising, for example, because of the environment. I can see essentially, that would be the biggest driver of inflation. And also, the world is being fragmented. We have lost the globalization momentum. We're more or less stagnating. We're being fragmented the last 5 years. And China used to be the locomotive of growth, and China is no longer growing as much.
You may have deflation in China.
You may have deflation in China, but in every other country, there are supply-side issues, and all these supply-side issues imply rising prices. I'd see the supply side become more important in the future. So if I were to look in the longer term, I think people start thinking that perhaps a 2% rate of inflation may not be optimal. Central bankers, some economists are talking about raising the bar from 2% to 3%, although that's kind of dangerous because it involves issues of credibility, and I don't necessarily recommend it. But in general, I think we're moving into an environment of I think, higher inflation. Now, that also implies higher interest rates. And I see not only the inflation premium in nominal rates rising, but also the risk-free rate rising for two reasons. The real rate rising. The real rate rises because the risk-free rate is likely going to rise, and also inflation, also risk premium is going to increase. Risk in general is much larger globally, exactly because of geopolitical tensions and the split between countries. That drives up the risk premium, that drives up the real rate. And then on top of it, you have inflation risk and inflation risk premium. So that's how I see the world 5-10 years ahead.
What's the optimal rate for a bank?
In the meantime, it's all going to be what the ECB and the Fed will do.
Can I ask you for a bank what the optimal rate is? Because I mean, to some extent, the bank's profits have benefited from inflation, clearly.
Yeah, the banks, well, the banks that are actually managed well, they actually profit from an increase in interest rates. In the last 6-7 years, we had very low rates, even negative nominal rates, and this was bad for the banks. It was very hard for them to operate. It was very hard for them to do the disintermediation role. Now that interest rates normalized, Greek banks at least became profitable. Things became normal. Now, where banks could lose by when rates are jacking up and abruptly is if they haven't hedged their bond portfolios. Banks that are not hedged, properly run, they run into risk. Greek banks actually behaved well. We saw it.
Colin, your view on inflation?
It's perhaps not quite as negative as Professor Hardivelis, but it's similar. I mean, this is, if the global financial crisis was a test of financial stability, which I think with hindsight we'd say we probably failed, this episode right now is the global test of inflation targeting. And it is an existential issue for independent central banks. So although we're through the kind of peak rates of headline inflation, and probably through the peak core inflation rates, we think the challenge to get inflation all the way back down to kind of 2% targets in advanced economies is going to be a difficult one. And that's why we see monetary policy as remaining tight, probably all the way through to 2026 here in Europe. Because I don't think central banks can afford to lose this battle. I think if we accept...
They're going to stick to 2% as the target, or thereabouts as the expectation?
I think so. I mean, from country to country it varies, of course, because in some countries or some regions, the central bank defines their own definition of price stability, and the ECB does that here in the euro area. The Fed does it in the US. In the UK, for example, the inflation target of 2% is decided by Parliament. So the institutional arrangements differ, but I don't honestly think they can contemplate moving away from 2% right now, because it would become a self-fulfilling prophecy in terms of expectations. And also, as the professor said, it would be incredibly damaging for credibility. So we think we've kind of done the easy bit now. You know, headline inflation's come back down, but it will be more of a grind to get all the way back to 2% around the world. And that's why we think policy will remain tight. If we are moving to a world where we are happy to accept 3 to 4% inflation with higher interest rates as well, that's a very different world, and it matters an awful lot for us because institutional strength, the ability to do what you said you were going to do, is incredibly important when it comes to assessing credit. If we're in a world where now there are more question marks and more doubt about your ability to deliver, there's more risk.
So, as in so much else, it comes down to a question of trust, I think, and
yes.
Credibility. To finish, I want to turn our attention to Greece and the prospects for Greece, and particularly the financial outlook for Greece. We've heard some very rosy discussions now. Do you share this rosy view? And what are the risks for Greece? What's the glass half empty scenario for Greece?
Oh. Okay, well, I think I'm optimistic about the country. And the fundamental reason for my optimism is the fact that I think the country has matured. It went through a huge crisis, and it made both politicians and the public realize that the public sector is not invincible. It's not there to distribute goodies, but you don't only have demands from the public sector, but you also have obligations. And then the Greek citizens finally connected the payment and their wages to the taxes. When they see demonstrations out for asking for more wages, immediately they grab their pocket because they know they're going to be taxed for it. They didn't do this before. So also during the crisis, we did a lot. We have a well-organized tax office, independent tax office. We have digitalized a lot of the public sector. I think people spoke about this before. And also, we're lucky to have political stability. Political stability is a must if you want to do things, if you want to continue to reform the country. I mean, you can see that all the fiscal issues that Europeans worry about now and about the Stability and Growth Pact, it doesn't touch the Greeks because the Greeks know they have to generate primary surpluses for a long time. They have a huge debt to GDP ratio, but they are doing well. They brought it down. It's already at the end of 2023, we'll be at 160% of GDP, and it was like 200% 4 years ago. And it's still going down, and by 2025, we may even do better than Italy. We will have a lower debt to GDP ratio than Italy.
Maybe shouldn't be the best target to have, but anyway, but that's another.
Anyway, so all I'm saying is I sense seriousness in the whole, in all the country. If you read the media, they don't nag about little details. They understand the fiscal situation is something you have to do. It's a major constraint. You have to abide by it. And then the other thing that's a plus is that finally, if you're at the bottom, there's one way to go up, and we are in that trajectory. Capital investment is going up. We have FDI coming into the country, The RRF is kind of providing insurance that investment money will flow in. The Greeks were among the best in trying to attract the funds and actually have already distributed some of the funds. It looks like the country has its act together, in other words. Of course, and the financial sector, I guess I talked about it before, is very stable. I mean, the NPE ratio is like almost around 5% now in the country. It used to be 50%. And yes, a lot of the NPEs are within the economy, but, and somehow there are some individuals that have to still handle their obligations, but the owners of those funds are not Greeks. I mean, the risk is outside the banks, and it's outside Greece itself. So I don't consider it as a major issue. What are the risks? There are always risks. The risk is, can you continue reforming the country? Because, you know, the cost of reforms, a political party sees it today, but the benefit comes later. So we need to push, especially on delivering justice quickly. We need to push on tax evasion still exists. Our VAT gap is declining, but still among the highest in Europe. It's like we're missing about 18% of VAT taxes. We know there is underlying economic activity, and we should have gotten that VAT, but somehow we're not getting it. And we're getting better at grabbing it, but we're still not there. The biggest problems, I think, for Greece, which are common European problems, is demographics. They're not the problem of the next 5 or 10 years, but it's looking forward, because a country is strong, is economically strong, and it's also politically strong if it grows, if the population grows, and if it's able to kind of become increasingly more and more self-sufficient in what it does. So that's a
very fundamental
thing, which is not only Greek. I think that's part. And then the reform issue, I think I'm optimistic on that, because the politics are right and we can do the reforms. I don't know what other.
That's all right.
I don't expect financial
We're running out of time. I want to give Colin one last chance. We've heard a lot just in the previous session about the investment grade from S&P. What about Moody's?
We're not quite there yet. We are rating Greece at BA1, but I think I agree with the whole tone of this conference. There's been a lot of progress so far. There's more that needs to be done, and I'm optimistic the more will happen. In terms of what we might look for, on demographics, yes, Greece has challenges, but there is an opportunity particularly to boost employment among young people and women, which would help counter some of that effect. There's work to be done there. The efficiency of the judicial system could also be significantly improved. And my feeling is, given that there is this strong consensus around fiscal sustainability and bringing that debt burden down, the biggest risk might be not making the most of the opportunities that Greece has, particularly with the once-in-a-generation opportunity presented by Next Gen EU and the Recovery and Resolution Funds. We think that those could boost trend growth in Greece in the 2030s, so not just a short-term spend it and get the benefit, by almost 0.5 percentage point a year. Now, that may not sound like a lot, 0.5%, but actually, in the context of 2% trend growth, or 2.5%, depending on where you are, that is massive. So I think delivering on that, or failing to deliver on that, might be the biggest thing.
But that's a fairly sort of medium-term horizon. What in the short term, what are you looking for? What would be the indicator in Greece that would shift the rating for?
So it's everything we've talked about at this conference already. It's continued focus on the primary surpluses, bringing down the debt to GDP ratio. It's focus on further reforms to really improve the efficiency of the economy as a whole and boost inclusion, particularly in the labour force. But at the moment, I think my message is we are already at a point where some of the big risks that we saw in Greece have gone away. So people talk a lot about investment grade ratings, but frankly for us, as soon as you have a BA rating, we are signaling that you are not a significant risk of default. So investment grade means one thing, but BA means that you are safe if we're doing our job well. Greece was there in 2020, okay? So we have been signaling positive things about Greece for some time. I expect that progress to continue.
Very good. Well, very briefly, yes.
Can I ask him a question?
Go on, very briefly, because we are short.
Very briefly. Sir, I've been watching rating agencies for 30 years now, and I used to remember that Moody's was the most sort of lax kind of, was always very optimistic about Greece. And now it has become the most stringent. It's like, I see it like you only recently put Cyprus, for example, to investment grade, whereas S&P had already put Cyprus in 2018. And you're the last ones to upgrade Greece. What is it? Is it you have changed your policy? You become very strict? You are the strict? Do you want to be the champion of strictness among the rating agencies? Or you have a different philosophy than the other rating agencies? I'm just curious. I mean,
No, it's a great question. I have no desire to be the champion of strictness. But it is true that, particularly after the global financial crisis and what we saw in terms of securitizations, but also the European debt crisis, where Greece was single A 5 years before it defaulted twice. Cyprus was double A 5 years before it defaulted. We had to fundamentally rethink the way that we did ratings, both for banks and for structured finance and for sovereigns. The corporate rating performance was much better, but one of the things that I think we are very focused on, and the group that I lead at Moody's produces and publishes the data on this, we absolutely hate adding to noise in financial markets. So I think we put more weight on avoiding rating changes that are then reversed. And if you look at some of the other rating agencies out there, they can talk for themselves, I think they have a slightly higher propensity for that. So that is one difference. But it's also true that we are independent. We have our own rating methodology. We have our own approach. And that means sometimes there will be differences.
Okay, I have a sense that this is a conversation that will be continued in the bars afterwards. Thank you very much to both of you. That was a fascinating session. Thank you. Great.
Thank you.
Over to Joan for the next session.
Great question. We're now running 35 minutes late, so we're going to run a very tight ship now for the next two sessions, which I'm chairing. And this one is improving Greece's investment climate amid geopolitical turmoil. So we're back a bit to geopolitics. And to give the government's viewpoint, we have Kostas Vrakoyannis, Deputy Minister for Economic Diplomacy at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Greece. Welcome. And the business perspective, we have Marios Rafail, Head of the Geneva office of Henley and Partners. Welcome, both of you. Please join me on the stage. Okay, this session is 15 minutes, and it's going to be 15 minutes. I think that's plenty of time to address the main issues. Maybe I can start with a question, or would you like to give some opening remarks?
I was about to give some opening remarks, and if I may use the podium,
of course,
I will do that, and then we can engage in a discussion if you would like us to.
Of course.
Dear John and Marios, ladies and gentlemen, admittedly, we experience an essential shift in investing as investors' priorities do change, the interests of communities and policymakers evolve, and global competition becomes more intense as a new generation of foreign direct investment has emerged. Consequently, in our discussion today, and I'm sorry to hear that there is only 15 minutes left for it. We should evaluate Greece's ability to adapt to the changing demands of foreign direct investment. The obvious question in mind is the following. Can Greece provide a stable environment to attract next-generation investments and contribute to a better future world? Well, let me put the hard facts first on the table. First of all, Greece has managed to overcome significant and unprecedented challenges and has successfully positioned itself as an appealing investment destination and a trustworthy business partner. The re-election of Mitsotakis' government this June, with a strong majority in the parliament, provides reassurance of political stability, which was mentioned by Mr. Hardouvelis in the previous session, and the continuation of the country's transformation into an export-driven, investment-friendly, competitive, and outward-looking economy. As a result, Greece's credit rating was raised to investment grade by Standard & Poor's only last Friday, to follow DBRS's recognition earlier in September. This upgrade acknowledges the impressive performance of our economy despite the challenging economic conditions of 2022. Recovering the investment grade rating after 13 years is a great accomplishment. Yet, it is only the first step. Our focus now is to maintain this status and ensure that investors continue to have confidence in Greece as a strong and stable investment-grade country, despite the escalating tensions in the Middle East, potential migration flows, the climate crisis, and the ongoing invasion of Ukraine by Russia. Therefore, we shape the future of Greece as an attractive investment destination through carefully planned and strategic measures, with a national strategy focused on sustainable development and the green and digital transformation of our economy. We embrace innovation and strive to establish our country as a leading digital, energy, and logistics hub in Southern Europe. First of all, in the hot field of energy, it is no secret that Greece is progressively establishing itself as an entry point for gas imports in Europe. Major energy corridors are being designed and built, both on land and at sea. These initiatives align with the objectives of the European Union, which aim to address current geopolitical challenges and promote the diversification of sources, routes, and supplies. Greece is also striving to become a prosumer and exporter of green electricity generated from renewable energy sources. In May 23, our country achieved a historically high percentage of 54% electricity generation from RES and is on track to meet the national target of 80% by 2027. Greece's emergence as a regional hub for innovation and technology has also gathered increasing attention from both European and American venture capitals. Tech giants like Google, Microsoft, and Amazon have submitted investment plans to establish regional cloud computing hubs in the country, and Greece will soon join the select few countries outside North America to host all three leading cloud computing companies. The rapid progress in the adoption of renewable energy presents numerous investment opportunities, some of which have the potential to create a new model that may serve as a global example. And I have such an example for you. It is the Astypalea Smart and Sustainable Island project. For those who do not know, this initiative is transforming the island into a completely energy-independent entity, focusing on 4 key pillars: electromobility, 24-hour shared services of e-vehicles, public transportation on demand, and infrastructure for testing autonomous driving when that becomes available in the world. Fully supported by the Volkswagen Group and the Greek government, Astypalea is the first green and smart island in the entire Mediterranean. Regarding logistics, we are currently constructing a railway network that will connect Thessaloniki, Kavala, Alexandroupolis, Burgas, Varna, and Ruse. This initiative will turn these ports into important hubs for providing comprehensive transportation, logistics, and supply chain solutions. Keeping EU priorities in mind, we strongly support investments and collaborations in the field of transport and logistics. It is worth noting that the latest EY attractiveness survey put Greece and logistics of it at 58% as a top choice for companies already established in the country to expand their current investment portfolio. Additionally, the recent G20 announcement of the trade corridor linking Europe with the Middle East and India through shipping ports and rail routes, which President Biden himself referred to as a game-changing investment, presenting an excellent partnership opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, last but not least, allow me to share with you a personal thought of mine, which is the following. When evaluating a potential investment, investors take into account several factors, and I know that for a fact, as I've been doing this for 35 years prior to undertaking my current position as Deputy Foreign Minister. Namely, market access, political stability, economic growth, attractive incentives, human capital, institutional regulations, bureaucracy. Entrepreneurs and corporations seek a favorable environment for their investments and look for partners who understand their financial requirements, provide alternatives, and facilitate the process. The government of Kyriakos Mitsotakis has demonstrated a positive response to these needs as we, both politicians, and you, as business professionals, speak the same language. And by that, I do not mean English or French or German or any other language, but a language of credibility, accountability, professionalism, support of one another, and doing the right things right. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Minister, for that. And I'm going to pick up on just a couple of the points that you made,
Sure.
if I may, before we move on. I think it is incredibly important that the Greek government, both the first administration of the New Democracy government and this one, has a really cogent plan and agenda to drive investment in the country and is sticking to that come what may. Among those factors that you just mentioned in terms of determinants of foreign investment, well-known factors, one of the foremost, of course, is political stability, but also geopolitical stability. So I just wanted to ask you how you see rising geopolitical risk affecting the investment climate in Greece and the region. I mean, do you fear a rise in investor risk aversion that could interrupt this positive momentum that Greece has? And how do you go about reassuring investors who might be worried about spillover effects for Greece?
Well, it goes without saying that the instability, the concerns that we all have over what goes on in our region lately, whether it is the Ukraine-Russia conflict and war, whether it is the concerns over Western Balkans, or lately the terrorist attack of Hamas on Israel and the operations that are taking place as we speak, are a major concern for all of us. We in Greece exercise a multifaceted diplomacy. We condemn the terrorist attack on Israel. We support the right of Israel to defend itself. But at the same time, we believe that there are international humanitarian rights of the Palestinian people. And of course, we are in favor of peacekeeping initiatives, resolution to the matter on the Palestinian issue, as well as an immediate release of hostages, and at the same time, the certainty that there are no people that are being retained as a shield towards any type of aggression. Nevertheless, these conditions lead to an alarming status over what the future may be holding for us. We think that Greece, which is not exactly the next door neighbor, but it's a 2-hour flight away from the area where the concern is made, represents a pillar of stability, a pillar of democracy, and a pillar of peace in which people and corporations may thrive. We are concerned with the migration issue. We are concerned with the humanitarian issues, and for that purpose, we've taken initiatives in providing humanitarian aid through Egypt to the Gaza Strip. But at the same time, I owe to stress that the investment-friendly policies that we've undertaken in the past are there to last for a long time. And I may surprise you by what I'm about to say, but in such situations, not only there is the concern of migration of people, but there is also the positive concern over migration of corporations and technological hubs that may seek in the region and in the area a place to migrate, a place to move, a place to incorporate and establish themselves in view of seeking solutions to their business endeavors. In general, I am very concerned with the situation. We are concerned as a government, as Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We exercise the best of our diplomacy to it, but retain a positive outlook for the future.
Thank you very much. Thanks for that. Marios, you may want to comment on that, but I'd like to ask you one question. I don't want to misrepresent your business, but your business is persuading investors to come here to Greece and to invest in return for citizenship. At least that's one part of your business. So what's your selling pitch for Greece, and has it changed? How has it changed in the past few years?
Thank you, Joanne, and I think that the Minister represented very well, if I speak from a business terminology perspective, represented very well the supply side, what Greece is offering, and I don't want to be repetitive on that, on the very positive elements that Greece is currently representing. So from the demand side, and being in Switzerland and having investors all over the world, I can see that in the last couple of years, there is a very big tendency for investors to come to Greece, and I will also surprise you by some statistics that according to research and data we published, in 2022, Greece attracted 1,200 ultra-high net worth individuals, meaning 1,200 families that actually relocated to Greece, and this is actually the top 10 globally. So to give you a perspective, Canada actually attracted 1,600 families. So this shows exactly how the dynamics evolve in Greece. If I wanted to correlate this aspect with the current geopolitical situation, which of course is alarming, what we notice in our firm is that there is a very big demand for the reasons that the Minister explained to come to Greece, meaning that they are attracting human capital, we are attracting wealth. These families, they also bring sometimes their businesses. They are bringing, because we are talking also about succession planning, they are bringing the so-called next gen. And of course, this is a very, very positive element for Greece. And compared to its peer competitors, especially in Europe, we see a very, very big demand and an exponential growth for investors to come to Greece.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Our time is already up, but I'm going to ask another question before we move to the next panel. And just to ask you, Minister, is there anything new that we can expect coming down the line in terms of any change in policy towards foreign investors in Greece? Anything that you'd like to talk about or like to see change in the coming period? And also for you, Marios, I guess, any changes that you'd like to see that would enhance the attractiveness of Greece for your clients?
I could be speaking to you on that for the next half an hour, but I will try to give an answer in 30 seconds.
Thank you.
We are extremely dedicated to the National Recovery and Resilience Funds, the Greece 2.0, the Strategic Reference Framework of 21 to 27, schemes on strategic investments, the development law and all of the incentives that are being provided, the digital transformation on public administration that provides ease of access and fast-track services in a number of public-related fields. But the most important is what I said in my presentation earlier, which is the dependability and at the same time the commitment of the Greek government and its office to ensure that we provide the type of service and framework that we've been providing in the last 4.5 years to do what we do to the benefit of the corporations themselves and at the same time to the benefit of our people.
Thank you. I really appreciate that you are so succinct and your message is so clear. It's, I think it's great for us and given our timetable and great for the audience. And Marios, anything that you'd like to?
Very, very quickly, Joanne. Specifically, the tax incentive schemes that the government implemented for individuals, such as the lump scheme or the pensioner scheme, in conjunction as well with other schemes that attract family offices from a business perspective. These are really enhancing FDI in Greece, and I really encourage the government and the relevant ministers to continue such kind of incentives.
Thank you. Please join me in thanking our two speakers in this session. Thank you. And let's have a photo. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, John. Thank you, Marios.
Okay, the plan is to have an even shorter session now, which I will be chairing, and the focus is on investing in unpredictable times. Delighted to have a very important investor with us, Nikos Statopoulos, Chairman of BC Partners. Please join me on the stage. And we're going to have a nice conversation for, I hope, 10 minutes. Welcome. Well, I guess you could say that, don't want to repeat anything, but it's been a bumpy ride through the last few years. First the pandemic, war in Ukraine, now Israel-Gaza, lots of other unexpected events and developments. So what have you learned, Nikos, that's maybe new during the past 4 years about investing in uncertain times? And have you got any kind of guardrails that you can share with us?
Well, first of all, thank you for inviting me again in this very distinguished conference. I mean, there's no doubt, and maybe you've discussed this in the last couple of days, that the macro environment is in transition, to say the least. You look at the economy today, the expectation is, overall, I would say the consensus, that there's not going to be a recession next year. You guys at The Economist are closer to it to judge if this is the case, but everybody is saying that probably we have avoided recession so far. When you look at inflation, of course, it's easing, but it's not still at the target. And these geopolitical events that you were talking earlier on at the panel naturally are impacting inflationary pressures. And then you had the interest rates, which certainly have impacted, I would say, the most at this stage on where we are at. And that means, and again, the consensus is that interest rates are going to stay higher for longer. And as investors, we need to adjust to this and expect on what will happen with interest rates staying higher for longer. Now, there is always a lag in the economy, and we've seen it, that there is a lag between how the macro effects happen, what the geopolitical effects happen, and what impact this has on the real economy, and of course, about investing itself. The truth is that in this environment, pricing risk is difficult. It's challenging. I think when we look at any investments we make in this environment, naturally, we need to be more cautious. We are expecting that valuations are going to come down. We are expecting that multiples are going to come down. And it's natural, partly because it's mathematical. You know, when interest rates go up, valuations will come down. But also because the conservative nature and the uncertainty that this environment presents means that we'll have to be more conservative when we assume what we'll exit at. So a lot of what we're doing as a firm, but I suspect a lot of our peers, is focusing back on the fundamentals, looking at buying good businesses and making sure we're buying businesses where we can add value, we can create value, and be much more hands-on investors. So I think you will see us as investors going back to the basics, looking at fundamentals. Don't expect that we will see valuations increasing substantially in the short term, and try to price risk in this environment.
Okay, well, thanks for that. And just to follow up then, given the difficulties, are you optimistic in these times? You know, how are you going about making your investment decisions?
Well, am I optimistic? I would say there's no doubt this environment has been challenging, and it's difficult to be on paper optimistic. But yes, I am optimistic. I think if you look at this crisis that we're facing, it's not a crisis, it's not a financial crisis, and it's not a financial bubble that we had in 2008. This is very much driven by a demand-based inflation. It's driven by rising interest rates, as we were saying earlier on. And therefore, all these things point, in my mind, to an economic cycle, which means that I believe that this is going to be much more short-term lived. If you look at the capital markets, they are orderly. The labor markets are very strong. The balance sheets of private companies is very strong. And there's a lot of liquidity in the system, both in the banks, but certainly from investors. So I am optimistic because I think, as we've seen in other periods of crisis, this is probably going to be a bit more short-term, and I hope it's going to be more short-term by definition. But I think all the signs are that it's likely to be the case.
So what do you look for in this environment?
Primarily, I would say we look for industries that show secular growth, that industries that have tailwinds, industries that can be supported by sort of that growth dynamic. So therefore, the companies do not need to run to stand still. So we're looking at industries where, like, for example, in healthcare or in telecoms or in subscription-based businesses or other business services where you can see that the industries have some tailwinds and can support that growth. We're also looking for companies who are market leaders in these industries, because we've seen, regardless of sector, that market leaders tend to have that competitive advantage. They tend to have the best management teams, they tend to have pricing power, and this is really what we focus on, to try to identify the industries with secular growth and companies that are market leaders within these industries that can sustain this. And that's really the main focus that we have. But not every company we look at really has these characteristics, and that's why it becomes even more difficult in this environment to price risk. But the reality is, interest rates, and you will know it equally well, the last decades of interest rates at zero rates was abnormal. Normal macro environment is not a zero interest rate environment. The last decade was fueled by excess liquidity in our mind, and that has resulted in a lot of the macro effects that we're seeing. But that zero interest rate environment was not normal. I've been fortunate to be an investor for the last 25 years. I started my career with interest rates at 8 and 9%. Investors were still able to make money in that environment. It's about identifying the right opportunities, in identifying the right sectors to invest in, and of course, pricing them accordingly.
Great, thanks. I know your focus is much wider and global, but I do want to talk about Greece. So, you know, we've had this comeback story, and we've talked a lot about that this morning, all the positives, achievements of the recent years, and there's a really good vibe around Greece at the moment, as you're well aware. You know, is that merited, or is there still some cause for caution about Greece?
The short answer is I think it is merited. I think you've heard it all this morning and probably the last couple of days about the positive momentum that the country is having, and rightly so. I think there have been taken some steps and some reforms that have taken Greece through a more than decade of recession. And I think apart from the reforms, Greece has some, I would say, competitive advantages that make it a more sustainable investment destination. I think, first of all, it is a European country. It is in the euro. It has that stability, and that's critical, especially in the world geopolitically that we live in, and it should not be underestimated. It does have an exceptional human capital. I keep saying in forums like this that Greece is a very rich country in people. And it is a rich country in people because the human capital of this country is exceptional. And I think we should make sure that it doesn't leave the country and make sure that it remains here. It's also a country that has a very strong small and medium enterprise base. And a lot of where the growth is going to come from, I predict, in this market is in that segment. There are, of course, some very big, successful companies in the country, but a lot of the growth momentum should be and will be in that SME space, which are family-owned, founder-led, and have done extremely well in this environment. But I would say more importantly, Greece has come through more than a decade of recession. And has come through, as you correctly said, very strongly from it, but means that it is growing faster than other European markets. You see it on any statistic that we see today about GDP growth over last year, and I suspect it will be the case for 2024, which means that country is going to grow faster than others. And as investors who have a choice, we like to go to markets that are growing faster than potentially some others. So I think there are some fundamental reasons why the country should be able to continue that direction, should continue to attract investment. But as we say, you know, they need to continue doing so, and I think they're on the right track.
Well, I guess that brings me to my final question. As we also discussed, there's still challenges, there's still problems, there are structural issues that need to be addressed. So looking from, you're a kind of inside-outside person, really, but given your origins, but you know, what would you say would be the most important things from an investor point of view? What would be the kind of priorities, do you think, to, you know, allow Greece to, you know, to make a further leap forward?
You ask me this question every year, and
yes.
I think and every year I try to be consistent with this answer, even though I'm sure I'm not going to succeed in doing so. And I think you did have a lot of the previous panelists also commenting on this. I tend to say that good is the enemy of great. And I think Greece has had a very good run so far because of all the changes that it has made, but there's still stuff to do. Previously today, I'm sure you've heard about the need to further make sure that the reforms happen when it comes to taxation, as it was mentioned earlier on, when it comes to bureaucracy. I think there's been a lot of positive steps in the digital economy, but I think there's still much more to do on the digitization. I strongly believe, as you know, on education. And I think that in education, including private education in this country, there's still a lot that can be done. And that will make sure that a lot of the bright minds do not leave the country, and that's going to be critical. I think what is very relevant in my mind, though, instead of being very specific on what are the reforms that additional need to make, because there are a lot of policymakers in the room, and they are much more experts than I am. I would focus on one thing, and I would say I think the role of the state is to make sure that it creates an environment that entrepreneurship can flourish. Because entrepreneurship is the engine of every economy. And that, for me, is what the state should continue doing. It should nurture innovation. It should make sure that we have proper entrepreneurship in this country. And that, I think, if it's consistently done, it will lead to sustainable growth. What will be, I think, detrimental for this country, who has gone back on the right track, is to lose that consistency. The consistency when it comes to reforms, consistency when it comes to measures, consistency to create that environment that will give that sustainable growth. And I hope this doesn't happen. But that would be my only advice on what has to happen, because in terms of the details, I think there are better qualified people to answer that question.
Well, thank you very much, Nikos. Thanks for coming back and talking to us again. It's a very valuable perspective, and we really appreciate the input. So please join me in thanking Nikos, and we're going to move on to our next panel.
Thank you, Joan. Thank you. It's good to see you again. Right, we'll move straight along to our next session, and this is quite a shifting gear. We're going to move now to look at the healthcare and pharmaceutical industry here in Greece and further afield. We're going to take a deep dive. We have the Minister of Health for Greece, Michalis Christohoidis, who is going to join us here on the stage. I invite you up, Minister. I know lunch is waiting. If any of you are feeling weak, you couldn't be in better company. Please come and join me. Hi, good afternoon. If you're going to give your 5, 10 minutes, no, 5 minutes, 5, 6 minutes.
Really?
Really, yeah, if you can manage it.
Καλημέρα σας.
Good morning. I would like to thank the Economist organizers for the invitation to participate in this forum. I would like to thank you all for being here. The health sector is the focal point of discussions globally for various reasons. The first and most important one is that we had a development in the previous years, the pandemic, COVID-19, an ordeal for humanity. We managed to cope with that successfully. We managed to find vaccines and medicines. So we were the winners. Societies survived. And with the pandemic present and occasionally with peaks as it is right now, but nonetheless the effects are not that ominous as in the primary stages. And now with medicines discovered, we can manage the pandemic without burdening the health care systems. The other reason why healthcare is focusing attention is that technological developments mainly concern healthcare. It is a miracle that a lot of technological applications are introduced daily in new medicines, new treatments, and tests, imaging. These developments create a new era in medicine and healthcare. And if we add to the above artificial intelligence, which is introduced in healthcare, AI can be applied thoroughly in healthcare, so you can understand that we talk about a revolution taking place in the healthcare sector, in dealing with the pandemics, diseases, and we have technology invading, which creates entrepreneurship. Healthcare systems throughout the globe, especially in the West, face the same problems. After surviving COVID-19, we deal with problems like lack of personnel. In Europe, we lack 1 million of health professionals, doctors, nurses, and other personnel. It is something that tarnishes Europe, and we try to find ways to cover these needs. But if we link that with aging, the pressure on healthcare systems is huge, combined with the lack of personnel. And we are here to take decisions. We have the problems, but on the other hand, we have these challenges. In Greece, the healthcare system has exactly the same problems as other. We do suffer lack of personnel. If I tell you that hirings we have every year are surprising. In 2023, we exceed 6,000, and for 2024, we have programmed 6,400 hirings. It is a constant effort, and not so successful occasionally, to cover the needs of hospitals and the healthcare. So we want a healthcare system that actually offers services to millions of citizens yearly, that treats patients with difficult diseases. We need to mobilize the system again to make it more flexible, attractive, in order to adjust to the needs of a country that has aged population, chronic diseases. At the same time, we have scientists, and we have brain drain as well in the sector. What are we going to do? We try to reorganize hospitals with budgets that will be concrete and will be managed rationally according to the standards of budget management in EU. Tenders everywhere. I would like to share an experience when I was Deputy Minister of Development, and I was linked there in procurement. My conclusion back then from my experience is that the state, when imposes healthy competition rules, things work properly in the market and in healthcare. When we have no rules, then there is no fair competition. So fair competition needs to operate in the markets that are linked to healthcare via budgets and procedures, procurement procedures. We need to implement gradually. We have already started DRGs in order to have data with regard to costs, the digitization, and we will have procurements via ECAP for the materials needed in hospitals, incentives for rational management, and revenues for hospitals from attracting cases that are linked with the ability of hospitals to manage difficult cases and investments, new investments in hospitals. 3 new hospitals constructed by Niarchos Foundation in Komotini, Child's Hospital in Thessaloniki, and Sparta Hospital, and we are running fast to build the Oncological Hospital of Thessaloniki, which is offer services to Thessaloniki, the only hospital tackling cancer in the area of Thessaloniki. At the same time, our hospitals are full of new technologies. Via RRF and the NSRF, we will continue getting all these necessary technologies that will save time and make us more effective in treatments. New hospitals for cancers, the cancer registry. So this is a revolution to, we will have a new digital map for health, digitization of files of hospitals, the rebirth and a modern form of organization of AOP, a giant of 7 billion, and should work as a modern insurance company since it pays all the expenditure yearly. So all these procedures to be digitized and real-time monitoring on the part of AOP to have a rationalization of expenditure. EOF also needs modernization. And last but not least, our pharmaceutical policy. We've been discussing that for decades, or our drug policy. every year expenditure increases, new innovative drugs are introduced in the market, and I need to tell you that we will introduce every innovative drugs for our country, access from patients, but we need to introduce criteria of value and cost. So we will introduce criteria to serve this objective, and on the other hand, our will is to support investments from the pharmaceutical industry that has taken a lot of steps forwards. We give it incentives, we support it with glowback, with very many means, and Greece has an industry that is very strong with a lot of exports. I will stop here and I am at your disposal.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed, Minister. Please come and join me. We don't have much time, but I do have a question I would like to put to you. You are aware, I'm sure, that our next session will be looking a bit more closely at the pharmaceutical industry here in Greece. So I just let me combine all of my questions in one here. What's your view of the role of the pharmaceutical production industry in Greece, and what are your priorities for pharmaceutical policy over the rest of your term? In other words, what's your message to the pharmaceutical business?
I told you before that it is our priority to properly handle the novel drugs that represent a great part of our spend. The annual increase, the rise in the price of these drugs, because we introduce these critical treatments in our country every year, so the increase of the spend is significant, so we have to handle that, we have to manage that. Let me also tell you that our government has already committed itself and has already earmarked 50 million euros and 150 million euros for this year and 300 million euros for the next year in order to reduce the clawback vis-à-vis the RRF. This is very positive for the pharma industries, for all industries, all companies. But I have already kicked off, I have launched a debate, a discussion with many players. Actually, I want this to be a very effective dialogue with many players, and we are currently building work groups in order to decide on a national drug policy, which will truly signal that equal access to all treatments is here, that there will be an HTA mechanism in place, and in order to assess the performance and the cost of all these technologies. All this will be under the Drug Administration, plus a new negotiating body under the AOP. Now, talking about the drugs themselves, the ones produced locally, we want to have an expansion of the field. We want to expand our national pharmaceutical industry as much as we can. We are so happy to have them here in Greece.
A minute and a half for another very straightforward, simple question for you. You mentioned the miracle of technology. It's brilliant for us in terms of prolonging our lives, giving us more years of healthy life, but it does raise this rationing constraint, if you like, in the healthcare system, because we live longer, we're healthier. When we do require healthcare, we require it for longer and it's more expensive. So how do you square that circle, not just within your government, but in the long term? How do healthcare systems deal with that contradiction?
Yes, you are right. I think that what is important is to consider how we will deal with the prolongment of the life expectancy. What you just mentioned, and that's something to discuss publicly, we have the issue of chronic diseases. People, humans, as they age, they manifest some chronic diseases. So we have to organize, we have to set up a comprehensive plan covering all our staff and all our system, including clinics for chronic diseases, so that hospitals may deal with the second tier and the third tier of services in order to deal with serious illnesses, and the centers for chronic diseases will be dealing with the monitoring of such patients. And if you like, this is my personal bet, which is to establish centers for chronic diseases monitoring patients in a 360 approach. Let me give you an example. We have a fellow citizen. We have 1,200,000 people suffering from diabetes in Greece. So we have a patient who suffers from diabetes. Perhaps he has some visual impairment, or he will develop some kind of visual issues. Most likely he or she has some cardiovascular issues, mental, psychological issues. So we have to have centers promoting this holistic approach in order to properly monitor these people holistically, comprehensively, so we can be useful as a healthcare system for them.
For your concision and your clarity.
Can I leave?
You may leave. Yeah, you're free to go.
Bye-bye.
But first, as promised, we're going to move along and about the pharmaceutical industry, but also we're going to delve more deeply into the healthcare sector as a whole. And to help me do that, I'm delighted to welcome what's going to be a super panel. We have Theodore Trifon, who is the president of the Pan-Hellenic Union of Pharmaceutical Industry. Theodore, please come and join us. We have Teano Carpolini, who is the president of the National Organization for the Provision of Healthcare Services here in Greece. And we have Orestes Kavallakis, who is the governor of the Greek Recovery and Resilience Agency for the Ministry of Economy and Finance, again here in Greece. Gentlemen, please come and join me. Good to meet you. Hiya. Hiya. Good to see you again. Hello. Hi. Nice to meet you too. Please take a seat. Okay. I am going to ask, in the interests, not least of the gastric health of our audience, that we stick as closely as we can to our time. We keep our interventions brief and our answers to the point. So let me pass straight along to Theodore Trifon. Forgive me if I've mispronounced the name.
It's okay.
And give us your thoughts, please, on the topic here, competitiveness in the European pharmaceutical industry and the significance of patients' coverage.
Yes, thank you for the invitation. I will, then I'll speak in Greek.
Of course.
Okay, if that's no problem.
I would like to thank the Economist for the invitation once again. This very period after the pandemic, after the geopolitical issues around us with the energy issues and the other topics, we have a new page turned for Europe. We need to be precise and efficient in dealing with supply of first aid like drugs, first aid materials like drugs, and we need to find ways to have production remaining in our region. So what are the requirements in order to have to bring back part of the production in Europe from Asia and have the materials we need on time? There are issues like regulations and red tape. The second is with the additional costs of the European industry in issues of environment and regulatory issues. These are issues quite important, discussed already in Brussels and with the European Union on Pharmaceutical Industries, and we have increasing costs all the time and lower prices. And the third issue is how are we going to have access of patients to low cost but effective drugs. So the cost of drugs increases, but the states pay less. We have the consequences of the last 20 years. We see that we produce drugs with all the requirements asked by the EU, sold less than €1 or €2. That has affected the production of drugs in Europe. We need a new policy to improve these issues so that European patients to have better access to drugs produced in Europe mostly.
It's interesting that you touched there on European policy. And back in 2020, Europe adopted a new pharmaceutical strategy focusing on ensuring access, strengthening innovation, sustainable production, and strengthening antimicrobial resistance. What does that new policy mean for Greece and the production of medicines here in Greece?
We are at a very positive momentum, Greece, because of its traditions and because we are export-oriented. We have 45 factories in Greece, 1 out of 10 in EU. And we have investments with incentives given by the government in the last 4 years, and that all this create a strong basis on which we can cover the needs of the Greek population and European population. During the pandemic, Greece, because of the Greek businesses and European ones, we have less deficits in drugs, and we exported drugs to cover the needs of European patients. So we have a strong basis. There are some incentives given that should enhance more via RRF. We need to redirect some funds of RRF in sectors that can produce added value, local added value. And then we had increased costs in the industry. In 2013, the minister had said some interesting things about global. In 2013, we had 400 million returns. Now we pay back for 7 million returns. We need to balance that. We need to have we do have cooperations with the Ministry of Health and the AOP to have rationalization in prescriptions in order to have a sustainable framework, all industries. And all of us who have a lot of employees in Greece, we need stability. We need to have predictability. This is a big challenge. But I repeat, it is quite positive that we have a lot of investments in Greece in order to cover 60 or 70% of the needs of the Greek patients, insured persons.
For that, let me broaden out a little bit from pharmaceuticals specifically to health services more generally, and turn to Theano Carpolini. Would you like to give us your thoughts on on this area, please.
As was mentioned by the Minister of Health and Mr. Trifon, in cooperation with the industry, our aim is to improve the environment and have a solid basis on which to build a good policy for drugs in our country. Digital transformation is a tool. The minister mentioned AI. We run parallel actions in this field, and AOP, since it has a lot of data available but not used adequately yet, aims at becomes more modern via digital transformation in order to offer real data on health and manage with proper techniques to have real data evidence and build a policy of controlling prescriptions, rationalize expenditure, and manage using new technologies to have a more effective and efficient policy, giving access and decreasing expenditure and creating a space to give opportunities to patients to have access to innovative treatments.
Much for that. While I have you here on the platform, I would like to address directly this question of mandatory paybacks and clawbacks that's been mentioned by two previous speakers. You know, the healthcare providers hate them in general. Governments see them as a tool for ensuring fairness in provision. Could you, first of all, tell, for those of us who aren't specialists in the area, tell us a bit about what clawbacks, paybacks are, why they're a problem, and what you would like to see happen with them over the remainder of the term of this government?
Thank you very much for the question.
This mechanism of rebate and clawback that is imposed in our country during the crisis was a necessary mechanism for fiscal adjustment, and it has tarnished the industry and all providers in healthcare. The aim was to be a temporary measure in order to have the necessary structural reforms to rationalize expenditure, which had skyrocketed back then, non-sustainable for a state like our country. Unfortunately, the previous government, before this one, implemented policies without giving the necessary funding. In 2014, we had paybacks of 14 million. Now is above 1 billion. Our organization tries hard, and the government, as Mr. Trifon has mentioned, the government has given incentives by balancing clawback with investment expenditure. So we want to give incentives to the industry for clinical trials to foreign companies. That was an important measure of the government. The minister mentioned that. And I also like to say that our target by rationalizing and implementing a new pharmaceutical policy to be able to rationalize our expenditure and decrease these high costs to go to the level of other countries with clawbacks and paybacks.
A neuralgic point for the industry and for the government. I imagine you hope it's a fairly short-term priority and that it will be resolved in the reasonably short term rather than be something that goes on from government to government.
Yes, quite right. We won't have it running for long via the negotiation committee that has done a lot of things and has achieved a lot of savings by rationalizing the budget. We have already managed to decrease the expenditures of EOP, and since the results are implemented by hospitals, hospital drugs, we have also rationalized the expenditure, so we do cooperate in hospitals and in our organizations and in agreement with the industry to put some filters, to lock protocols, to save from over-prescriptions money, to save expenditures, and quite recently we have agreed, we have sat around the same table and we have agreed on the figures we will discuss and the target set. We received their proposals on how to control pharmaceutical expenditure. In our future meetings, we will codify them technically, how to implement in order to assist us having all the tools from digital transformation which will make our lives easier, so to rationalize as much as we can the pharmaceutical expenditure. So we won't have them in the long run. We try to find solutions every day, and all of us together by talking we will have a good result.
Lovely, thank you. Thanks very much. Well, let's move along to Orestis Kavallakis as governor at the Greek Recovery and Resilience Agency. The Recovery and Resilience funding from the EU has been critical. There's been an extraordinary injection of resources into Greece, and Greece is the biggest recipient in Europe as a percentage of GDP. So I'm looking forward to hearing what you have to say about this area. I don't want to cramp your style, but I would love to hear your view on proportionately how important the healthcare area is within the application of RRF funding in Greece. But please go ahead and give us your thoughts.
Thank you very much. Kalispera, if you allow me to speak in Greek.
So, hello. I heard with great interest what Mr. Trifon and Mrs. Karpodini just said. I'd like, firstly, to thank you for the opportunity you give me to discuss on the importance of RRF in healthcare. I have lots of numbers with me, but I don't want to tire you. I believe that some of these figures, however, are very important because these figures will change the healthcare environment by 2026. Let me start with some structural figures coming from the Greece 2.0 plan under the RF. We're talking about a brand new financing instrument. Thanks to the negotiations carried out by Prime Minister Mitsotakis, our country secured 30.5 billion euros of funds. We have the most funds insured for Greece per capita compared to the EU 27. Following the review of the plan on which we are working on, we submitted an application for another 800 million euros for Repower EU plus 5 billion euros more of loans. We have reimbursed 11.8 billion euros so far, and this amount of money is distributed amongst projects and reforms. This was done thanks to our attainment of specific implementation milestones, because the RRF, as you know, is a performance-based instrument. So have two parts, the loans and the grants. With respect to the grants, we have 725 public grant actions and projects in all industries. This is for the loans. As for the grants now, in the public healthcare system, we have 72 projects with a total budget of 2.17 billion euros. We have to underline that this amount of money is the largest amount ever to be given horizontally to the public healthcare system in the past 2 years, with the exception of the COVID period. So, the actions, the projects under the RRF let's say, focus on the following. A, upgrade of clinics and hospitals, digital transformation of the healthcare system, the national Spiros Doxiadis prevention system, home healthcare, clawback, and a reform of mental health services. Let me give you some figures with respect to infrastructure and the equipment of public hospitals. Currently, we have a big program for the upgrade of 97 hospitals with a total budget of 396 million euros. This is the largest horizontal intervention ever to take place. We also finance new infrastructure. The new X-ray center for, imaging center in Sotiria clinic, also the new cellular therapy center in Papanikolaou Hospital. We also have first level healthcare units to be upgraded. The primary healthcare units to be upgraded, and the digital transformation component. We're talking about the EMR, the electronic medical record, which is not currently the case. So far, we don't have something like that. We're talking about the AOPE's digital transformation, one of the most important projects, the amelioration of the hospital's IT infrastructure, and the IT support for oncological patients. We also have the Spiros Doxiadis National Prevention System program, which is very important. A couple of days we had the National Day Against Breast Cancer. We have the Fofi Genimata program used by 300,000 euros for breast cancer tests, and many early cases have been diagnosed, and of course the forecast for the treatment is very good. We have the dentist pass for young children, and we have new actions with a total budget of 400 million euros. As I said before, we have the clawback reform in the pipeline, including 53 projects of a total amount of 223 million euros, and we now have the new call because the ministerial decision for 150 million euros has already been issued. We have also the reform of the mental health services with a budget of 65 million euros. At least 106 mental care organizations and units will be supported. And last but not least, let me tell you that these projects represent a very important priority in the context of the RRF. It's a priority both in terms of the resources earmarked. We're talking about more than 2 billion euros to be used. And it's also very important for symbolic reasons, because it's a way that the RRF will play a very important role in the daily life of our citizens, since access to healthcare will be improved. Thank you very much.
I hope everybody took all of that down. Quite a complicated collection of data there. Typically, one of the problems the governments have when they get the access to this kind of funding is absorption, how you take in this bulk of funding and put it to work within the time constraints that are normally included with this kind of funding. So can you talk a little bit about that? I mean, it doesn't sound as if you're having much problem absorbing these funds. You're spending a lot of money. There's a lot of projects underway. But is there a constraint here for you just in terms of your capacity to be able to take on board all of this funding?
Κοιτάξτε, η υλοποίηση...
Let me tell you something. Implementation is a huge challenge. It is a fact that the RRF calls for an unprecedented coordination between ministries, organizations like AOP, private economy stakeholders like the pharmaceutical companies. So all these involved parties have to do the best they can in order to absorb this money, because the absorption of the disbursements takes place as long as the performance and the implementation is carried out. So we have to attain certain milestones. If not, no disbursements take place. So we have so many actions under the RRF, and we try to be on top of it in order for the projects to be announced very quickly, the actions to be deployed very quickly, so we can materialize these actions. I believe that the bet is big, is large, but once the RRF is over, August 26, there will be a brand new public healthcare system to face.
I will come back to you a little later, but for now I wanted to turn to you. We've heard a number of occasions the reference to digital reform of the health system, digitalization of records, improved access to data, and so on and so forth. But I'd love to hear from you some examples of where you see digitization going, and more broadly the revolution that we're seeing in both digital and other technologies in the healthcare sector. And what are your expectations for the coming years?
Yes, thank you very much for the question.
As I said in my original contribution, digital transformation is a huge project for AOPE, the National Organization for the Provision of Health Services. And as the previous speaker said, we actually, I heard your question about the concern with respect to the disbursement and the absorption of the funds. Let me tell you that we already have contracts for the projects of our organization, and together with our technical advisor, with whom we have a contract, we are working on building the project. It is very important for us, and this is our concern, not whether we will be able to absorb the funds. I think that we will do it, but whether we will be able to effectively improve the quality of the data we have, as I said in my original remarks, so that especially in the healthcare we can have real actual data to rely upon, and that's what it is at stake. In our case, the digital transformation will allow us, by means of introducing new technologies and having new infrastructure in place, to interconnect various valuable assets of the healthcare system. These assets may be found in different systems, not communicating between them. So this is a huge challenge for us for implementing a comprehensive health policy. For instance, let me give you an example. We have the patient registries. The minister mentioned that before. We have data in the e-prescription system. We have data to be used for the EMR, the electronic medical record, which was mentioned also by the minister. So, on the one hand, these things will improve the life of the patient himself or herself, because they're going to have their own EMR available on their smartphone, right? In their smartphone. But on the other hand, the system and the operators of the system and people handling public money, we will have to rationalize our policies and act in a very targeted manner to the benefit of our patients, thus creating fiscal space to allow for further modernization and better attainment of the needs in the healthcare system.
Mr. Trifon, I'd like to come back to you. The industry is investing substantially, not just here in Greece, but across Europe. But this may be a slightly contradictory question, but I'm interested to hear from you where you think the obstacles may lie to even stronger investment.
Well, this is a $1 million question. Thank you. Θέλω να πω το εξής και...
What I want to say, and let me put that into perspective with respect to our country. Currently, Greece has a huge sovereign debt, private debt, has a huge need for primary surpluses, and growth is a prerequisite. The GDP has to be increased year in, year out. This is something agreed upon, and all speakers before us and after us will agree on that. We also have the current trade deficit, which means the more we import, more stuff than we export, then this is an additional burden to the debt. So these two figures, they sound too generic, but they will keep on affecting the life of each and every one of us, our daily lives, in a very specific way. So what do we say? We say the following. Clearly, we have to prioritize investments that will drive growth, that will drive an export-minded approach and added value. So there has to be a specific strategy in every industry, the RRF helps a lot in that, in order to lay the foundations and make Greece able to exit this vicious cycle that was here for many, many years. So every industry has to have an industry-specific strategy in order to bring added value, to generate added value services in every industry. That's why we need FDIs. In the world of drugs and pharmaceuticals, we're trying to materialize that, and I think we are all on the same boat because we have a very definite number of funds. We know that AOP has no tree that bears banknotes or money. We have to help by means of our people, our ideas, our synergies, in order to modernize the system, digitize the system, etc. So one prerequisite is to have a totally interconnected IT system controlling every health-related act, so we respond to the needs of the population. The minister said something before, and I also concur. I want all my relatives having access to novel drugs, and we also want to have the 70% of the needs of our patients with domestically produced drugs, because if we have a chartered accountant, to make an exercise, if one uses a domestically produced drug, which is 30% cheaper than the one imported, you understand how this can be leveraged for the economy. So we need digitalization, added value products, and we have to stop this constitutionally illegal overtaxing of the pharmaceutical industry, because no matter what one says, we have to give back the so-called rebates, although we have no benefit out of the fiscal policies. I wish we had a fast-track process in order to rationalize the system and control the prescription, the overprescription. I wish we had a system in place that could allow us to treat 4 million different patients with specific diseases with low-cost drugs. There is a horizon of 4 years, and I'm really optimistic that we will be able to coordinate with AOP very well so we can solve these issues. So, HTA, very, very important. The negotiating committee has done an amazing job over the past 2 years. AOP has to be supported. The drug administration, AOF, has to be supported. And together with the reduction of tax coefficients, we'll have a better framework, which means stable framework, more jobs, exports, and growth.
I can afford one more question, which I will, it'll be one question, and I'll ask for a response from each of you. But I can only afford it if you give me very brief answers. Okay, so as long as we have that covenant, we can go ahead. My question is that just for a bit of a reality check, I mean, we've talked a lot about all of the money that's pouring into the healthcare system, some of the huge challenges that have been overcome, not least a dreadful pandemic. But Greece's healthcare system still lagged quite seriously in the region, in Europe, in terms of its performance in many areas. I mean, not least we have the Economist's own Access to Healthcare Index, where Greece is firmly in the lower half of that index. So my question, I'd like each of you to respond as briefly as possible, is where are the weaknesses most severe, and how would you like to see policy address them?
Thank you for the question. I think it's a very meaningful question. And every policy, all policies have to focus on how we can be more effective in the use of these resources by improving patients' access to healthcare services, be it drugs or other services. I believe that there is an amazing opportunity before us, which is to set the terms on how we approach healthcare in Greece. And I won't agree with Mr. Trifon that we do not allow the pharmaceutical industry to be part of the policy making. No, we started that and right now, and we will be all together in that. Our aim is to have actions in place that will improve accessibility, healthcare service quality, and will create the space so we can ensure that all future generations of citizens will have access to novel drugs, be it drugs or some in-hospital treatments. But in order for this to happen effectively, we have to make sure that the data, the health data, or the healthcare data are properly used so that reimbursement of the cost is linked with performance. And this is the main goal. And this is the main tool at our disposal and at the disposal of all those stakeholders who will be involved in this effort so that we can provide our patients and our people with exactly what they really need. And as a result, we won't be squandering resources that sometimes may have a disastrous, a destructive, let's say, aftermath. The minister gave you the example of the diabetes patients. That's an amazingly good example because very recently there have been novel drugs that were used against obesity. And as a result, there was a shortage of these drugs for the people who truly needed them. So our goal is to find the way and implement those policies that will allow equitable access, timely access to all citizens to every service they need.
Would you like to go next, please? Even more briefly, if possible.
I'll be very briefly.
Yeah.
Very, very briefly.
Okay, go for it.
There's one thing that is certain. In order to save the healthcare system, we need reforms. This is the first time ever that we have the necessary funds to do that. So we have to be successful, given the funds through RRF and other tools in order to proceed with reforms. We all agree on the reforms. I would add also the issue of prevention. Representing the Pan-Hellenic Union of Pharmaceutical Companies, in collaboration with the Ministry and the patient unions, we want to launch 2 major prevention programs for chronic diseases. And we will see how this will be implemented. In the short run, we have also to solve the issues of organization, digitalization. Indeed, we collaborate with AOP and we help them move things forward. Plus the financing issue. There are drugs imported at a very low price, and for those drugs we have to pay a rebate, which is meant to give 60 or 70% of the money back to the state. So this is not feasible. Currently, Greek farmers cover 60% of the antibiotics demand with a loss. So we have a loss, but we do it. It's our social responsibility. So we have to promote digitalization, organization, and prevention within this set of policies discussed.
All three of you, that was fantastic. It was a bit of a race.
Thank you.
But we got there in the end. To you, apologies for delaying your lunch for so long. I hope you agree, though, it was worth it. I'll see you after lunch for a chat about online gaming. In the meantime, please enjoy your lunch and thank our panelists as well. Thank you. Thank you.
of any other company that has knowledge of both sides of the equation so deeply, so intimately, that they can really claim to be experts on both sides.
That's what Hanley and Partners does, and we do it very well.
Καλημέρα σκηνούσα.
Engine on.
Απογείωση. Εκτιμόμενη ώρα άφηξης 10 λεπτά.
Καλημέρα. Ελήφθη. Προσγείωση.
Ελήφθη.
Περιοχή καθαρή. Ελεύθερη απογείωση. Απογείωση. Ευχαριστούμε. Καλή συνέχεια.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ σκηνούσα. Συνέχεια διαδρομής προς Ηρακλειά Κουφονήσι.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back from lunch. I hope you had a good lunch and a good opportunity to meet some of your fellow delegates. We're starting off this afternoon session with a look at another industry. We did pharmaceuticals just before the break, and this time we're going to be looking at the online gaming industry, which is an extraordinary growth story globally, but also here in Greece. And we have a fabulous panel who are going to help us explore this area. Probably quite a few of us aren't that familiar with the world of online gaming. One or two of us may be more familiar than we'd like to admit with the world of online gaming. But one way or another, we're going to have a good look at it now over the next half hour or so. So I'm delighted to welcome up onto the stage the panel for our first session this afternoon. And that is Harry Theocharis, who is the Deputy Minister of Finance for Tax Policy at the Ministry of National Economy and Finance for Greece. Dimitrios Zanatos, who is the President of the Hellenic Gaming Commission. Christos Panagopoulos, who is the President of the Hellenic Gaming Association. Thomas Dokas, who is the Vice President of the Hellenic Gaming Association and the CEO of Windmasters, which is a big player regionally and locally in online gaming. Gentlemen, it's great to see you all. You're very welcome here. I have to say, in the online gaming field, I was sort of half expecting some younger faces, but I'll have to stand in for the youth. So let's go. Okay, so I'm going to hand across straight away to Mr. Theocharis, who is the Deputy Minister. And I'm just going to let you take us away. It's interesting that we've got three representatives, clearly representatives of the gaming industry, and you're a taxman.
Yes.
So I'm fascinated to hear your introduction to this
Sure.
area. I hope the three of them are equally fascinated and looking forward to it.
I'm sure they'll have lots of things to say, and I'm very, very glad, first of all, for the chance to be able to talk about this important and sometimes contentious issue. But I'm sure that we will hear very interesting things from the rest of the panel
in terms of how they see the current tax landscape and whether that's helping the market develop or it's not. Well, I mean, let me start by saying a few facts, if you like. Fact number one, we've gone through a period of big financial crisis. We're very glad that we're out of that. But that period has changed a lot, especially the tax field in Greece. As a result, we had to increase a number of taxes, and one of those taxes, not just one, we have the GGR and we have the player winnings tax. So the gross gaming revenue tax, which is basically a tax on the revenue of the corporations, but there's also a second tax which is on the winnings of the players. So number one, a lot of things changed due to the fact that we had to increase tax revenues as a result of the fiscal rebalancing that we had to undertake. Number two is that during the same decade, the landscape changed, technology changed. We have new games, we have new modes of play. The game has become much less physical than what it has been. So that's fact number two. And fact number three is the regulation, the oversight, and the bodies that perform it have changed a lot in Greece. So we have the president of the Gaming Commission. I remind you that in 2012, there was no Gaming Commission. So these are institutions that were established or changed a lot during this decade, where we've seen a lot of fluidity in how we operate. So that's, if you like, the framework of our discussion. Now, currently, what we're doing is we are reviewing the current taxation regime to see that it's actually helping, and the main goal that we would like to ensure that we reach is that we limit and lower the amount of gray market, the amount of games that our citizens play in unregulated and unlicensed operators, without disturbing the revenue streams that we are currently enjoying. We're happy with the level of taxation. We don't want to increase it. We don't want to lower it as well. We wanted to follow the patterns of gaming and of usage, and as the market develops, the tax revenues to develop as well. So our only aim now, and I'll finish with that, our only aim is to ensure that we support fair competition, because unregulated and unlicensed operators means competition which is not fair. And for us, this is a cardinal sin. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just briefly, I want to come straight back to you on a couple of things. First of all, the GGR and the tax on winnings. How much does that raise annually?
In the
GGR is not a tax, an income. Oh, okay, okay.
35% is the tax. Sorry.
No, the tax is 35% on GGR. Yeah.
I see.
Yeah, GGR tax. I mean.
Okay.
Well, we have on the winning side more than 150 million. We want. I mean, we budgeted about 130, but we have overshot that. And I'm not sure on the GGR tax, actually. Do you remember the actual figure?
All taxes that we will collect this year will amount to 300 euros, approximately.
GGR tax.
Okay, okay. The other thing I'd just like to touch on very briefly with you before we move on is you mentioned unregulated gaming. What are the dimensions of unregulated, to the extent that you're able to verify? What's the extent of unregulated gaming in Greece in comparison with regulated?
First of all, this is a very difficult question to answer because nobody can actually, you can put your finger on it and sort of somehow feel for the size of the problem.
Yeah.
I think if we talk about it in relative terms, I believe that Greece has a strong and a big problem. Part of that is because our nominal tax rates are high compared to competition. And part of second reason for that is that the technology has made it much, much easier in the last few years. And the game feel and the way the experience is exactly the same. So this has made it easier to play in those markets. I think anything between 30 and 40% is a logical figure.
Right. Okay. Excellent. Before we go on to our panelists from the industry itself, I just wanted to carry out a very brief straw poll here in the audience. How many of you would consider yourselves to be gamers? If you're a gamer, raise your hand.
They're a bit shy, I think.
There's quite a cluster in the middle of the table,
Yes.
isn't there? These guys must be related in some way to. How many of you?
There are also shadow gamers, yeah.
You're right. How many of you are investors in the gaming industry? Okay, so we've got a few gamers. We don't have anybody who's got money parked with you guys, but maybe by the end of the day.
Well, gaming is a niche market. Nevertheless, you will be surprised about the size, but it's always, people feel,
reticent.
Yes, they don't want to share the fact that they
well,
play.
I was wondering about that.
Yes, there is some kind of old-fashionism around that. Gaming is a part of our lives.
Yeah.
People do play, and I will give some statistics when I have the chance to speak. Nevertheless, we need to take into consideration that many people in our days still feel a bit reluctant to share the fact that they play or they gamble.
Okay, okay.
Just a small
I agree.
correction, 225, I have the numbers here. It's 225, not 300 that I mentioned,
Right.
the GTR tax.
It's reassuring that the government has on its mobile phone.
Yes.
All the data.
Well,
It's
you have to.
live income from tax revenue. That's fantastic. Very pleased to see that. Okay, well, let's move along to Dimitrios Tsanatos. What I would like to ask you, Dimitrios, you have your 4 or 5 minutes to say whatever you'd like, but I'll give you extra time if you can just start us out with a thumbnail sketch of the gaming industry, the main lines of business, and the proportions within the whole pie, and maybe some sense of the pace of growth in the industry.
Thank you very, very much. I will give you some figures at the beginning, and then I will try to discuss with you the issue of social repercussions, which we haven't touched upon yet. So the total online gaming market in 2019 had a turnover of 437 million euros. 2023 estimate, and we have the evidence for that, it will reach 890 million euros. So we're talking about a 5-year rise of more than 100%. It's 20%. It's 20% annually, which means that the market is very dynamic. And given my discussions and the input I get, this is the global trend. So this market has a global growth rate of 20% annually, which is a gigantic growth rate. Now, talking about the market, this market, it has a specific impact on the national GDP and the economy is a very positive one. So it's a healthy market that grows very quickly. You asked about the sectors and the dimensions. One thing has to do with betting. you know, you bet on football clubs, the results of the match, etc. That's one thing. The rise, the 5-year rise in this category was 22%, no more than that. The rise in other games like live casino, number-related or VLTs as we call them in Greece, the rise in these 5 years was no less than 328%. So we have a market with an average growth rate of 20% annually, but the specific component that has to do with other games, the non-betting ones, the rise there, the increase there is it's crazy, 328% within 5 years. Now, talking about the taxes, which means the financial impact of the market. In I think the speaker means 2019, not 1919. So there are two types of taxes that we collect. One has to do with the GGR tax, as we said. It's 35% on these revenues. And we have the winner's tax. In 2019, actually, we collected 167 million euros. This year, we will collect 541 million euros. So we're talking about an increase of 224%. It's double to the growth of the market itself. So, in the case of betting, the growth rate was 73%. I'm talking about the revenues, the tax revenues in these 5 years from betting activities. And for the other kind of games, we have had a 552% rise. I know it's a bit tiring, but all these figures will be at your disposal because it's actually the figures that drive us in order to understand what's going on. There is the following. The GGR, it stands for gross gaming revenue. It's the amount of money that the operator is entitled to. There's another figure, the total gaming revenue, which is the money being gambled, the entire turnover. This last figure, which our commission goes public with that. Every month we have public monthly announcement of that figure. It has been exponentially increased from 8.5 billion euros in 2019. It will reach 28 billion euros this year. This has led to some kind of misunderstandings that this figure has to do with money being gambled, being played in these games. No, it's not the truth. It's not the truth. This colossal figure, so strongly increased, includes the winners' money that are being replayed, plus the bonuses that the operators give to the winners in order to play again. So, I don't have time. I have to say something about the social impact. It is for the first time that in Greece our commission mandated a survey on illegal gambling. It is very difficult to determine the factual figures on illegal gambling, but we have some findings. What really surprised and amazed me was that the gamers, the players actually, they have no problem to say that yes, we're doing something illegal, because they don't feel as if they're doing something illegal. The most important reason why players play these kind of illegal games has to do with taxation. And that's something we have to discuss with the minister. 12% of the total Greek population, we're talking about 800,000 people, engage with illegal gaming. The players of illegal games spend 2.5 thousand euros in average. So we have 800,000 people multiplied by 2.5 thousand euros, and this is the amount of money we spend. 18% of all winning profits is the amount of money they say that they win, but they cannot take it back because it's an illegal game, so they have a problem collecting the money. So, the general outlook for the non-regulated, the illegal network. It is a very extensive phenomenon. Our commission is doing a lot of things, but there are many more we have to do. We have some 4,000 blacklisted websites, which it's like a cancer. They change the name, they mutate, so we have to be very active on that. We work closely with the Bank of Greece and with banks in general, with the Union of Banks, because this is a problem that has to do with the flow of money. We have to stop that. And I would say that we have two important societal dimensions. Despite the fact that the framework is highly regulated, one has to do with the social impact of online gaming. We have to closely and monitor them in a very organized manner. And the second thing has to do with illegal gambling. In this regard, we have to build the necessary structures of cooperation between all stakeholders. I apologize if I spoke for more time than I allocated.
Hit us with some figures, and you hit us hard. So we've got a good collection of data there to stimulate the discussion. Let me, before I come back to you on any of that, actually, I am going to come back to you on one of the things that you mentioned. You said that illegal gambling, what I'd like to understand a little better is, in your mind, what the connection is between illegal gambling and the taxation regime. Because you did mention that, but I didn't get the detail of where that connection, how that connection works.
It's quite simple. If one wins more than 500 euros, if I'm not mistaken, in a legal game, online game, then the tax coefficient is 20%. When you play an illegal game, in illegal games using VPNs and other mechanisms, they will pay nothing. That's the first thing, the first fiscal dimension, tax dimension. The second is something that applies across the world, not just Greece. The legal operator pays 35% of their income, of their revenues, to the state. An illegal operator located in Curaçao or somewhere else, or with a server somewhere else, they pay nothing. So the kind of yield or the return they give to the players is higher.
Economics. So I mean, you can see the kind of problem that gives to the minister, because he's got to collect revenue. And, you're suggesting that the tax regime is an incentive to people to use the illegal gaming networks.
I have the impression, with my lifetime's experience, is that every problem has a solution. Every problem may be solved. So, all these topics, we're having a very well-intended discussion with our operators, and we will continue doing that, and we will discuss them with the minister, and we will come up with solutions that will both protect the fiscal, the economy, and also fight illegal gambling. It's an ongoing struggle.
What would you like to add to what we've heard?
Thank you. Θα μιλήσω στα ελληνικά, γιατί με εξυπηρετεί περισσότερο, μίλησε και ο Πρόεδρος, οπότε δεν υπάρχει θέμα. Καλησπέρα κύριε Υπουργέ, καλησπέρα κύριε Πρόεδρε, καλησπέρα στους συνέδρους. Θέλω πρωτίστως να ευχαριστήσω τον Economist που για πρώτη φορά συμπεριέλαβε session για το online gaming στην εδώ και πολλά χρόνια καθιερωμένη εκδήλωση του Roundtable στη χώρα μας. Ο κλάδος του διαδικτυακού στοιχηματισμού στην Ελλάδα είναι ένα success story. Οι γοργά αναπτυσσόμενοι οικονομικοί δείκτες είναι μόνο η μία πλευρά που το επιβεβαιώνει. Ήδη ο πρόεδρος της Επιτροπής Παιγνίων, ο κ. Τζανάγωτος, αναφέρθηκε σε αυτούς. Εγώ θα επαναλάβω μόνο το GGR από το 2021, οπότε και η ελληνική πολιτεία παραχώρησε τις οριστικές άδειες λειτουργίας στους παρόχους online gaming. Το 2021 λοιπόν το GGR έφτασε στα 730 εκατομμύρια ευρώ, έναντι 437 που ήταν το 19 όπως σας ανέφερε και ο Πρόεδρος, που δεν είχαν ακόμα παραχωρηθεί όμως οι οριστικές άδειες. Το 2022 έφτασε στα 738 εκατομμύρια ευρώ, ενώ η πρόβλεψη για το 2023 θα προσφυγεί στα 889 εκατομμύρια ευρώ. Θα σας δώσω ένα ακόμα στοιχείο. Το 2022 οι Έλληνες παίκτες πραγματοποίησαν 30 εκατομμύρια συμμετοχές στο παιχνίδι, εκ των οποίων 23,5 εκατομμύρια ήταν νικηφόρες στο νόμιμο online gaming. Οι 17 εταιρείες που δραστηριοποιούνται στον κλάδο ωφελήθηκαν πολύ από το 2019, οπότε ξέσπασε η επιδημία του COVID, που επιτάχυνε την ήδη εξελισσόμενη διαδικασία της μετάβασης των παικτών από το offline στο online gaming. Σήμερα οι εταιρείες αυτές απασχολούν στην Ελλάδα περί τους 5.000 καλά αμοιβόμενους εργαζομένους, κυρίως στις τεχνολογίες εχμής, χρηματοπιστωτικές εργασίες και στη διαχείριση πελατών. Τις προάλλες παραβρέθηκα σε εκδήλωση στην οποία μίλησε ο πρώην CEO της Intralot, Κωνσταντίνος Αγγελόπουλος, άνθρωπος που ασχολείται με το gaming παγκοσμίως, πολύ πριν ανακαλυφθεί το ίντερνετ και την έκρηξη του online gaming. Συγκράτησα 2 φράσεις του, μάλλον 2 εκτιμήσεις του, και σας τις μεταφέρω. Η ναυτιλία, ο τουρισμός και η βιομηχανία του gaming είναι 3 κλάδοι με ασφαλείς προοπτικές στο μέλλον στην Ελλάδα. Και η δεύτερη, η Ελλάδα βρίσκεται μέσα στη δεκάδα των παγκοσμίως πιο ανεπτυγμένων χωρών στον κλάδο του gaming. Να δούμε όμως λίγο τις προοπτικές του κλάδου. Η γενική τάση, όπως ανέφερε και ο κύριος Τζανάτος, είναι ότι το online gaming θα κερδίσει συνεχώς μερίδια έναντι του επίγειου gaming, το οποίο απομειώνεται και θα συνεχίσει την καθοδική πορεία του αν δεν εξυγχρονιστεί. Το online οφείλει και είναι σίγουρο ότι θα παρακολουθήσει τεχνολογικές εξελίξεις. Είναι στη φύση του. Σε μια συζήτηση που είχαμε με τον Γενικό Διευθυντή της Επιτροπής, τον κύριο Παπαδόπουλο, μπήκαν και 2 νέα πεδία πρόκλησης που είναι σίγουρο ότι οι εταιρείες ήδη εξετάζουν. Επέκταση με νέου τύπου παιχνίδια σε νέο περιβάλλον, όπου ο παίκτης θα συμμετέχει virtual στην εξέλιξή του. Ήδη παγκοσμίως γίνονται τεχνικές δοκιμές προς την κατεύθυνση αυτή. Καλό είναι αν μπορούσαμε εδώ στην Ελλάδα να βοηθήσουν και οι παράγοντες της πολιτείας να φέρουμε ανθρώπους για να εξελιχθούν και εδώ σε αυτή την κατεύθυνση πράγματα. Δεύτερον, ίσως οι online εταιρείες που έχουν έφεση στις νέες τεχνολογίες θα μπορούσαν στο εγγύς μέλλον να μεταφέρουν τη δράση τους και στο επίγειο παιχνίδι, ανανεώνοντάς το και αναμορφώνοντάς το. Η ανάπτυξη του online gaming δεν εξελίσσεται πάντως χωρίς δυσκολίες. Θα αναφερθεί αναλυτικότερα σε αυτές ο Αντιπρόεδρος της Ένωσης μας, κ. Θωμάς Τζόκας, που είναι και ιδιοκτήτης μιας εκ των εταιριών. Ήδη ο Υπουργός κατάλαβε ότι έχει σοβαρή αντίληψη για τα προβλήματα, όμως πρέπει να αναφέρω κάποια και θα αναφέρω τα πεδία που αποτελούν τροχοπέδι. Η υπερφορολόγηση των εταιριών που ξεπερνά το 42% του τζίρου κατά την εκτίμηση της Επιτροπής Παιγνίων και φτάνει το 60% κατά την εκτίμηση των εταιριών της αγοράς. Κάπου μεταξύ 42 και 60. Πάρα πολύ μεγάλη φορολογία για την επιβίωση των εταιριών, το καταλαβαίνει ακόμα και κάποιος που δεν ξέρει οικονομικά. Και είναι ταυτοχρόνως ποσοστό και ποσά απαγορευτικά για νέες επενδύσεις. Το διαφορετικό νομοθετικό καθεστώς που διέπει τον ΟΠΑΠ, δηλαδή το ελληνικό μονοπόλιο στον επίγειο στοιχηματισμό, τα επίγεια καζίνο και τις διαδικτυακές εταιρείες, με αποτέλεσμα κάθε απαραίτητη θεσμική αλλαγή που θα προσπαθήσουν οι κύριοι να υιοθετήσουν, να προϋποθέτει παραχωρήσεις και διαβούλευση και με τους άλλους κλάδους. Δεν υπάρχει ενιαία νομοθεσία. Η απαγόρευση του online gaming να προσφέρει υπηρεσίες σε παίκτες από 18 έως 21 ετών, που οθεί τους νεότερους ανθρώπους στην παράνομη αγορά. Και το κυριότερο όλων, οι γιγάντος τα τελευταία χρόνια, με αιτία την επιβολή του ειδικού φόρου στον παίκτη, του παράνομου τζόγου. Η εκτίμηση της Επιτροπής Παιγνίων είναι ότι η πραγματική ροή χρήματος, σας το είπε ο κ. Τζανάτος, στην παράνομη αγορά έχει φτάσει τα 2 έως 2,5 δις. Πραγματικό χρήμα. Τα ποσά αυτά εξαφανίζονται σε εξωτικές χώρες και φυσικά δεν φορολογούνται. Οι παίκτες δεν προστατεύονται, το ξέπλυμα βρώμικου χρήματος εμφυλοχωρεί, το στήσιμο αθλητικών αγώνων διωγγώνεται και ενθαρρύνεται η διαφθορά αθλητικών μικροπαραγόντων. Επίσης, οι νόμιμες εταιρείες υπό αυτές τις συνθήκες δεν μπορούν να τους ανταγωνιστούν χωρίς τη βοήθεια της πολιτείας. Δηλαδή έχουμε και αυτή την αδικία και πληρώνουμε φόρους και κάνουμε τη δουλειά και δεν μπορούμε να ανταγωνιστούμε τον παράνομο. Η δραστηριότητα των παρανόμων μου δίνει την ευκαιρία να αναφέρω τι κάνουν οι νόμιμες online εταιρείες, λίγο διότι δεν έχουμε χρόνο, για το υπεύθυνο παιχνίδι και την προστασία του παίκτη. Καταρχήν, έχουν εξειδικευμένα τμήματα ταυτοποίησης και ελέγχου των παικτών που ανανεώνται σε τακτική βάση. Ξέρουν τον παίκτη τους, ξέρουν τα στοιχεία του, ξέρουν τι κάνει.
We know the players and we know what they've been doing. They have a safeguard on players to determine the amounts they play and the frequency with which they play. It's quite important, all these. That doesn't happen in illegal. They have a service of self-exclusion of the player for a specific period. They control the provenance of money and the flow of money from and towards financial systems. And of course, they abide by the framework, the strict framework set by the state. Thank you very much. Oh, Kyrios.
We've already heard quite a lot from the association, so why don't you speak to us in your capacity as CEO of Windmasters. First of all, tell us a little bit, just a tiny bit, about Windmasters, and then give us your thoughts on this topic.
Windmasters is an online gaming operator. We are licensed in 5 European jurisdictions.
There's a group of people in the middle who know exactly who you are, but
yes, for sure.
Nobody else does. Yeah.
We are growing rapidly. I'm investing the last 25 years in Greece and other European jurisdictions. I intend to grow the company, and my dream was always to create a big hub in Greece that will host all the operations. That was my initial intent. That's my dream. I'm Greek. I want to do my business in Greece. At the moment, I'm decentralized. So meaning I have people working for my company in different European jurisdictions, but the intent is to bring them on. And it's important to create the vehicles and to create the regulation that will bring investments, not only for Windmasters, but also for other operators. Nevertheless, if you allow me, I would like to address since the event is hosted in Greece, in Greek, with your permission.
Cool.
Obviously, I'm here to provide clarifications or questions on whatever. Είχαμε την τιμή να ακούσουμε τον...
We had the honor to listen to the minister, the head of the commission and the association. I want to present a different perspective, of how we see figures. As the previous speakers have already said, in 2022, the companies offer 257 million in taxes for a new sector as ours. We need also to take into consideration that we are the main sponsors of sports in Greece, offering 30 to 40 million to sports, and we support also our operations by advertising our operations with 70 million that go to the market. So our sector is quite important, taking into consideration the jobs we have already created and the ones we are going to create for the Greek economy. But every success story has some problems to face. So I will touch upon these problems that we face. In Greece, we have a distortion, and the main distortion is that 50% of the Greek online market is covered by one player, OPAP and Stichiman. the same company has 100% of the offline gaming. So I talk to people that are aware of this synergy and how problematic is that for competition. I would also like to mention to another big problem that we're facing these past years, which grows constantly, that has to do with illegal gaming and gambling. That creates not only problems to us, but a lot of social problems for the players themselves, and a loss of thousands of millions of euros for the states. All those players are everyday people. 800,000 people played in illegal operators. They played about 52 billion euros. They are people from different classes, different ages that chose to play because it is easily accessible. We cannot stop them. And second, because they are not taxed, as the previous speaker said. And third, because they are not asked to identify themselves. They are not known to the tax authorities, at least. And of course, we can do things along with the state and with the Gaming Commission. We can do things. We have already started. What are these actions we have taken? First, we need to assure equality between offline and online gaming. We need to have the same age for online and offline. For OPAP, for example, young people start from the age of 18 to play games or go to platforms to play. So we cannot tell them to wait until they become 21 to play. So they go to the illegal platforms, so they are acquainted to that and they stay there. So what is happening also this very moment in OPAP? In OPAP 2, we need to have, for the protection of consumers, identification. And OPAP should be strict as the one we have. What else should be done? We need to use technology to stop them. We don't want. We need anti-blocking and payment blocking. We need to cooperate to do that. Other countries have done that. We have assurance from the ministry and the Gaming Commission that we will do. We need to do it right now because these illegal operators are there to continue to suck the blood of young people and convey these millions of euros to tax paradises. And let me talk about the winner's tax. This is our ecosystem. We need to find solution with taxation for our companies. Our companies pay 35% in GGR, which is one of the highest in the market. They pay corporate tax, of course, and 5 million euros for licensing, which is the highest in Europe at some point, and I understand that's why I started from the winner's tax. Well, probably it's not proper time because we have some other fiscal issues. We need to also open this discussion or tackle another issue to have incentives to invest in Greece and hire people. I would like to thank you.
Regarding the gaming industry, and my apologies for addressing the public in Greek, because most of us are Greek, or the remaining of us are Greek here today. Thank you very much.
I don't think you need to apologise for addressing a Greek audience in Greece, in Greek. I'm very, very happy to hear it. We are out of time, but I'm going to steal a minute and a half, 2 minutes, because I want to give you a right to reply to what we heard. I heard concentration of industry, the social problems associated with illegal gambling, which can be solved by age limits and payment blocking, among no doubt many other things, and the issue of taxation. Can you briefly come back to us on those issues? 2 minutes maximum.
Okay, very, very briefly. The most important is the social issue. The social issues we have to ensure that are kept under control. We have to ensure that any negative effects, which there are, do not spill over, do not become a big problem. And certainly we need to ensure that the gaming industry thrives within the socially accepted norms that should be adhered to. So that's number one. Number two is linked to the social issues, is the regulation of OPAP and the historical reasons behind it, but also the reasons why we heavily regulate that market. This is allowed by European rules, and the reasons are exactly the social effects that have to be kept under control. Now, the market, I hear the nagging, but at the same time, I hear the president talking about the success story of the Greek market. So I'm sure that we're moving in the right direction, but we want to do this in a fashion which is sort of we keep the control to ensure that we don't have any adverse effects. And as far as taxation is concerned, I said before that we want to follow the market. We don't want to tax more the market. This is a general policy that we're following. We lowered a lot of tax rates during our first 4 years. Now it's more about combating tax evasion, combating fraud, and combating all those issues related to evading taxes. And as a result, we want to be able to have real progress in that front, and that progress will be translated into lower tax rates. So there's a chicken and egg issue and problem, but I'm sure with the right cooperation, especially with the Gaming Commission, which is very sophisticated and knowledgeable about the markets, which is very, very important for us. And of course, the cooperation of the market players, albeit with their different points of view. I'm sure when Masters says one thing, if OPAP was here, they might say something different. But within the differences that can be expected, but for the good of the industry, I'm sure we'll find the right solutions.
Excellent. Thank you very much indeed. I'm going to hand across to Daniel for our next session, but before I do, please join me in thanking our panel and also thanking the gaming caucus who were so honest about their habits.
Gaming cohort, yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello. Nice to see you. Well, thank you, Alistair. Let's move straight on to our next and final panel of today. Marios Themistokleos, Ezat Azem, and Kostas Athanasakis. Please join me here on the panel. Thank you. Nice to meet you. Hello.
I would prefer to speak in Greek.
That's fine. Yes, that's fine. So for this final session, our focus is on innovation, specifically leveraging innovation for transformation and growth. I think we've heard many times already how important, how critical innovation is for the future of Greece and for the future of growth of the economy in Greece. So we're going to hear, first of all, from the Deputy Minister of Health. Then we're going to hear from Ezat Azem, General Manager of Roche Hellas, and finally from Kostas Athanasakis, Assistant Professor at the University of West Attica. So, Marios Themistokleas, please, will you start? And I think you're going to speak in Greece, so you will need those of you who don't speak Greece will need your headphones.
Thank you very much for the invitation. I would prefer to speak in Greek. We are at an era where the national health system celebrates 40 years since its introduction, and it's time to modernize it and have transition to the new era. In this, innovation and technology, they are the catalyst and the pillar of the next day. And in the ministry and all partners, pharmaceutical companies that are stakeholders, setting this strategic target, which is the improvement of the quality of services offered to the citizens and patients, we need to combine innovation and technology, examining two factors. The first has to do with the data that in Greece we don't have a good tradition in collecting and processing them, and we're lagging behind in communicating them to allow them to be available to everyone in order to get more rational decisions, reinforcing transparency in decision making on the part of the government and on the part of the companies. The second factor is that technology and innovation should be introduced in this effort, taking into consideration that they should move towards sustainability and resilience of the system. And I talk about the financial sector and how technology and innovation can help the resilience of the system and not be a burden. I will give you an example, not to be misunderstood. Vaccines of COVID is a good example where innovation, a revolution carried out shortly despite the cost for states, had a lot of benefit for the society and the health care systems. From in the ministry, we have a clear path on how to move forward. We changed the model of hospitals with digitization. We have already started the digitization of X-ray departments. In the next 2 months, we will start the digitization of the files, starting with cancer patients, and in 2 years, these things will create a different ecosystem for hospitals. Allow me to mention a couple of projects that will change the whole landscape. First, that has to do with the data about the drugs purchased by the central agency and how they are doing, and then we will have data that we can share with the companies themselves in order to adjust their strategy. So we move towards an ecosystem for everyone, and then we will have more actions and systems that will be introduced. Small systems better management of blood. We are number one in collecting blood. We need to digitize this system in order to have a better picture, in order to be able to collect blood throughout the year. And then we will have introduction of AI. We are in cooperation with big universities of abroad, Harvard and MIT, and we will announce the introduction of AI from for big hospitals in the diagnosis of breast cancer and lung cancer. These are the first step. They will leave their footprint, but we need nonetheless to process better the data, to digitize them, so we will allow more people and stakeholders to be more informed. That will allow comparisons. Comparison will be a fertile ground for competition, and via this processing we will be able to make better decisions for us and the citizens, because we need to have patient-centered treatments, and patients should have a say in their treatments. We will be able to allow them to participate in this process. We will digitize the operations, and citizens or patients will know when he or she will be operated, and if there are openings in other hospitals to proceed. So technology and innovation will allow us to improve the services towards our citizens and patients. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, you put data, digitalization, and the application of AI right at the heart of this. We talked about AI a little bit in the sessions yesterday. What I'm curious to get at is the obstacles to doing this, because what you say is clearly the right direction, but it's not easy. And we know from other health systems that integrating data is not easy. Health data is particularly sensitive data. So give us a sense of what the obstacles you grapple with as you try to proceed down this path.
I think the biggest obstacle has to do with the participation of the staff, of the personnel in implementing digitalization. I'm talking about the hospital staff, paramedics, health professionals. They have to embrace these new systems. They have to feel that they own them and that these systems will make their life easier and their work better. We have had some bad results in the past, in which an IT system or digital system was installed and nobody used it because the health professionals decided not to use it. I think that a huge step was taken. We turned things around following with our vaccination campaign, which was the largest horizontal digitalization exercise, and health professionals came to realize very quickly that their life, their work is getting much easier by means of that, and they embraced it.
Turn out evidently to be useful for people, and then you get buy-in to the system. Yes.
Yes.
In hospitals that doctors sometimes they say that they don't find the time to comply with and with the new system. You know that we have to prove that this will help their lives, and we have to engage them in the same effort for the digitalization.
But is there a little bit in that of the problem of the commons, that obviously globally if everybody participates they benefit, but each individual is having to give their time and may find it quite not an immediate payback.
It will be hard in the beginning, but when you start using the system, when you start feeling the effects of the digitalization, and when they realize that how easier they make their life and their job, they will embrace it, and they will earn for, and they will be part of the effort of the whole effort.
Take ownership of it in a sense. That, okay, well, let's move on to a different perspective from this, always from the same industry, health, but from a different angle. Is that you look at it from the perspective of a pharma company selling medicines into the system. How does it look for you, and what are your priorities, always with the thought of innovation at the heart of it?
Thank you again for the organizers and for the invitation. I was very much pleased to hear about the steps that have been taken by the ministry towards these reforms and the way we see health being addressed in the future. As you said, it requires a lot of consistency, insistency, and resilience to make it happen. And listening to the previous speakers, to the minister before, the Minister of Finance, to the Minister of Health, everybody was mentioning the COVID era, right, and how we were able to cope with it. And just to remind, we were able to do that together, the industry, the state, and everyone together, by also utilizing the innovation that was coming from the way we were able to identify the disease with the diagnostics, the way we were able to treat the disease for those who were sick and couldn't avoid it, and the one later on with the vaccine. So innovation is definitely in the heart of everything we do. It's connected very much to the economy, connected very much to the society, connected very much to everything where we would like to go forward. The cost of each one of these innovations that come to the market, according to a study that was conducted by Tufts University in 2020, is between $2 to $2.5 billion, right? For each one that gets to the market, we have hundreds of molecules that never make it, right?
Is this, just to be clear, this is for each drug?
For each drug.
Okay.
Because many drugs are not getting to the market, right? Because of the clinical trials, they fail, they do. And this is public information, right? To make this happen, we need capital. We need the ability to fund it, right? So capital is fundamental and important for innovation. The other point is we see that innovation is turning many of the lethal diseases we had in the past, breast cancer, malignancies for hematology, from lethal to chronic diseases. So people are living much longer and are able to cope with their life much longer thanks to this innovation. So definitely innovation is something that is connected to the well-being of the society. This goes without saying. To the economical growth by conducting all the developmental activities and the research and the clinical trials, by creating jobs for highly educated, highly paid employees that are employed by companies that have innovation, and of course by having healthcare cost reduction at the end, because if we are able to manage diseases in a better way, at some point we will be able also to reduce the cost of the illness of the society. But innovation is not only about medicines and about the way we bring molecule to the market. It's also about the way we approach and we get to the patients. I think one initiative that was public recently is EcoThem, which the ministry basically allows oncology patients to get treatment at home. This is innovative in every perspective. I think Greece is one of the only countries in Europe that this is happening in this level of scale. So congratulations to everybody who's involved in making this happen. This is just to say that innovation can be in any part of our supply chain, in the value chain, in the way we treat and the way we get to the patients. Now, there are some things that are hindering maybe innovation to be more accessible in Greece. And I will mention 3 of them because I don't have a lot of time. I have only a few minutes, right? The first one is the lack of predictability. It is really hard for any innovative company to make investment, to bring capital to a country where predictability is not so clear. Nobody wants to do it, nobody will do it, and it makes things much more difficult. It is a big question about sustainability. Currently, and I think it was mentioned before by previous speakers, the level of payback that hospital channel need to pay is around 70%. I mean, the previous session was about online gaming. They pay 60% tax, right? We pay only for payback 70%. I mean, imagine where we are and how sustainable this can be. This is not sustainable. I think if you look at the number of AMCAs that are being treated and receiving treatment within Greece, you will reach to the number of 15 million. Now, in Greece, we have only 11 million people. So how come we are treating 15 million? I'm just asking the question. Maybe someone else needs to answer it. The Minister of Finance in the morning shared the information and said they will be addressing that somehow. The RRF injection is intended for the excess in the spending. So we are inviting also the decision makers to make sure that the RRF is being split in the way that is really addressing its purpose from the first place. And all of you, I want to remind you that last year there was a law that was voted by the government, by the parliament, in order to protect products that are in hospital and are less than 30 euros. I think that was a great step. And I think that was great that Greece did it. The only thing that we don't agree with, that we are expected to pay for this subsidization, now, which is coming now to be almost 150 million for 2022. This is something that is really making things much harder for us to bring innovation and to convince our headquarters that we need to invest more in Greece. If we are able to address these things, if we are able to secure more predictability, if we are able to ensure more sustainability and fairness, I think it will be much easier for everyone, for the international companies, to bring capital from outside Greece to Greece, and not to make only investment within the capital we have within Greece. So yes, I think we are moving into the right direction. I think the current administration is showing a lot of willingness to support. I think also we see a lot of actions that are being taking place. We are all looking forward to see how things can be fixed, and we are all looking forward to see how we can improve the access of Greek patients to our innovation and make more investment even happening in Greece.
Thank you. Well, you're in a global company. You have operations all over the world, and you do a lot of innovation, as pharma companies tend to do. So let's just assume for a moment, in the ideal world where these obstacles that you talk about all magically disappeared, you had predictability, your tax regime was more what you would like it to see, and so on. What sort of innovation might we start to see happening in Greece compared with going on elsewhere that we don't see at the moment? So what's the opportunity cost of the current regime?
Yeah, that's a great question. All governments across the world are competing for innovation, for capital, for investment to come to their territories, right? So I think these are fundamental conditions that need to happen, the one that I was mentioning before. But they will not automatically make investment come immediately to Greece, because some other incentives need to happen in order for Greece to be also attractive compared to other countries, compared to other countries within Europe, within global, right? So I think now, no matter what conditions we have, with these circumstances, it's really hard to convince anyone within the global leadership teams, within the global our senior management, that we can make investment in Greece. Once we remove all these obstacles, it will be much easier to have a discussion with them and then convince them with all the topics that were mentioned in the previous speeches and previous sessions, why Greece is the ideal place to invest more. And I am sure more will be coming.
But I'm trying to get at where the comparative advantage might be for investment in Greece. I mean, is it more clinical trials? Yeah. Is it more drug research laboratories?
Yeah.
Is it systems research? Where is the excitement potential?
That's a great question. I mean, we have more and more clinical trials come to Greece. I think once we allow better conditions, more clinical trials, more patients will be able to benefit from innovation within the different phases of the innovation. Medicine now is not only about providing molecules. It's about also analytics. It's about information, understanding. It's about AI. And Roche is one of the leading companies, as you see in all the surveys, in these topics. It's about bringing better diagnostic tools. All these elements are great options for us to bring to Greece once we are able to resolve these obstacles.
Great. Now, on to you, Kostas, and for, as it were, an academic view of the issue of innovation in healthcare and beyond.
Thank you, Daniel. I'm going to talk from the viewpoint of the dismal science of economics, just trying to highlight a bit the context in which those things that we discussed take place, and perhaps the complexities that undermine proper planning and decision making. You know, when you're dealing with health economics, your whole world is about two things: asymmetries and uncertainties. So the first part, of course, refers to the harsh reality of scarce resources compared to the infinite needs of the population. This actually translates to a very specific thing. It translates to the need to take decisions and actually plan those decisions in such a way that you don't serve those that come first, but serve those that have the highest need. This, of course, entails a series of decisions on what to provide, how to provide, and for whom to provide, of course, which in health is quite a peculiar thing because decisions in health need to be transparent, evidence-based, and open to critique. Why? Because, you know, public funds in health, and I'm going to specifically refer on this, are everybody's and nobody's at the same time. So we all put them in, but they do not belong to somebody in specific. So this mandates that a certain degree of accountability must be present. So this is especially relevant when it comes to health technologies, because health technologies, for example, novel medicines, is at the same time the key factor of longer and better lives, and also, at the same time, the key factor for healthcare expenditure, right? So you need to especially focus on how you deal with health technologies. And for this, it is essential to make a key distinction. All things that come to the market are new. Not all things that come to the market are innovative. So the idea here is to see which ones are innovative and reward this innovation. This is not just a motto, you know. This entails a specific process which you actually pay according to results. And those results come in the form of longevity, come in the form of productivity and quality of life. And those things can be measured. I'm really happy on what the minister just mentioned about the systems that are put in place to measure quality of life and satisfaction from the health services. This is a hugely important step towards the direction to find and reward through innovation. No matter, however, how well structured your decisions are, there is also a degree of uncertainty, especially in the field of health. Actually, if you think of it, in health, the only certainty is the presence of uncertainty. Probably this applies to life as well. But we should not treat this as paralyzing. Right? We have the means to handle and control, of course, uncertainty. And of course, in health, the answer lies in data. This underlines all our initial statements here today. And of course, this highlights the need to systematically collect the data and use them, of course, to make decisions, especially when it comes to new technologies that enter the market. Of course, reevaluate our decisions when the time comes and when the data are more robust. If the data is not available at the time of a decision, then we have systems, research systems, and systems that guarantee access, for example, the strategies of innovation funds, to both secure access as well as foster research and build on human capital. So, in my point of view, I think that we need two structural and cultural changes in our system in order to promote the sustainability when it comes to assessing innovation. Of course, the first one is to build a solid decision-making systems and processes, actually, according to the best practices available and, of course, adapted to the local requirements. An emblematic reform here should be health technology assessment. This way, you can count your costs and benefits. The minister before actually mentioned the example of COVID vaccines. The Greek state for each €1 that's spent on COVID vaccines, got 4 in return. This was the scale of costs versus benefits for this type of innovation. And of course, the other part is that we should make a comprehensive data management strategy in order to provide the system with a function of evidence-based health policy. We should generate evidence at the patient and the system level, of course, systematically using for decisions, systematically use the data for monitoring the process of implemented policies, something that we not systematically do, and use the data for planning according to our healthcare needs. And of course, as a final note, data should be made available to the scientific community and to everybody interested to analyze them and provide knowledge. You know, knowledge is actually public good, and it benefits everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I pick you up on one aspect of this that is perhaps less discussed, which is the question of the time needed to gather the data, produce the data, provide the evidence that you say is needed for evidence-based decision. This isn't a quick process, particularly in the healthcare sphere, and we know how long it takes to bring a new drug to the market. It was a bit accelerated for the COVID vaccines, remarkably, but the normal course of things is quite long. Do you think that there might be some shortcuts for this now in the AI era? Do you think that might speed up the pace of the evidence and therefore the pace of the innovation?
Yeah, this is an excellent question, you know, because actually this was heavily discussed during the COVID period, whereby we had to accelerate our processes to bring technologies near the patient more quickly. I think this is capitalized in the central processes of authorization now in Europe, and both the EMA tries to shorten the decision periods so as to provide shorter times for the drugs to enter the market, but also new tools like AI. For example, AI can really help to distinguish the molecules, the new technologies that might be successful in the actual clinical setting. So this is, of course, in its infancy right now, but it has been shown to provide some promise as to shorten the times both in the R&D setting, but of course we should bear in mind that we should shorten the times in the regulatory setting. This means the decisions at the central level. Data will never be perfect. So you have to make decisions with what you have. You have to be smart and use the data that you have in an efficient way.
Can I also pick up and come back to the Deputy Minister on the question that you ended with your remarks on, which was the availability of data, the accessibility of data. You talked about data gathering, but the accessibility of data to, for example, the academic world, to commercial companies. Is this something that you grapple with, as I mentioned?
Yes, of course.
Health data is very sensitive stuff.
No, but we can provide data in order to make access to everybody. We have the e-prescription system that is working the last 11 years, actually, that we can share data regarding the consumptions of drugs. And this is something that we can do it very quickly. We have the data there, and especially the academics can analyze and help us in our decision policy. If they analyze the data. So this is what I say in the beginning, that we are very, and especially, I would like to have all the data, open data to the public and to the companies and to the stakeholders of the system, but to the citizen as well, to the patients in order to decide.
But we're not there yet? Is that the...
No, it's not there yet.
You were implying that you didn't have access to all the data that you
might
like.
No, they don't have access. We have tried that, and we did that in during the vaccination program, that all the data were available to everyone.
Okay. And if I could put to you, Ezat, the question of not just Greek data, but international data, because obviously Greece doesn't exist in a vacuum. There's a mountain of data, cornucopia of data across Europe, across the world. Yeah. Are you able to integrate the data and apply it to the Greek situation?
Yeah, I mean, Roche is a healthcare company. It's not necessarily a typical pharmaceutical company. We have our value chain goes from diagnostics to treatment to insight generation. Flatiron, which is the biggest company of data or insight generation in the US, is a Roche company. So basically, we are using, or we are already creating models based on AI, based on different technologies that are able to go to the patient files, identify trends, identify some specific insights that can help the decision makers on site to help the patients, but also to help us to develop a better treatment in the future. I see no reason why this cannot apply also in Greece. But for this, we need to have high quality data that is up to date, that is relevant to the patient, that is online, close to the reality, and easy to access. I think currently there are a lot of technologies that we can utilize, and we at Roche are doing a lot in this aspect, that we can use also in the Greek reality in order to help the current situation to go forward.
Okay. So we have limited time because I know that this room needs to be prepared for tonight's dinner. So perhaps one last round of questions for you all. And we focused a lot on the obstacles that need to be swept aside to allow innovation to flourish. I'd like to turn it around to the excitement of what you might be able to achieve in Greece in particular if these obstacles were removed. So I'd like you each, if I may, to suggest where there is excitement on the horizon of what could be, where Greece could excel in innovation, particularly in the healthcare field. So if I could start, let's go in reverse order and we'll end up with the Deputy Minister. Kostas, you start.
Yeah, apart from the industrial policy things that can be used to help quite noticeable local production of pharmaceuticals, I would like to emphasize on the opportunity actually provided by the significant human capital that Greece has in the health science sector. So, for example, Greece is a country that has many physicians, has many scientists working in Greece and working above, and most of them tend to work both at the national as well as at the international level and can transfer strategies and technologies here in Greece. Greece underutilizes its capacity to do clinical trials by far, and this has to change swiftly so as to both build on expanding access for patients, on expanding your human capital, and of course generating revenue and economic activity.
Yeah, building on the same point, I think from human capital and capabilities, we have very high level of capabilities within Greece. The location of Greece geographically is a great asset that we can utilize furthermore. Greece being part of European Union and being where it is can also be a great asset. I see no reason why Greece cannot be a great hub for innovation, a great hub to create more within the current context, whether this is happening within the geographical piece of Greece or whether we are utilizing the capital and the capabilities we have here in other parts of the world.
I would say from a different view, the strategic target is the citizen, is the patient. And here in Greece, we are starting from a very low point, so we can triumph. And this can let people, the citizens of this country, to have more access. Telemedicine is one of these. Have a very difficult geographical distribution. And we can change how we give treatment, how we use how we give treatment to the people, and how the people will have access to the health system. And this could change everything. This will change the whole society if we use and if we manage to use technology and innovation in the right direction.
Well, I think that's a suitably upbeat note to end on, transforming the way that each citizen receives their healthcare for the better.
Yes.
And Greece as a
hub for innovation. Let's hold on to that and take forward that optimism. Thank you all very much for a fascinating panel. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It was great. Thank you. Yes. Thank you. Well, that concludes today's sessions. The room has to be prepared for tonight's dinner, but thank you all for participating in the audience as well. Thank you very much.
Η ισχυρή παραγωγική βάση της βιομηχανίας φαρμάκου στην Ελλάδα εγγυάται την κάλυψη σε περισσότερο από το 60% των αναγκών των Ελλήνων ασθενών με τις απαραίτητες φαρμακευτικές θεραπείες. Με 26% μερίδιο αγοράς σε όγκο και συμμετοχή μόλις 13% στη φαρμακευτική δαπάνη, οι ελληνικές φαρμακοβιομηχανίες προσφέρουν το 65% της συνολικής απασχόλησης του κλάδου, το 90% των επενδύσεων και το δεύτερο εξαγώγημο προϊόν της ελληνικής παραγωγής. 50 φαρμακευτικές επιχειρήσεις με 45 εργοστάσια παραγωγής φαρμάκων, διαθέτουμε τις υποδομές και δημιουργούμε προστιθέμενη αξία στην ελληνική οικονομία. Ενισχύουμε την απασχόληση με καλά αμοιβόμενες θέσεις εργασίας και με τις επενδύσεις μας συμβάλλουμε αποφασιστικά στην αύξηση του ΑΕΠ. Με παρουσία σε 147 χώρες, αυξήσαμε τις εξαγωγές μας από την έναρξη της κρίσης κατά 182%, συμβάλλοντας στη βελτίωση του σταθερά ελληματικού εμπορικού ισοζυγίου της χώρας. Η πανδημία ανέδειξε την ανάγκη για τον επαναπατρισμό της παραγωγής φαρμάκων στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση. Πολλά ευρωπαϊκά κράτη, χωρίς εγχώρια παραγωγή, αντιμετώπισαν τεράστιες ελλείψεις. Όμως, στην Ελλάδα, η ελληνική φαρμακοβιομηχανία δεν άφησε τη χώρα χωρίς φάρμακα. Η ελληνική φαρμακοβιομηχανία έχει αναδειχθεί σε βασικό επενδυτικό κλάδο της ελληνικής οικονομίας, υλοποιώντας ένα σημαντικό πρόγραμμα επενδύσεων συνολικού ύψους άνω του 1,2 δισεκατομμυρίων ευρώ. Οι επενδύσεις των ελληνικών φαρμακευτικών επιχειρήσεων αφορούν σε ένα φάσμα δράσεων, από προγράμματα μεταφραστικής και κλινικής έρευνας έως την αναβάθμιση των υφιστάμενων υποδομών, αλλά και τη δημιουργία νέων με υπερσύγχρονο εξοπλισμό και χρήση τεχνολογίας εχμής. Οι επενδύσεις αυτές διαμορφώνουν τον χαρακτήρα και το μέλλον της σύγχρονης ελληνικής φαρμακοβιομηχανίας, συμβάλλοντας ενεργά στην εδραίωση υψηλών αναπτυξιακών ρυθμών για τον κλάδο και το σύνολο της εθνικής οικονομίας. Ταυτόχρονα, οι επενδύσεις μας θωρακίζουν το σύστημα υγείας, διαμορφώνοντας συνθήκες επάρκειας και σταθερότητας στη φαρμακευτική αγορά. Διευρύνουμε τη δυνατότητα κάλυψης των αναγκών των ασθενών με ποιοτικά, ασφαλή και αποτελεσματικά φάρμακα. Επιχειρούμε με εξωστρέφεια και αυτοπεποίθηση, παραμένοντας σταθερά προσανατολισμένοι στο όραμά μας για την ανάδειξη της χώρας μας σε ευρωπαϊκό κόμβο για την έρευνα και παραγωγή φαρμάκων. Πανελλήνια Ένωση Φαρμακοβιομηχανίας. Παράγουμε Ελλάδα, στηρίζουμε Ελλάδα, αξιοποιούμε Ελλάδα, εξάγουμε Ελλάδα, μένουμε Ελλάδα.
What if 140 years of history were just the beginning? What if we gave beauty new energy? What if the future was not a matter of time, but of choices? What if tomorrow were better because it was designed for everyone? Imagine a future of energy and sustainable development. A future where people and nature have the same pulse. Where the relationship between the individual and the world generates growth, and conscious progress improves the lives of all. In 1883, we inaugurated a new era, and today we continue with our energy to design the society of tomorrow with the strength of ideas, the courage of choices, and the responsibility of those who have been pioneers for 140 years. Edison, we become the energy that changes everything.
Είμαστε πίσω από τη μεταμόρφωση της ΔΕΠΑ σε μια σύγχρονη καθετοποιημένη εταιρεία ενέργειας.
Από τα μακροχρόνια συμβόλαια με τους προμηθευτές, με τα οποία εγγυόμαστε την ενεργειακή ασφάλεια της χώρας. Και από την επαναδιαπραγμάτευση των συμβολέων, με την οποία εξασφαλίσαμε ακόμα πιο ευνοϊκούς όρους για τους πελάτες μας και την εθνική οικονομία. Είμαστε πίσω και από τη συγκράτηση του ενεργειακού κόστους για τα νοικοκυριά και τις επιχειρήσεις. Πρωταγωνιστούμε σε μεγάλα διεθνή έργα που μετατρέπουν την Ελλάδα σε ευρωπαϊκό κόμβο φυσικού αερίου. Είμαστε πίσω από το πράσινο μέλλον, επενδύοντας σε έργα ΑΠΕ, στα πράσινα καύσιμα και στη σύγχρονη ηλεκτροπαραγωγή με φυσικό αέριο. Είμαστε πίσω από το Φίζικον, το μόνο πανελλαδικό δίκτυο πρατηρίων CNG, διαχέοντας τα περιβαλλοντικά και οικονομικά ωφέλη της αεροκίνησης σε όλη τη χώρα. Είμαστε πίσω από όλα όσα πάνε την ενέργεια μπροστά. Όμιλος ΔΕΠΑ Εμπορίας.
Η καινοτομία απαιτεί προσπάθεια και ενέργεια κάθε στιγμή. Στην Ελπέτισον ενορχιστρώνουμε καθημερινά έναν ολόκληρο κόσμο καινοτομίας για έναν κοινό σκοπό, τη βιώσιμη ανάπτυξη. Ελπέτισον, δίπλα σας, με όλη μας την ενέργεια.
Hi, we are the Wilfrid Martens Centre for European Studies, the official think tank of the European People's Party. A think tank, elitist, isolated, grey suit experts that hide in tall buildings? Well, not exactly. We are more like idea ninjas, positive thinkers, positive but not naive. Europe's challenges are very real, but we refuse to see them as symptoms of a failing system. And we do not hurry to offer simplistic, populist answers. We think these challenges deserve the best of our intellectual efforts. We share the same spirit as the European founding fathers. Europe, the biggest, most ambitious democratic project. Remember, through our work, the legacy of Wilfrid Martens, our founder, lives on. He was a visionary, yet pragmatic and responsible pro-European, and a freedom champion. Being a political think tank also means that we are a full part of the policy-making ecosystem. We are here to inspire Europe's policymakers. We bring ideas that help the European Union become a strong global player, a reliable ally, and a better democracy promoter. Our strengths: a wide and growing network of partners all over Europe, a track record of research excellence, and a dynamic presence in the EU bubble and online. So, what drives us forward? In the end, it all comes down to you. Yes? You. We aim to influence and impact policy for the benefit of the European citizen. So, go ahead, read our studies, take part in our events, participate in our campaigns, come discuss, share, and even challenge our ideas. The choice is yours, and so is the EU.
We envision the future, with people living in sustainable cities, in harmony with nature, with contemporary infrastructure, empowering quality in daily life. We envision the future and pave the way for the short and long journeys that connect people's lives and make dreams come alive. We believed in the clean energy revolution and the power of innovation, and ventured forth. We believed in our people who carried their skills and expertise all over the world. We believed that everything new we undertake should create opportunities and bring prosperity to all. Gek Turner Group, investing in Greece, investing in the future.
It is the future that calls us, our history that forms us. It is a passion that drives us for doing now what patients need next. Together as one, we pursue a better tomorrow. An ever-forward evolution of discoveries across boundaries, among partners, beyond failures, around the world. There are countless reasons why we do what we do every single day. But at the core, it is about our most precious gift: life. Life in all its beauty and its complexity. Life as moments to be experienced, shared and remembered. Life as possibilities beyond the horizon. Life transformed by science, from despair to hope.
Together to celebrate life.
The wealthiest, the most successful people are generally international.
The world is becoming an ever volatile, ever changing place, changing much faster than it did before. There's a class of person out there now who's actually rapidly adapting to the changing environments.
The world is moving to global citizens.
Henley & Partners is a unique firm that is addressing the needs of this global citizen.
Like so many times in life, you don't get aware of the need until you really ended up in a situation, and then it's too late.
Or it's quite useful to have just options.
Ultimately, quality of life, education, mobility, security, and tax. In this international and global world that we're in, these are the tools you want.
Truly the ultimate symbol of freedom.
Yes, being free.
It's the ability to live where you want, travel where you want, raise your kids where you want, and not subject your family to the fate of where you happen to be born. You actually get to choose.
I find that Henley & Partners are a professional company, but they're also very approachable.
Very open communication. It's like you know somebody for 30 years.
It always starts with an initial meeting where we really establish whether we are the right people to deal with and whether the client is right for us.
Well, from the point of view of the clients, and I've heard this from so many of their clients, the word family just comes up over and over again. It doesn't feel so much like going and talking to a professional services firm. It feels like a family.
And what we found is when we turn to Henley & Partners is we get the answers right away, and it's straightforward, and the timelines are condensed dramatically, and that gives us very much a sense of comfort that we're in good hands and we're with people who know what they're doing. It's a fantastic kind of all-encompassing service that you get when you come to Henley & Partners.
They know what they're doing. They're professional, efficient, courteous.
They are providing a true service to these global high net worth individuals that are concerned about taxes, concerned about their freedom, concerned about the safety of their family. And that's what Henley & Partners offers our clients, and that's what Henley & Partners helps create and construct for governments.
The fact that they have so much experience actually working with governments to set up these investor schemes means, A, that they understand them back to front, because they've designed many of them themselves. I mean, they're there working with the governments to create them.
Henley & Partners is really the firm that created this industry. pioneering many of these programs.
I'm not aware of any other company that has knowledge of both sides of the equation so deeply, so intimately, that they can really claim to be experts on both sides.
That's what Henley & Partners does, and we do it very well.
The wealthiest, the most successful people are generally international.
The world is becoming an ever volatile, ever changing place, changing much faster than it did before. There's a class of person out there now who's actually rapidly adapting to the changing environments.
The world is moving to global citizens.
Henley & Partners is a unique firm that is addressing the needs of this global citizen. Like so many times in life, you don't get aware of the need until you really ended up in a situation, and then it's too late.
Or it's quite useful to have just options.
Ultimately, quality of life, education, mobility, security,
and tax. In this international and global world that we're in, these are the tools you want.
Truly the ultimate symbol of freedom.
Yes, being free.
It's the ability to live where you want, travel where you want, raise your kids where you want, and not subject your family to the fate of where you happen to be born. You actually get to choose.
I find that Henley & Partners are a professional company, but they're also very approachable.
Very open communication. It's like you know somebody for 30 years.
It always starts with an initial meeting where we really establish whether we are the right people to deal with and whether the client is right for us.
Well, from the point of view of the clients, and I've heard this from so many of their clients, the word family just comes up over and over again. It doesn't feel so much like going and talking to a professional services firm. It feels like a family.
And what we found is when we turn to Henley & Partners is we get the answers right away, and it's straightforward, and the timelines are condensed dramatically, and that gives us very much a sense of comfort that we're in good hands and we're with people who know what they're doing. It's a fantastic kind of all-encompassing service that you get when you come to Henley & Partners.
They know what they're doing. They're professional, efficient, courteous.
They are providing a true service to these global high net worth individuals that are concerned about taxes, concerned about their freedom, concerned about the safety of their family.
And that's what Henley & Partners offers our clients, and that's what Henley & Partners helps create and construct for governments.
The fact that they have so much experience actually working with governments to set up these investor schemes means, A, that they understand them back to front, because they've designed many of them themselves. I mean, they're there working with the governments to create them.
Henley & Partners is really the firm that created this industry, pioneering many of these programs.
I'm not aware of any other company that has knowledge of both sides of the equation so deeply, so intimately, that they can really claim to be experts on both sides.
That's what Henley & Partners does, and we do it very well.
Καλημέρα σκηνούσα.
Engine on.
Απογείωση. Εκτιμόμενη ώρα άφηξης 10 λεπτά.
Καλημέρα. Ελήφθη. Προσγείωση.
Ελήφθη.
Περιοχή καθαρή. Ελεύθερη απογείωση. Our motors. Απογείωση. Ευχαριστούμε. Καλή συνέχεια.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ σκηνούσα. Συνέχεια διαδρομής προς Ηρακλειά Κουφονήσι.
Check this out. It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control, to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
Why do we work? Why do we make the sacrifices we make? The late nights, the syncing with coworkers 5 time zones away.
Why?
Why?
Why? ¿Por qué hacemos lo que hacemos?
Why? Because we all want our work to mean something. We want it to have impact. And not just on the bottom line, but the people we ultimately serve. Your customers. Iron Mountain knows how to make your work mean more. After all, we've been protecting your most valuable assets for over 7 decades. Who better to help you use it to unlock new ideas and insights that will not only accelerate your business, but elevate it in so many ways. By digitizing your information, securely decommissioning your IT assets, safeguarding your brand reputation, collaborating to meet your sustainability goals, and connecting your work to the world.
So let's roll up our sleeves and get to it, shall we?
Let's find the gold in your mountain of data.
Let's elevate.
Let's elevate. Let's elevate.
大的无敌的梦，让我们提升。
Let's elevate.
Let's elevate.
Elevate the power of your work.
Η ισχυρή παραγωγική βάση της βιομηχανίας φαρμάκου στην Ελλάδα εγγυάται την κάλυψη σε περισσότερο από το 60% των αναγκών των Ελλήνων ασθενών με τις απαραίτητες φαρμακευτικές θεραπείες. Με 26% μερίδιο αγοράς σε όγκο και συμμετοχή μόλις 13% στη φαρμακευτική δαπάνη, οι ελληνικές φαρμακοβιομηχανίες προσφέρουν το 65% της συνολικής απασχόλησης του κλάδου, το 90% των επενδύσεων και το δεύτερο εξαγώγημο προϊόν της ελληνικής παραγωγής. 50 φαρμακευτικές επιχειρήσεις, με 45 εργοστάσια παραγωγής φαρμάκων, διαθέτουμε τις υποδομές και δημιουργούμε προστιθέμενη αξία στην ελληνική οικονομία. Ενισχύουμε την απασχόληση με καλά αμοιβόμενες θέσεις εργασίας και με τις επενδύσεις μας συμβάλλουμε αποφασιστικά στην αύξηση του ΑΕΠ. Με παρουσία σε 147 χώρες, αυξήσαμε τις εξαγωγές μας από την έναρξη της κρίσης κατά 182%, συμβάλλοντας στη βελτίωση του σταθερά ελληματικού εμπορικού ισοζυγίου της χώρας. Η πανδημία ανέδειξε την ανάγκη για τον επαναπατρισμό της παραγωγής φαρμάκων στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση. Πολλά ευρωπαϊκά κράτη, χωρίς εγχώρια παραγωγή, αντιμετώπισαν τεράστιες ελλείψεις. Όμως, στην Ελλάδα, η ελληνική φαρμακοβιομηχανία δεν άφησε τη χώρα χωρίς φάρμακα. Η ελληνική φαρμακοβιομηχανία έχει αναδειχθεί σε βασικό επενδυτικό κλάδο της ελληνικής οικονομίας, υλοποιώντας ένα σημαντικό πρόγραμμα επενδύσεων συνολικού ύψους άνω του 1,2 δισεκατομμυρίων ευρώ. Οι επενδύσεις των ελληνικών φαρμακευτικών επιχειρήσεων αφορούν σε ένα φάσμα δράσεων, από προγράμματα μεταφραστικής και κλινικής έρευνας έως την αναβάθμιση των υφιστάμενων υποδομών, αλλά και τη δημιουργία νέων με υπερσύγχρονο εξοπλισμό και χρήση τεχνολογίας εχμής. Οι επενδύσεις αυτές διαμορφώνουν τον χαρακτήρα και το μέλλον της σύγχρονης ελληνικής φαρμακοβιομηχανίας, συμβάλλοντας ενεργά στην εδραίωση υψηλών αναπτυξιακών ρυθμών για τον κλάδο και το σύνολο της εθνικής οικονομίας. Ταυτόχρονα, οι επενδύσεις μας θωρακίζουν το σύστημα υγείας, διαμορφώνοντας συνθήκες επάρκειας και σταθερότητας στη φαρμακευτική αγορά. Διευρύνουμε τη δυνατότητα κάλυψης των αναγκών των ασθενών με ποιοτικά ασφαλή και αποτελεσματικά φάρμακα. Επιχειρούμε με εξωστρέφεια και αυτοπεποίθηση, παραμένοντας σταθερά προσανατολισμένοι στο όραμά μας για την ανάδειξη της χώρας μας σε ευρωπαϊκό κόμβο για την έρευνα και παραγωγή φαρμάκων. Πανελλήνια Ένωση Φαρμακοβιομηχανίας. Παράγουμε Ελλάδα, στηρίζουμε Ελλάδα, αξιοποιούμε Ελλάδα, εξάγουμε Ελλάδα, μένουμε Ελλάδα.
What if 140 years of history were just the beginning? What if we gave beauty new energy? What if the future was not a matter of time, but of choices? What if tomorrow were better because it was designed for everyone? Imagine a future of energy and sustainable development, a future where people and nature have the same pulse, where the relationship between the individual and the world generates growth, and conscious progress improves the lives of all. In 1883, we inaugurated a new era, and today we continue with our energy to design the society of tomorrow with the strength of ideas, the courage of choices, and the responsibility of those who have been pioneers for 140 years. Edison, we become the energy that changes everything.
Είμαστε πίσω από τη μεταμόρφωση της ΔΕΠΑ σε μια σύγχρονη καθετοποιημένη εταιρεία ενέργειας. Από τα μακροχρόνια συμβόλαια με τους προμηθευτές, με τα οποία εγγυόμαστε την ενεργειακή ασφάλεια της χώρας. Και από την επαναδιαπραγμάτευση των συμβολέων, με την οποία εξασφαλίσαμε ακόμα πιο ευνοϊκούς όρους για τους πελάτες μας και την εθνική οικονομία. Είμαστε πίσω και από τη συγκράτηση του ενεργειακού κόστους για τα νοικοκυριά και τις επιχειρήσεις. Πρωταγωνιστούμε σε μεγάλα διεθνή έργα που μετατρέπουν την Ελλάδα σε ευρωπαϊκό κόμβο φυσικού αερίου. Είμαστε πίσω από το πράσινο μέλλον, επενδύοντας σε έργα ΑΠΕ, στα πράσινα καύσιμα και στη σύγχρονη ηλεκτροπαραγωγή με φυσικό αέριο. Είμαστε πίσω από το Physicon, το μόνο πανελλαδικό δίκτυο πρατηρίων CNG, διαχέοντας τα περιβαλλοντικά και οικονομικά ωφέλη της αεροκίνησης σε όλη τη χώρα. Είμαστε πίσω από όλα όσα πάνε την ενέργεια μπροστά. Όμιλος ΔΕΠΑ Εμπορίας.
Η καινοτομία απαιτεί προσπάθεια και ενέργεια κάθε στιγμή. Στην Ελπέτισον ενορχιστρώνουμε καθημερινά έναν ολόκληρο κόσμο καινοτομίας για έναν κοινό σκοπό, τη βιώσιμη ανάπτυξη. Ελπέτισον, δίπλα σας, με όλη μας την ενέργεια.
Hi, we are the Wilfrid Martens Centre for European Studies, the official think tank of the European People's Party. A think tank, elitist, isolated, grey suit experts that hide in tall buildings? Well, not exactly. We are more like idea ninjas, positive thinkers, positive but not naive. Europe's challenges are very real, but we refuse to see them as symptoms of a failing system. And we do not hurry to offer simplistic, populist answers. We think these challenges deserve the best of our intellectual efforts. We share the same spirit as the European founding fathers. Europe, the biggest, most ambitious democratic project. Remember, through our work, the legacy of Wilfrid Martens, our founder, lives on. He was a visionary, yet pragmatic and responsible pro-European, and a freedom champion. Being a political think tank also means that we are a full part of the policy-making ecosystem. We are here to inspire Europe's policymakers. We bring ideas that help the European Union become a strong global player, a reliable ally, and a better democracy promoter. Our strengths: a wide and growing network of partners all over Europe, a track record of research excellence, and a dynamic presence in the EU bubble and online. So, what drives us forward? In the end, it all comes down to you. Yes? You. We aim to influence and impact policy for the benefit of the European citizen. So, go ahead, read our studies, take part in our events, participate in our campaigns, come discuss, share, and even challenge our ideas. The choice is yours, and so is the EU.
We envision the future, with people living in sustainable cities, in harmony with nature, with contemporary infrastructure, empowering quality in daily life. We envision the future and pave the way for the short and long journeys that connect people's lives and make dreams come alive. We believed in the clean energy revolution and the power of innovation, and ventured forth. We believed in our people who carried their skills and expertise all over the world. We believed that everything new we undertake should create opportunities and bring prosperity to all. Gek Turner Group, investing in Greece, investing in the future.
It is the future that calls us, our history that forms us. It is a passion that drives us for doing now what patients need next. Together as one, we pursue a better tomorrow. An ever-forward evolution of discoveries across boundaries, among partners, beyond failures, around the world. There are countless reasons why we do what we do every single day. But at the core, it is about our most precious gift. Life. Life in all its beauty and its complexity. Life as moments to be experienced, shared and remembered. Life as possibilities beyond the horizon. Life transformed by science, from despair to hope.
To celebrate life.
The wealthiest, the most successful people are generally international.
The world is becoming an ever volatile, ever-changing place, changing much faster than it did before. There's a class of person out there now who's actually rapidly adapting to the changing environments.
The world is moving to global citizens.
Henley & Partners is a unique firm that is addressing the needs of this global citizen.
Like so many times in life, you don't get aware of the need until you really ended up in a situation, and then it's too late.
Or it's quite useful to have just options.
Ultimately, quality of life, education, mobility, security, and tax. In this international and global world that we're in, these are the tools you want.
Truly the ultimate symbol of freedom.
Yes, being free.
It's the ability to live where you want, travel where you want, raise your kids where you want, and not subject your family to the fate of where you happen to be born. You actually get to choose.
I find that Henley & Partners are a professional company, but they're also very approachable.
Very open communication. It's like you know somebody for 30 years.
Always starts with an initial meeting where we really establish whether we are the right people to deal with and whether the client is right for us.
Well, from the point of view of the clients, and I've heard this from so many of their clients, the word family just comes up over and over again. It doesn't feel so much like going and talking to a professional services firm. It feels like a family.
And what we found is when we turn to Henley & Partners is we get the answers right away, and it's straightforward, and the timelines are condensed dramatically, and that gives us very much a sense of comfort that we're in good hands and we're with people who know what they're doing. It's a fantastic kind of all-encompassing service that you get when you come to Henley & Partners.
They know what they're doing. They're professional, efficient, courteous.
They are providing a true service to these global high net worth individuals that are concerned about taxes, concerned about their freedom, concerned about the safety of their families. And that's what Henley & Partners offers our clients, and that's what Henley & Partners helps create and construct for governments.
The fact that they have so much experience actually working with governments to set up these investor schemes means, A, that they understand them back to front, because they've designed many of them themselves. I mean, they're there working with the governments to create them.
Henley & Partners is really the firm that created this industry, pioneering many of these programs.
I'm not aware of any other company that has knowledge of both sides of the equation so deeply, so intimately, that they can really claim to be experts on both sides.
That's what Henley & Partners does, and we do it very well.
Καλημέρα σκηνούσα.
Engine on.
Απογείωση. Εκτιμόμενη ώρα άφηξης 10 λεπτά.
Καλημέρα. Ελήφθη. Προσγείωση.
Ελήφθη.
Περιοχή καθαρή. Ελεύθερη απογείωση. Απογείωση. Ευχαριστούμε. Καλή συνέχεια.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ σκηνούσα. Συνέχεια διαδρομής προς Ηρακλειά Κουφονήσι.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control, to stay in the flow and continue to...
Why do we work? Why do we make the sacrifices we make? The late nights, the sinking with coworkers 5 time zones away.
Why? Why?
Why?
¿Por qué hacemos lo que hacemos?
Why? Because we all want our work to mean something. We want it to have impact. And not just on the bottom line, but the people we ultimately serve. Your customers. Iron Mountain knows how to make your work mean more. After all, we've been protecting your most valuable assets for over 7 decades. Who better to help you use it to unlock new ideas and insights that will not only accelerate your business, but elevate it in so many ways. By digitizing your information, securely decommissioning your IT assets, safeguarding your brand reputation, collaborating to meet your sustainability goals, and connecting your work to the world.
So let's roll up our sleeves and get to it, shall we?
Let's find the gold in your mountain of data.
Let's elevate.
Let's elevate. Let's elevate.
大的无敌了吗？
让我们提升。
Let's elevate.
Let's elevate.
Elevate the power of your work.
Η ισχυρή παραγωγική βάση της βιομηχανίας φαρμάκων στην Ελλάδα εγγυάται την κάλυψη σε περισσότερο από το 60% των αναγκών των Ελλήνων ασθενών με τις απαραίτητες φαρμακευτικές θεραπείες. Με 26% μερίδιο αγοράς σε όγκο και συμμετοχή μόλις 13% στη φαρμακευτική δαπάνη, οι ελληνικές φαρμακοβιομηχανίες προσφέρουν το 65% της συνολικής απασχόλησης του κλάδου, το 90% των επενδύσεων και το δεύτερο εξαγώγημο προϊόν της ελληνικής παραγωγής. 50 φαρμακευτικές επιχειρήσεις με 45 εργοστάσια παραγωγής φαρμάκων, διαθέτουμε τις υποδομές και δημιουργούμε προστιθέμενη αξία στην ελληνική οικονομία. Ενισχύουμε την απασχόληση με καλά αμοιβόμενες θέσεις εργασίας και με τις επενδύσεις μας συμβάλλουμε αποφασιστικά στην αύξηση του ΑΕΠ. Με παρουσία σε 147 χώρες, αυξήσαμε τις εξαγωγές μας από την έναρξη της κρίσης κατά 182%, συμβάλλοντας στη βελτίωση του σταθερά ελληματικού εμπορικού ισοζυγίου της χώρας. Η πανδημία ανέδειξε την ανάγκη για τον επαναπατρισμό της παραγωγής φαρμάκων στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση. Πολλά ευρωπαϊκά κράτη, χωρίς εγχώρια παραγωγή, αντιμετώπισαν τεράστιες ελλείψεις. Όμως, στην Ελλάδα, η ελληνική φαρμακοβιομηχανία δεν άφησε τη χώρα χωρίς φάρμακα. Η ελληνική φαρμακοβιομηχανία έχει αναδειχθεί σε βασικό επενδυτικό κλάδο της ελληνικής οικονομίας, υλοποιώντας ένα σημαντικό πρόγραμμα επενδύσεων συνολικού ύψους άνω του 1,2 δισεκατομμυρίων ευρώ. Οι επενδύσεις των ελληνικών φαρμακευτικών επιχειρήσεων αφορούν σε ένα φάσμα δράσεων, από προγράμματα μεταφραστικής και κλινικής έρευνας έως την αναβάθμιση των υφιστάμενων υποδομών, αλλά και τη δημιουργία νέων με υπερσύγχρονο εξοπλισμό και χρήση τεχνολογίας εχμής. Οι επενδύσεις αυτές διαμορφώνουν τον χαρακτήρα και το μέλλον της σύγχρονης ελληνικής φαρμακοβιομηχανίας, συμβάλλοντας ενεργά στην εδραίωση υψηλών αναπτυξιακών ρυθμών για τον κλάδο και το σύνολο της εθνικής οικονομίας. Ταυτόχρονα, οι επενδύσεις μας θωρακίζουν το σύστημα υγείας, διαμορφώνοντας συνθήκες επάρκειας και σταθερότητας στη φαρμακευτική αγορά. Διευρύνουμε τη δυνατότητα κάλυψης των αναγκών των ασθενών με ποιοτικά ασφαλή και αποτελεσματικά φάρμακα. Επιχειρούμε με εξωστρέφεια και αυτοπεποίθηση, παραμένοντας σταθερά προσανατολισμένοι στο όραμά μας για την ανάδειξη της χώρας μας σε ευρωπαϊκό κόμβο για την έρευνα και παραγωγή φαρμάκων. Πανελλήνια Ένωση Φαρμακοβιομηχανίας. Παράγουμε Ελλάδα, στηρίζουμε Ελλάδα, αξιοποιούμε Ελλάδα, εξάγουμε Ελλάδα, μένουμε Ελλάδα.
What if 140 years of history were just the beginning? What if we gave beauty new energy? What if the future was not a matter of time, but of choices? What if tomorrow were better because it was designed for everyone? Imagine a future of energy and sustainable development. A future where people and nature have the same pulse. Where the relationship between the individual and the world generates growth, and conscious progress improves the lives of all. In 1883, we inaugurated a new era, and today we continue with our energy to design the society of tomorrow with the strength of ideas, the courage of choices, and the responsibility of those who have been pioneers for 140 years. Edison, we become the energy that changes everything.
Είμαστε πίσω από τη μεταμόρφωση της ΔΕΠΑ σε μια σύγχρονη καθετοποιημένη εταιρεία ενέργειας. Από τα μακροχρόνια συμβόλαια με τους προμηθευτές, με τα οποία εγγυόμαστε την ενεργειακή ασφάλεια της χώρας. Και από την επαναδιαπραγμάτευση των συμβολέων, με την οποία εξασφαλίσαμε ακόμα πιο ευνοϊκούς όρους για τους πελάτες μας και την εθνική οικονομία. Είμαστε πίσω και από τη συγκράτηση του ενεργειακού κόστους για τα νοικοκυριά και τις επιχειρήσεις. Πρωταγωνιστούμε σε μεγάλα διεθνή έργα που μετατρέπουν την Ελλάδα σε ευρωπαϊκό κόμβο φυσικού αερίου. Είμαστε πίσω από το πράσινο μέλλον, επενδύοντας σε έργα ΑΠΕ, στα πράσινα καύσιμα και στη σύγχρονη ηλεκτροπαραγωγή με φυσικό αέριο. Είμαστε πίσω από το Φύζικον, το μόνο πανελλαδικό δίκτυο πρατηρίων CNG, διαχέοντας τα περιβαλλοντικά και οικονομικά ωφέλη της αεροκίνησης σε όλη τη χώρα. Είμαστε πίσω από όλα όσα πάνε την ενέργεια μπροστά. Όμιλος ΔΕΠΑ Εμπορίας.
Η καινοτομία απαιτεί προσπάθεια και ενέργεια κάθε στιγμή. Στην Ελπέτισον ενορχιστρώνουμε καθημερινά έναν ολόκληρο κόσμο καινοτομίας για έναν κοινό σκοπό, τη βιώσιμη ανάπτυξη. Ελπέτισον, δίπλα σας, με όλη μας την ενέργεια.
Hi, we are the Wilfrid Martens Centre for European Studies, the official think tank of the European People's Party. A think tank, elitist, isolated, grey suit experts that hide in tall buildings? Well, not exactly. We are more like idea ninjas, positive thinkers. Positive, but not naive. Europe's challenges are very real, but we refuse to see them as symptoms of a failing system. And we do not hurry to offer simplistic, populist answers. We think these challenges deserve the best of our intellectual efforts. We share the same spirit as the European founding fathers. Europe, the biggest, most ambitious democratic project. Remember, through our work, the legacy of Wilfrid Martens, our founder, lives on. He was a visionary, yet pragmatic and responsible pro-European, and a freedom champion. Being a political think tank also means that we are a full part of the policy-making ecosystem. We are here to inspire Europe's policymakers. We bring ideas that help the European Union become a strong global player, a reliable ally, and a better democracy promoter. Our strengths: a wide and growing network of partners all over Europe, a track record of research excellence, and a dynamic presence in the EU bubble and online. So, what drives us forward? In the end, it all comes down to you. Yes? You. We aim to influence and impact policy for the benefit of the European citizen. So, go ahead, read our studies, take part in our events, participate in our campaigns, come discuss, share, and even challenge our ideas. The choice is yours, and so is the EU.
We envision the future, with people living in sustainable cities, in harmony with nature, with contemporary infrastructure, empowering quality in daily life. We envision the future and pave the way for the short and long journeys that connect people's lives and make dreams come alive. We believed in the clean energy revolution and the power of innovation, and ventured forth. We believed in our people who carried their skills and expertise all over the world. We believed that everything new we undertake should create opportunities and bring prosperity to all. Gek Turner Group, investing in Greece, investing in the future.
It is the future that calls us, our history that forms us. It is a passion that drives us for doing now what patients need next. Together as one, we pursue a better tomorrow. An ever-forward evolution of discoveries across boundaries, among partners, beyond failures, around the world. There are countless reasons why we do what we do every single day. But at the core, it is about our most precious gift: life. Life in all its beauty and its complexity. Life as moments to be experienced, shared and remembered. Life as possibilities beyond the horizon. Life transformed by science, from despair to hope.
The wealthiest, the most successful people are generally international.
The world is becoming an ever volatile, ever-changing place, changing much faster than it did before. There's a class of person out there now who's actually rapidly adapting to the changing environments.
The world is moving to global citizens.
Henley & Partners is a unique firm that is addressing the needs of this global citizen.
Like so many times in life, you don't get aware of the need until you really ended up in a situation, and then it's too late.
Where it's quite useful to have just options.
Ultimately, quality of life, education, mobility, security, and tax. In this international and global world that we're in, these are the tools you want.
Truly the ultimate symbol of freedom.
Yes, being free.
It's the ability to live where you want, travel where you want, raise your kids where you want, and not subject your family to the fate of where you happen to be born. You actually get to choose.
I find that Henley & Partners are a professional company, but they're also very approachable.
Very open communication. It's like you know somebody for 30 years.
Always starts with an initial meeting where we really establish whether we are the right people to deal with and whether the client is right for us.
Well, from the point of view of the clients, and I've heard this from so many of their clients, the word family just comes up over and over again. It doesn't feel so much like going and talking to a professional services firm. It feels like a family.
And what we found is when we turn to Henley & Partners is we get the answers right away, and it's straightforward, and the timelines are condensed dramatically, and that gives us very much a sense of comfort that we're in good hands and we're with people who know what they're doing. It's a fantastic kind of all-encompassing service that you get when you come to Henley & Partners.
They know what they're doing. They're professional, efficient, courteous.
They are providing a true service to these global high net worth individuals that are concerned about taxes, concerned about their freedom, concerned about the safety of their families. And that's what Henley & Partners offers our clients, and that's what Henley & Partners helps create and construct for governments.
The fact that they have so much experience actually working with governments to set up these investor schemes means, A, that they understand them back to front, because they've designed many of them themselves. I mean, they're there working with the governments to create them.
Henley & Partners is really the firm that created this industry. pioneering many of these programs.
I'm not aware of any other company that has knowledge of both sides of the equation so deeply, so intimately, that they can really claim to be experts on both sides.
That's what Henley & Partners does, and we do it very well.
Καλημέρα σκηνούσα.
Engine on.
Απογείωση. Εκτιμόμενη ώρα άφηξης 10 λεπτά.
Καλημέρα. Ελήφθη. Προσγείωση.
Ελήφθη.
Περιοχή καθαρή. Ελεύθερη απογείωση. All motors. Απογείωση. Ευχαριστούμε. Καλή συνέχεια.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ σκηνούσα. Συνέχεια διαδρομής προς Ηρακλειά Κουφονήσι.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control, to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
Why do we work? Why do we make the sacrifices we make? The late nights, the syncing with coworkers 5 time zones away.
Why?
Why?
Why? ¿Por qué hacemos lo que hacemos?
Why? Because we all want our work to mean something. We want it to have impact. And not just on the bottom line, but the people we ultimately serve. Your customers. Iron Mountain knows how to make your work mean more. After all, we've been protecting your most valuable assets for over 7 decades. Who better to help you use it to unlock new ideas and insights that will not only accelerate your business, but elevate it in so many ways. By digitizing your information, securely decommissioning your IT assets, safeguarding your brand reputation, collaborating to meet your sustainability goals, and connecting your work to the world.
So let's roll up our sleeves and get to it, shall we?
Let's find the gold in your mountain of data.
Let's elevate.
Let's elevate. Let's elevate.
大的无敌的梦，让我们提升。
Let's elevate.
Let's elevate.
Elevate the power of your work.
Η ισχυρή παραγωγική βάση της βιομηχανίας φαρμάκου στην Ελλάδα εγγυάται την κάλυψη σε περισσότερο από το 60% των αναγκών των Ελλήνων ασθενών με τις απαραίτητες φαρμακευτικές θεραπείες. Με 26% μερίδιο αγοράς σε όγκο και συμμετοχή μόλις 13% στη φαρμακευτική δαπάνη, οι ελληνικές φαρμακοβιομηχανίες προσφέρουν το 65% της συνολικής απασχόλησης του κλάδου, το 90% των επενδύσεων και το δεύτερο εξαγώγημο προϊόν της ελληνικής παραγωγής. 50 φαρμακευτικές επιχειρήσεις με 45 εργοστάσια παραγωγής φαρμάκων, διαθέτουμε τις υποδομές και δημιουργούμε προστιθέμενη αξία στην ελληνική οικονομία. Ενισχύουμε την απασχόληση με καλά αμοιβόμενες θέσεις εργασίας και με τις επενδύσεις μας συμβάλλουμε αποφασιστικά στην αύξηση του ΑΕΠ. Με παρουσία σε 147 χώρες, αυξήσαμε τις εξαγωγές μας από την έναρξη της κρίσης κατά 182%, συμβάλλοντας στη βελτίωση του σταθερά ελληματικού εμπορικού ισοζυγίου της χώρας. Η πανδημία ανέδειξε την ανάγκη για τον επαναπατρισμό της παραγωγής φαρμάκων στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση. Πολλά ευρωπαϊκά κράτη, χωρίς εγχώρια παραγωγή, αντιμετώπισαν τεράστιες ελλείψεις. Όμως, στην Ελλάδα, η ελληνική φαρμακοβιομηχανία δεν άφησε τη χώρα χωρίς φάρμακα. Η ελληνική φαρμακοβιομηχανία έχει αναδειχθεί σε βασικό επενδυτικό κλάδο της ελληνικής οικονομίας, υλοποιώντας ένα σημαντικό πρόγραμμα επενδύσεων συνολικού ύψους άνω του 1,2 δισεκατομμυρίων ευρώ. Οι επενδύσεις των ελληνικών φαρμακευτικών επιχειρήσεων αφορούν σε ένα φάσμα δράσεων, από προγράμματα μεταφραστικής και κλινικής έρευνας έως την αναβάθμιση των υφιστάμενων υποδομών, αλλά και τη δημιουργία νέων με υπερσύγχρονο εξοπλισμό και χρήση τεχνολογίας εχμής. Οι επενδύσεις αυτές διαμορφώνουν τον χαρακτήρα και το μέλλον της σύγχρονης ελληνικής φαρμακοβιομηχανίας, συμβάλλοντας ενεργά στην εδραίωση υψηλών αναπτυξιακών ρυθμών για τον κλάδο και το σύνολο της εθνικής οικονομίας. Ταυτόχρονα, οι επενδύσεις μας θωρακίζουν το σύστημα υγείας, διαμορφώνοντας συνθήκες επάρκειας και σταθερότητας στη φαρμακευτική αγορά. Διευρύνουμε τη δυνατότητα κάλυψης των αναγκών των ασθενών με ποιοτικά ασφαλή και αποτελεσματικά φάρμακα. Επιχειρούμε με εξωστρέφεια και αυτοπεποίθηση, παραμένοντας σταθερά προσανατολισμένοι στο όραμά μας για την ανάδειξη της χώρας μας σε ευρωπαϊκό κόμβο για την έρευνα και παραγωγή φαρμάκων. Πανελλήνια Ένωση Φαρμακοβιομηχανίας. Παράγουμε Ελλάδα, στηρίζουμε Ελλάδα, αξιοποιούμε Ελλάδα, εξάγουμε Ελλάδα, μένουμε Ελλάδα.
What if 140 years of history were just the beginning? What if we gave beauty new energy? What if the future was not a matter of time, but of choices? What if tomorrow were better because it was designed for everyone? Imagine a future of energy and sustainable development. A future where people and nature have the same pulse. Where the relationship between the individual and the world generates growth, and conscious progress improves the lives of all. In 1883, we inaugurated a new era, and today we continue with our energy to design the society of tomorrow with the strength of ideas, the courage of choices, and the responsibility of those who have been pioneers for 140 years. Edison, we become the energy that changes everything.
Είμαστε πίσω από τη μεταμόρφωση της ΔΕΠΑ σε μια σύγχρονη καθετοποιημένη εταιρεία ενέργειας. Από τα μακροχρόνια συμβόλαια με τους προμηθευτές, με τα οποία εγγυόμαστε την ενεργειακή ασφάλεια της χώρας. Και από την επαναδιαπραγμάτευση των συμβολέων, με την οποία εξασφαλίσαμε ακόμα πιο ευνοϊκούς όρους για τους πελάτες μας και την εθνική οικονομία. Είμαστε πίσω και από τη συγκράτηση του ενεργειακού κόστους για τα νοικοκυριά και τις επιχειρήσεις. Πρωταγωνιστούμε σε μεγάλα διεθνή έργα που μετατρέπουν την Ελλάδα σε ευρωπαϊκό κόμβο φυσικού αερίου. Είμαστε πίσω από το πράσινο μέλλον, επενδύοντας σε έργα ΑΠΕ, στα πράσινα καύσιμα και στη σύγχρονη ηλεκτροπαραγωγή με φυσικό αέριο. Είμαστε πίσω από το Φύσικον, το
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. If you could take your seats, please. So, before I introduce our keynote speaker and guest of honor, I just want to say a word or two of thanks for what we've been experiencing over the past 3 days in this conference. I want to thank, first of all, our sponsors for their support of this event, because without them we really couldn't put on this wonderful event, which is now in its 27th year. So we're very grateful to you, in particular to the sponsors who are with us year in, year out. Thank you very much. To all our speakers, and we have many, many speakers, the quality of the speakers has been superb. I think you'll all agree. Thank you very much for our panelists, our speakers. To our delegates, the room has been pretty full all the time, so that speaks to the great interest in the subjects we've been discussing. To my co-chairs, Alistair and Joan, thank you so much. They've done much more of the hard work, but I think you'll agree they've done a great job. And I also want to thank in particular the team at Hazlitt and Rivas, led by Nectaria, who do such an amazing job every year at putting this event together. I think we can give them a round of applause. Thank you very much. Now, the theme of this year's conference, the overarching theme, has been the great transition. But I would say there's also a great tradition of this event, which is that we hear not only from prime ministers, but we hear also from opposition leaders. And I think that's an excellent tradition. It's very important to hear from the opposition as well as those who are currently in power. And I'm particularly pleased that this year, when we have a new leader of Syriza, that we have this opportunity to get to know him and to hear Stefanos Kasselakis talk to us this evening, because I think there's great excitement to know about him because he's new in the role. So it's with great pleasure that I welcome him, introduce him here. He's going to talk to you first in English and then in Greek, so you might want to get, if you don't speak Greek, you might want to get your earphones ready, and then we'll have a brief conversation afterwards. Stefanos Kasselakis, very welcome.
Hello, good evening. Dear Daniel, dear guests, I am grateful for the opportunity to address you this evening at this important and very successful conference, Government Roundtable. Just a few months ago, I had no expectation of being invited to this gathering, let alone addressing you as the leader of the main opposition party, Syriza. But as you astutely noted in your program online, in your program introduction, 2023 has been an election year for Greece, and a very important one at that. My party, Syriza, lost the May 21st election, in which we had aspired to lead a coalition government of progressive forces. And then we also lost the June 25th election, the repeat election. It was a resounding victory for the incumbent, Mr. Mitsotakis, just a couple of months after a train collision had killed 57 people, mostly young people, going home to university from a long weekend. Alas, my predecessor, one who's very familiar to all of you and to this conference, Mr. Alexis Tsipras, decided to resign as president of Syriza, even though the vast majority of Syriza voters, myself included, wanted him to stay on to renew the party. A young person at the age of 49, Alexis decided to step down out of humility that perhaps he was to blame for the defeat, even though in reality he had single-handedly carried Syriza for years, making it the first party of the left to govern Greece. Alexis is the reason that many of us joined Syriza, myself included. He opened up Syriza to a progressive center that could update the party and ensure that the governing legacy of 2015 to 2019 would live on. A tenure that saw Syriza take the country out of 3 consecutive severe austerity packages, all while preserving the social safety net, and, very important to that, is also preserving and protecting our country's national security interests. We resolved a long-lingering dispute to our north between Greece and now North Macedonia. 2 months after Alexis decided to step down, I announced my candidacy to succeed him. I was not a party insider, quite the contrary. My first introduction to the public was made on April 30th on Syriza's state ballot at an honorary spot with no probability of being elected to parliament. I also did not fit the mold or the stereotype of the traditional left. As a Miami-based expat, 21 years in the US, an ex-Goldman Sachs trader, an entrepreneur, and a maritime shipping executive. But I was elected by a wide margin as an outsider in a closed primary race, an outsider who won the working class neighborhoods and the rural areas. And that is the most telling part of my position today, that those left out of the so-called system saw in me a modern fighter, not just for their interests, but for the country's collective future. I aspire to be the country's next prime minister for all Greeks, domestically and internationally. But my loyalty, above all, lies with the people that embraced me and propelled me. The people struggling to pay their electricity bills, the people yearning for their kids to come back to Greece, the people buried in stacks of mud after recent floods, and who are now left with negligible, if any, state support on their side. Investors watching us can rest assured I am no populist firebrand, but I am absolutely on the side of the population as a whole, of the people, as opposed to blindly adhering to financial performance metrics. Rest assured that our social policies and our fiscal policies would produce a tremendous social and long-term financial surplus. Because my whole candidacy has been based on a set of policy proposals that would drastically reform the Greek state, getting rid of chronic corruption and entrenched interest that, yes, my fellow US-educated competitor, the Prime Minister, the son of a right-wing Prime Minister, has been woefully unable to tackle. And don't worry, I will be citing metrics later on to justify the characterization. Because you should know the truth beyond the articulate English and the investment grade hurrah you will hear from him on Monday. Daniel, I've been reading The Economist since I was 14 years old when I attended boarding school in Boston. And yes, not to sound cliche, but The Economist is a Greek word. And you know that full well. But how deeply have we thought about that word? a compound word from ecos and nomos. Nomos means a rule, an order. Ecos means house, dwelling, or home. So what exactly is an order on the house? If you take out the human factor, the human lies from the house, then the only order that applies is relevant to civil engineers and architects. It is human life that makes economics what it is. It's not about GDP growth and bond ratings. It is human life that matters for economics to have any meaning at all. Your sovereign rating, and Greece knows plenty about that. Many an expat like myself were embarrassed a decade ago overseas at our country's reputation. Some of us saw a type of discrimination against us for being lazy Greeks or whatnot as a result of that reputation. Got to work doubly hard. Your sovereign rating simply says that you can keep living in the house without the fear of foreclosure. What it does not mean is that the life in the house is a happy one, necessarily. It's one that you seek. And that is exactly where I think that the modern left and all progressive forces need to focus on the well-being or happiness, the happiness and well-being dividend alongside prudent fiscal policy. The social safety net is obviously a huge component of the ramp to happiness, as is housing, as is the ability to withstand climate change, the ability to have time with your family, to have a job that you're fulfilled by, that respects you and treats you like a human being as opposed to like a lemon that you have to squeeze, the ability to educate your kids, the ability to be different than the norm, than the majority, and to be loved for your uniqueness. Progressives in Europe and everywhere should rephrase their core mission to adjust to the times. Of course, we want and we need to reduce inequalities. They're massive. But what we really want is equality in the right to pursue happiness. Each of us in his or her own way. Equality in the right to pursue happiness. If we can make that our key message, as opposed to putting people in opposing factions with the lingo from the past century, we will win. And most importantly, society will win, because we will cultivate an enlightened society based on collectivistic growth. And that, dear Daniel, dear guests, is a true economic model, if there is one. Κυρίες και κύριοι, και ειδικά αγαπητοί συμπολίτες που μας ακούτε. I give you a second for the earphones. Τη Δευτέρα το βράδυ, σε αυτό το συνέδριο, ο κύριος Μητσοτάκης θα υπερηφανευτεί πολύ για την επενδυτική βαθμίδα της χώρας. Και όντως είναι ένα αναμφίβολο.
And, of course, this is undoubtedly a positive development that the sacrifices of the Greek people are finally being recognized. And Mr. Mitsotakis, in a post immediately after his pride in the country's achievement, was quickly to say that he would continue his reform agenda. He will continue, implying that his agenda is due for this achievement. So he says that the efforts of over 15 years of an entire people is his, and appropriating the results of the Syriza government. Don't believe me, just read Standard & Poor's analysis explaining the decision. First of all, it says that by 2019, the situation had improved in terms of tax evasion, market competition conditions, and reforms in the judiciary. The analysis praised the debt settlement made by Syriza, focusing on the very long maturity of the public debt, 19.7 years, and the very low cost of borrowing that Syriza logged in at 1.64% interest rate percent. 20 years with 1.64% interest rate. This is the focal point of assessment. S&P also refers to the current 37 billion cash reserve as very high liquidity for the size of the economy. I need to recall here that Syriza, with Efklidis Tsakalotos as finance minister, had left 37 billion in the coffers in 2019, and then the economy was back then smaller than today. So, Nea Demokratia, despite the support packages, has proportionally reduced the country's buffer. What else did S&P say? He referred to the very high current account deficit. It described the country's extroversion as weak. It considers fire and flood spending to be isolated and located specific locations, an assessment with which I completely disagree. It refers to the favorable credit conditions following the improvements in the banking sector, completely ignoring, of course, the huge profitability of banks as they keep interest rates on deposits very low. And as Greece has the second highest interest rate in the Eurozone on household and business loans, with 11.9% on open loans to households, EU average 7.9%, and 6.34% on business loan, with EU average 4.99%. And it also refers to government spending as share of GDP, and says proportionately is in the highest percentages of almost all other countries they assess. In other words, it refers to a state-led economy, because this spending are financed by taxes, as you're well aware. Against this government spending, we saw last year a temporary and unsustainable liquidity injection coming last year from foreign direct investment, mainly in real estate, which has also fallen by 68% in the first half of 2023, creating conditions for further slowdown from here on. Our economy is an economy that has a long way ahead to catch up with the rest of Europe. GDP per capita is less than 60% of the EU average. We are talking about 15 years of growth that has gone waste, a whole generation. It is an economy, as you know, has an unfair tax system. 1 in 2 citizens pay no income tax, creating an unbearable burden on wage earners and pensioners. Alongside this, we have a distorted ratio of indirect to direct taxes, which affects the quickest in society. The households now are brought to their knees because of high prices at the supermarkets, and while growth in 2023 will be 2.3%, Taxes in 2023 are expected to rise by 8% compared to government targets. VAT revenues are up to 5.5% year-on-year and are expected to increase by a further 4% in 2023. At the same time, Greece is fourth in Europe and in the top 10 globally in the price of petrol, but the special tax on fuel, excise tax on fuel, is not been reduced. So the investment grade of Standard & Poor is not a triumph of Mr. Mitsotakis. So, as I already said publicly, we need to raise the quality of life of ordinary people. And this is the interpretation I gave to the term economy. Let's look how housing, health and education are doing. Housing. In the investment grade Greece, we have the highest housing cost in Europe. We are first. 74.2% of tenants, according to Eurostat, spend more than 40% of their income on their housing needs. An average worker who does not own a house in Athens now needs to spend 56% of their income on rent, when in 2018 it was 42%. So from 42% to 60% in some years. If we consider that about 20% of private sector workers earn less than 600 euros net per month, then we conclude that for a huge part of the Greek population, a salary is equivalent to a rent. And of course, if we talk about a multi-member household, then we need a second part of a salary, health. Society is well aware of the huge understaffing of the NHS, despite the huge amounts of European support packages for the pandemic. This is where we had to organize things better. What is the result, though? 40% of health spending in our country is private. And this erases any notion of public health. We are one of the countries with the highest private spending on healthcare. And Mr. Mitsotakis the other day announced his revolution for the hospital administration's political appointments. And what is he doing? He gives superpowers to the minister of to evaluate, hire and fire hospital administrators. So I ask, is it so difficult to avoid partisanship out of the administration of the NHS? Why don't we do that? It's not that difficult. Education. In 2020, only 71.3% of children aged 3 years old had compulsory primary education, when the EU average is 93% and the target is 96%. So we are in 71%. In 2011, that percentage was 85%. And lower share of spending on education, it's all ours. Greece, with a spending rate of 4%, is ranked 18th among the 27 EU countries. And instead of investing there, what are we talking about? We're talking about private universities. We are not talking about investments to converge with Europe. Ladies and gentlemen, when Greece came out of the memoranda in 2018 with a debt settled with 12 quarters of growth and with unemployment down by more than 10% from where it inherited it, Greek society was not absent. It came out of the crisis standing up to face a new era of hope and creativity. The Syriza government delivered in 2019 National Development Strategy, National Digital Strategy, National Infrastructure and Transport Strategy plans that Mr. Mitsotakis and his ministers put all three aside to run specific projects alone, satisfying specific interests. The great challenges ahead of us will only be met with progressive solutions by regulating private debt, by protecting homes, professional housing, agricultural land, nature and the environment, with transparent and equal participation of SMEs and in support and financing tools, with fairness in the terms for their support. By activating the Development Bank, which was set up under our government. By increasing the absorption rate in co-financed programs, which currently remains low, with a fair and stable tax system, including an increase in the tax-free allowance for all, by reducing energy costs and fighting cartels and distortions in the energy market, with citizens' contributions to public burdens according to their abilities, Article 4 of the Constitution, by reducing indirect taxes to combat high prices and increase consumption, which other EU countries are implementing with positive results, by supporting workers and their purchase power, and a substantial increase of wages above inflation, by protecting work and society, which is not just a demand for justice, but a precondition for the development of the economy and the free development of all potential of all citizens, of the potential of all citizens. For us, it's not a solution to have a Middle Ages at work. The Mitsotakis government has a different strategy. The differences are obvious. It keeps energy cost and production cost high, leaves markets without supervision, control and regulatory intervention when they malfunction, cultivates the financial suffocation of SMEs, and the only alleged way out is cheap labor, liberalization of redundancies, and the impoverishment of all workers. Unlike Nea Demokratia, we consider labor to be a productive force, and supporting wages, safeguarding labor rights, and reducing inequalities are crucial to economic growth. We consider it necessary to restore and secure collective bargaining and the functioning of the labor market with rules and strict control. This is, after all, what the rules of fair competition in the market require. The policy of Mitsotakis government is against European decision. The European minimum wage directive states that wage increases boost demand and are a key factor in the recovery of the economy, and sets a target of 80% coverage of workers by collective labor agreements in member states. This is a European directive. Ladies and gentlemen, economics must be people-centered to be meaningful. And especially at a time of major crisis, at a time when in our neighborhood we have military conflicts, blind attacks, instability, stress, and fear, at a time when the peaceful coexistence of peoples and the coexistence of state is being challenged. We need a plan, seriousness and awareness to protect society, to protect the economy. And allow me to close with a reference to foreign policy. It is clear to all of us that global geopolitical developments and the destabilization of our wider region in recent years affect us all directly. We have all watched in horror the criminal attacks by Hamas that have led to the deaths of 1,400 civilians. A very cruel act condemned by all. As we have stressed, nothing can justify this act. The huge responsibility of the Israeli leadership for the Palestinian impasse, for the ongoing occupation, for the settlements, and for the tension in the Al-Aqsa Mosque is undeniable. Unfortunately, nothing can justify this act of Hamas against civilians. In this context, we stress today, as we have stressed from the outset, that the absolute condemnation of Hamas and its actions cannot be tantamount to giving the green light to confronting it with Israeli operations that lead to the death of even more civilians. And sadly, every day we hear about the death of hundreds of new civilians in Gaza. It is important to deal with Hamas. There is no doubt about that. But the vicious circle of violence that is being created will plunge not only Palestinians but also Israelis every day into deadlock and insecurity. And we see that the international community fails to intervene decisively. It is truly unacceptable for the European Council to stand idly by and watch what is happening. It is also unacceptable for the United States to veto a relevant United Nations resolution. The international community should do its utmost to ensure a ceasefire with the release of hostages and the prevention of both the humanitarian crisis in Gaza and the possibility of an escalation of the conflict in other countries of the region. And we are all aware what it actually means, the continuation of this crisis and with the creation of new uncontrolled refugee flows. And as you know, as all Greeks know, Greece will find itself dealing with refugee flows before the EU takes any responsibility. In this context, Mr. Mitsotakis' decision to meet only the Prime Minister of Israel is a strategic mistake and a break with the multidimensional foreign policy that our country has traditionally followed. It is not possible for the President of the European Council, the President of France, the Prime Ministers of Spain, the Netherlands and Italy to meet the Presidents of Palestine, and for Mr. Mitsotakis to refuse to see him. Greece should be at the forefront of the ceasefire effort, not to be afraid to even utter it as a word or to say publicly that civilian casualties should not be high. No, Mr. Mitsotakis, civilian casualties must be zero. And it is also unacceptable for Mr. Mitsotakis to make these statements after the dead civilians in the complex of the monastery of St. Porphyrios, for the protection of which he had intervened a few days before. And when a ceasefire is achieved, Greece should do everything, however difficult it may be, as it has tried in the past, to restart talks for a two-state solution based on the 1967 borders with East Jerusalem as a capital of the Palestinian state. It is in Greece's interest to promote peace, stability, and international law in our region. This must be our message either in the Middle East and, of course, in relation to the dangerous role of Iran, or in Ukraine against Russia's illegal and bloody invasion. But this attitude requires us to be a European pillar of peace and stability in the region, not to rely on a unidimensional foreign policy of a given ally with actions against the interests of our country and our region, not to pursue the role of an outpost that is taking on increasingly dangerous tasks in order to upgrade its position in NATO's southeastern wing. That should be our foreign policy and financial people-centered policy. Thank you all very much.
So thank you very much for a very wide-ranging talk. We have very little time because we're very aware that we're standing here between people and their dinner. But I wanted to return in just a few minutes to the theme of the Great Transition, which is the theme of our event, as you know, and to start on a personal level, your own transition into the world of politics, which has been very sudden. What has surprised you most in this great transition that you've just undertaken?
I think what surprised me the most is the love, and I mean this sincerely, is the love that people have for you, regular, super nice people that you don't personally know. When you go out there, and especially people of an older generation, they cry on you, and they see in you the potential for the country that they love, for the nation that they love, to improve and to leave a legacy for their kids, their grandchildren. And it's very humbling for me to have that. I've lived in the business world for many years. And in the business world, you interact with your superiors and your clients and your vendors. And it's a series of transactions, and occasionally there's friendship that evolves out of it. But in this world, in politics, and especially when you're the candidate and the leader of the opposition party, it's not a transaction. It's a moral responsibility to perform for these people. And for me, and I mean this sincerely, I don't care about the drama that happens in the news every day. I have those people in mind, and I will keep being in society and report to them for every day as I go forward as the head of the opposition party, and certainly if I have the honor to be their prime minister.
But it is a tough game, politics, that you're discovering very quickly. What about the great transition within Syriza? How do you keep the party together?
Politics is a very tough game, but so is business. And in some ways, politics is surprisingly more fair or more just than business. Why? Because you get judged every day, and you get judged by a lot of people. And so if you're authentic to yourself, and you want to do the right thing, over time you will succeed. Whereas in business, one boss can dictate your future. You can go back 10 years. So in some ways, politics is more just, and certainly is more beautiful than business. There's no doubt about it.
But my question, how do you keep the party together? Because you're facing some people who are already, you're having to exert some discipline over the party. How's that challenge?
Daniel, there's pluralism in our party. There's very little difference in political persuasion. Unfortunately, I haven't had the opportunity to develop these relationships over many years, such as some other people in the party. But I'm confident that as they come to meet me and see that this is just a nice guy who wants to do something good for his homeland, I think they will come around and see that we can win and change this country. And the vision is what will unite everybody and grow the party.
So I guess that leads to my final question, which is about the great transition for Greece. And how do you set about the task of persuading the country? As you said, the election just happened and you were resoundingly defeated. I know you've paid full tribute to your predecessor, Alexis Tsipras, but you have a mountain to climb in persuading Greek voters that you are the person, come the next election, to take this country forward. What is going to be your priority in doing so?
I disagree with the premise of the question, which is that I am the person to take this country forward. You need a team. You need a team of people with the same morals and competence and empathy. One person is not enough. You need a team and you need a society that knows what they're voting for. One of my main goals until the next election is for the voters of this beautiful country, as well as the Greeks. This flight has like this whole room to go, and why is it on me? You know, like for the voters of this country, as well as the diaspora, because they're voters as well. They're part of the same nation. To vote for Syriza, not because they like me or they dislike me. To vote for Syriza because they know what we will do the next day. I am somebody who launched his campaign on a set of policy proposals. First one there was getting rid of the immunity for members of parliament that they have. You say this to people in other countries and they're like, what do you have in parliament? People have immunity? They can't believe it. There's also, you know, you don't even disclose the terms of the loans that you have as a member of parliament. There's some very deep democratic issues in Greece that need to be addressed. Very deep democratic issues. And it's not enough for us to say, oh, Greece is the cradle of democracy, the birthplace of democracy, cradle of civilization. We need to have some deep introspection, and we need to have, as Syriza, we need to have a popular mandate to do that. If people are convinced that Stefanos and his team and their very detailed program is going to change the country to the better, I think we'll win.
Okay, well, I look forward to, this is the beginning of this journey for you. I look forward to coming back next year and the year after to track the progress. Very much appreciate you coming here tonight with us.
Do you think the year after I will be Prime Minister or Opposition Party Leader?
I'm not in the predictions game. So I don't know when the next election in Greece will be. Maybe you have a better idea of the forecast.
I think the UK has just found their ambassador to Greece over here.
So thank you very much. We'll resume the conversation, I hope, in a year's time. And this conference will resume actually on Monday with the final event of the conference. But meanwhile, thank you very much for this evening.
Thank you. Thank you for listening.